Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shit the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
See, yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from us. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Filling the dead air.
The flat earth dead air. Oh, but we got new people. I see Spidey's too. He's new. And Tony with a 7, because why not? That's cool. Oh, but wait. Tony ain't new. He's been here since yesterday. Yo, Tony.
What's up?
What's up? You talked in here before?
Talked in VC check.
Okay, and did you get a chance to talk in a live stream?
No. Where can I see the live stream?
Well, you are in the live stream. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but where can I see the live stream?
Oh, it's on
Like, is there a link?
and on D Live and on Facebook. I guess somebody can provide that pretty quickly. Hold up. I don't have these at hand because I don't.
Just search in YouTube, Flat Earth Discord 2.0. So I'm at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, anyway, the reason why I asked you is to hear your points of view on the shape of the Earth.
Wait, I'm looking for the live stream. Give me a second. So, Andrew, I have a question for you.
For me,
Yeah.
go on.
For who wants to reply. So, let's say NASA's lying, right?
Right?
But wouldn't you find like some comfort knowing that there's such a big entity that is lying to you and that you don't really have to seek the truth?
I know your question. You should. So okay, I'll put it better for you. I guess your question is, and correct me if I'm wrong. I guess your question is, wouldn't it be that most of these people that say they're searching for the truth are actually trying to find comfort in creating a scapegoat like NASA as the ones that are lying, and there's nothing wrong with them, and they didn't do anything wrong. It's just
No,
NASA
no,
that's
no, no,
the
no.
bad guy.
No. What I'm saying is, you as a flat earther shouldn't like. Wouldn't it be better for you if NASA was lying or not? Like, why do you really care about Earth being flat or Earth being fucking a triangle? Like,
Oh,
you don't really care about that. You know, you just care
okay.
about.
I thought you were asking
I
something else.
guess.
Okay, so well, you see, the question of caring about the shape of the Earth in itself is kind of irrelevant because we don't begin with the idea of, oh, I care about what the actual shape is. That's not really in itself why we ask it. We simply ask what's the truth, and it so does happen that sometimes this question gets modeled, like somehow morphed into the question of what's the shape of the Earth in one scenario. But on its basis, that's not the question. The question simply is, what is reality? What is the truth?
Right,
Restricting
but
it to the shape of the Earth, it's not the point really. The
right,
point is
okay,
simply what
but
is real.
okay, but why do you have to seek the truth? Like, what if NASA is lying because they're hiding something even worse out there? What if there's something
Well,
really bad outside and you're like trying to get it, but NASA's like trying to calm you down and lying to you? I mean, I hope NASA's lying, and I will accept their lies because I don't want to know what is out there. What do you
well,
think
here
about
we get to the point I thought you wanted to make. The truth is that most people actually want to find the truth because to them that is the most comforting thing. It's kind of stupid when you first hear it, but when you think about it, it's true. Like to some people, lies are very uncomfortable. And it's not like they're wanting to get away from lies because it's very strange. It's very deep and nuanced. But in reality, most people actually want to find truth, quote unquote, in their way, really, more or less. Not actual truth, but I guess I'm just spiraling a bit. So they want to get somehow towards the truth, but
Can
in a
I
way
add
that
to
is comforting them. Sure, Solar.
that? Yeah, effectively, it's like, when we find documents on Donald Trump and the whole world starts showing that Donald Trump lied or didn't pay tax or something. It's not that you spent your entire life fixated on Donald Trump and finally you got the piece of evidence that you were waiting for 3 or 4 decades. It's that truth came to light. So it's the same with this topic. If the earth were flat, would you want to know? If your answer to that is no, so it could be flat, but I'm happy with my lie, then you can leave the channel, you go on with your merry life. It's like taking the blue pill. But if you actually want to know, if the Earth is flat.
So
Then
why don't you guys
it's
take the
taking
blue
Isaac
pill
out.
and just stop? I mean, what is the point of this? What is the point of this
Hey,
Aaron red
Tony.
pill?
Welcome back, Tony.
So
Welcome
what's
back,
the
Tony.
point?
You left.
What's the point of discovering that Donald Trump lied? What's
You
the
left.
fucking point?
So
Why does it
you
get
left.
pasted on every news media? What's the
So
point?
you left. You left, bro.
Uh,
He saw me. He left. He was here yesterday, bro. We had a battle yesterday. He's a troll.
Oh, is he the one, Vlad, that we talked to? Cause
Yeah, he's a troll, dude. He's a liar troll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh,
But I mean, he did raise like a point for us to talk
he
about.
abandoned him. Yeah. Nah, he's a troll, dude.
No, well,
You know,
I'm
he just
actually
left. As soon
wanna.
as I popped in here, he left.
I want to hear some rebuttals to my point because maybe I'm kind of getting it wrong, but here's how I feel about this thing right now. So I was trying to make a point about the truth movement and how, in a sense, most of it is actually comfort movement. It's not actually truth movement. Very few genuinely just want the truth, like actually. To begin with, basically anybody that's not a flat earther is kind of a comfort movement, truther. Like, but if you really want to find somebody that is truly interested in truth, a very good thing would be to just begin with flat earthers because that's a big thing. And then I would also, it's
It
still
brings
like
everything together and it ties everything together and everything leads to it.
I know,
and
but
everything
still, it
leads
feels
from it.
like human beings are kind of comfort beings. Any organism kind of seeks its own comfort in a sense. And I feel like to the people that are really smart and red pilled, it becomes the comfort of knowing truth. It's strange. I just feel like it. Maybe again, I am raising a ball at the net. I want to be debunked at this, but this is just the way I feel. Like in a sense, some people that might that are really interested and might want to really find the truth. In a sense, it becomes a pleasure for them to do it.
Yeah, it's
And
real comfortable having all your friends think that you're crazy. Real comfortable.
I mean, again, I'm getting away from that because I'm only talking about the ones that completely don't give a shit about that, like are completely done with it. You don't really care about anything at all other than you yourself and finding truth and stuff. I'm only putting this spotlight at that, and my only point is that in a strange way, it's actually pleasing for yourself to find these truths. Again, in contrast to society, it's really fucked up and it creates a very shitty life in a way. Sure, absolutely. Again, most probably everybody disagrees with me, but I'm just feeling like there is some bit of truth in this. Like, in a sense, it might just be that from a point on, we're still in a lie and we're still manufacturing realities, webs of realities that suffice our desire to be in comfort. Like basically, even if you're a flat earther, you still got lots of things to let go of, unlearn, to put it that way. And I feel like we might, because usually anybody that really gets the flat earth is very intelligent. It's not that, or probably we just aren't actually that capable of realizing all the truth. Actually, that might be the case, because it's really complicated. But if we are capable, I would say really what's truly stopping us from going that further away would be like there's still a little bit of something in us that wants to cling on to something that's okay. When I look at stuff like zombie apocalypses and what the jab might do or whatever, and there's lots of evidence of something really effed up going on, I don't actually believe that deep down my veins. Because if I did believe, like literally in 2 years from now, everybody's gonna be a zombie that took the jab and there's gonna be an alien invasion, if I genuinely believe that, I think I'll go crazy. If I genuinely thought that is actually 100% gonna happen, I don't think I would be able to sleep for the rest of my life. Like, that's crazy. Like, genuinely. There's a lot of evidence and it makes a lot of sense for it to be real. But if it actually is, like, if I actually want to find the truth and fully accept it, What I'm saying is that there's still another level we can go. And there's a lot of training that has to be done to really get to that next level. Like, fine, flat earth, whatever, but in contrast to the normies, it's a huge thing. In contrast to the ultimate truth, it's still something small. Because, like, flat earth is basically the most obvious stuff, truth be told. It's very not obvious to the brainwashed people, but to a baby, it's like 1 billion% obvious. Yeah, we're not spinning anywhere and it all looks flat. Yeah, it's like, sure, it's basic as shit. It's like, okay. Like, it's very hard to, like, let go of the brainwashing, but then there's the next level of pushing for what you should have normally had. And I feel like where we really are is where we should have normally been. It's not something really amazing that we know it's flat. This should have been very normal. And the real part of reality, of truth, is still even higher. And I just feel like it's... I don't know, I guess you need certain training to train yourself in a very specific way to be able to get there. Specifically mentally, obviously, because you're not, like, working out or whatever. But I don't know, like, that's the way I'm seeing it. Like, in a way, flat earth is actually very basic. Again, in society, it's incredibly strange and the most crazy stuff out there that is out there. But still, this should be the most obvious thing. Like, any animal would agree with us, more or less. My only problem is what really is that other truth. I mean, there for sure is some other truth, but yeah, again, I don't know. I guess I'm just seeing it in a different way. Because I'm just looking at myself and I feel like I'm regurgitating the same things. You know, the pandemic, jabs, flat earth, whatever. It's like, yeah, okay, figure this stuff out. Germ theory, 9/11, whatever. And then you're like, but it's okay, what else? Because it can't be just this. There's gotta be something like next level. Like, what is it? I'm just feeling there actually is something else. Now, it might just be that there's nothing else, really. I don't know, but that's the way I'm feeling. Now, my point is that trying to explain flat earth is not bad. Now, that's not my point. It's great that we're doing this. I'm only saying that, like, in our free time, when we're not trying to wake up normies, there's still a lot to be done with ourselves. That's actually my point. I don't know if it made sense. Probably I just spiraled.
No, it makes sense, bro. I follow what you're saying. You know, I'm just thinking maybe we unlock that true potential that you're looking for when we all free, dude. When we free the mankind from the tyranny and oppression, you know?
Yeah, I thought of that too.
Maybe that's when that next step comes, you know, when we realize the potential in mankind and, you know, that something happens, we realize it. Whatever the fuck it is, the full freedom, you know? Because that shit is hitting the fan, dude. You're Romania, right? Like, there's shit happening in Romania right now, dude, that they're not showing in the US, but I've seen some videos, dude, like Parliament building taking over, government building, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty casual in here.
So wait, do you live in Romania? Are you in Romania right now?
Yeah, right now. I kind of move between the capital and some cities around.
So is this shit for real, what I'm seeing on YouTube, dude? Like
I mean, what,
really
you think people are, like, faking those videos?
No, I'm just saying, like, is it
Yeah, of
fucking
course they're
happening?
real. Yeah.
So what's going on right now with the governing body, dude? Like, if the people are inside the government building and looting and, like, causing, like, you know, what's happening, dude? Because in Croatia, I'll tell you after you tell me, like, the referendum went through, dude. 400,000 people signed up, and now it has to go through Supreme Court, and yeah, if people are gonna have a chance now to vote this bullshit out, dude, or it's gonna be blood spilled on the streets.
What I'm seeing kind of universally is that And most of these politicians are starting to be called out. Like, not just public and stuff, legally. Because there's lots of things they simply say bullshit about.
Uh-huh.
And you can easily send them to jail because you're like, oh, 95% of people that died were actually on jab and whatever. And the data says that 60% simply we didn't know about their vaccination status, put it that way. And 25% of the remainings were jabbed and 15% weren't, or something like that. And they said 95% were on jab and they're the ones that died. Well, with that, you can easily send them to prison, like genuinely, for lying to the people in a very unofficial manner and status with your own position. And this is kind of happening more or less everywhere. The only problem is that the judicial system is incredibly flawed and very heavily working.
They own the judicial system, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, nobody's reporting this on TV. Nowhere.
That's my exact point, bro. Like, that's why I'm asking you: is this fucking happening, dude? Because they're literally fucking taking everything down. That's like even shit. Like, that's why people are making videos that are less under a minute or something, right? That's all I'm seeing, dude. Videos that are less under a minute from all over Europe, dude.
This happened. I've seen exactly in Germany. It's like fires and people fighting everyone in the streets.
Like in London the other day, like on Sunday, I was fucking like.
Oh, in London, I can confirm because one of my friends right now just went in London, and that is happening. This shit is happening right now everywhere, genuinely. And I don't know. I wouldn't bet some money on a time scale. I wouldn't be able to call out how long it's actually gonna take until this goes through fully, but I would say it's no more than even half a year, maybe. Like, this is pretty much the end of this phase. It's gotta be, in a way.
Yeah, it looks like it. So
it's no way it's gonna work.
Do you have to have these passes to go to work and to go to like certain buildings?
It depends. So right now in a mall, basically anywhere shopping, actually, instead of supermarkets and stuff, anywhere else, like in big buildings, malls, and whatever, you need the green pass. 100%. There's no other way you're going anywhere. In a small supermarket or whatever, you just need a mask. And
so
yes,
when you say green pass is the jab pass, or?
Yeah, of course, that one. Okay. What else? So you basically need it for anything that's actually enjoyable in society. To go to any kind of supermarket, you do need a mask. Actually, you need a mask everywhere, but only to some places you also need the green pass.
And people actually obeying these rules.
Yes, actually, you know, I'm the only one in the capital. I'm like not wearing anything, and I'm just looking at all these people and walking around, and there's thousands of people going by, all of them masked up on the streets, and I'm like, fuck you. And I'm doing nothing, I'm following nothing, and then I look at a cop and he doesn't wear shit, and I'm like, thank you. And like, no, everybody just goes like wearing a bloody mask.
Even on the streets, people are wearing masks.
It depends of so we got this shit that in the capital was something like 6 cases or 8 cases to the 1,000 people, something like that. And if it got to 8 or 7 or whatever, everybody's mandated apparently to wear a mask on the streets. Whatever. And then when it goes lower from 6 or whatever the fuck that guy even... I don't even, I don't follow these fucking numbers because they're all retarded, but... when it goes lower to 5 or whatever, you're apparently allowed to not wear it anymore. And I'm like, yeah, thank you for letting me do something that I already did without your fucking permission. Like, whatever.
Treating people like cattle, dude, and
Yeah, and the vast majority of people don't care. And it's,
I know that's to me that's the biggest, most depressing situation, dude. Like realizing what kind of people we're surrounded with. Because, dude, evil's always gonna do evil shit. But when you realize you're surrounded with people that like they won't back you up, and like you like, that's the saddest part, dude. That's the saddest part about what the situation revealed. How many people are willing to fucking just jump off a cliff if the government says jump?
Right,
it's fucking sad, bro. Sad beyond belief.
And that's why I kind of have a hard time figuring out what this is actually gonna look like.
Same, I'm in the same boat, bro. I'm confused, bro. Like about what the future. Yeah.
Yeah, it make no sense. Like, I'm seeing some people that just rebel, and then when I look around, everybody's just a following monkey. It, I don't know. It just at this point, I guess it's just that the more you hit, this is very interesting thing. No spoilers, no nothing. But I saw the new Matrix. You can easily find it online right now. I can
Oh, did
give
you see
links,
it last
whatever.
night with what's his name?
Yeah, it was online
Matrix
easily. Like,
Rebel?
yeah. So,
Wait, did you watch it in Discord yesterday or somewhere like on your own?
oh, it was on Discord. No, I watched it on my like late night. I just opened my
Nice.
phone and watched it.
Because Matrix Red Pill was streaming it yesterday on Discord, but it was too
So
early.
no
I couldn't
spoilers,
watch.
no nothing. But it's said at one point that it's quite funny that to the people that we've got in society, the more you keep on pushing them and the worse you are with them, the more compliant they are. And I was thinking, okay,
It's
that's
fucking
in a
true,
sense
dude.
it doesn't make sense. Like if you're
But it's
worse
true,
with
dude, and
people,
it's almost like the dumber
right.
the lie is, the easier believable it is.
But
And it
it's
is
true,
true, right?
right? Yeah, and you're thinking, wait, what the hell? It's supposed to be the other way. Like the more
Right.
you're hitting
Yep.
someone, they should be more enraged. But no, actually, they just want to be enslaved. They want to be slaves. We have a fetish for being enslaved. And I was like, huh, okay, that's actually a good point. Like, actually good point. And that's basically what's going on right now. It's
Yeah, dude. Like if you look around, like absolutely, like nothing makes any sense, dude.
yeah.
Like everything is against logic, against reasoning, against like nothing makes any sense, dude. It's scary, bro. Like it's fucking like, and they're
Yeah, it
passing
is.
these regulations as laws now. Like, and I don't fucking know, dude. Australia's going crazy. I'm waiting for Iggs. I
Yeah,
want to see
Australia is
Iggs.
going really nuts.
It's crazy there, dude. And again, they're not showing anything. You gotta like learn shit from a few YouTube videos that they don't take down.
Yeah, right now I'm only on Telegram because everything that is being recommended for me on YouTube right now is watch mechanisms and engineering stuff. Like that's the only thing I get.
Yeah.
Which I'm
No,
fine
they
because
literally take
basically
everything down, dude. Like the second anybody posts anything, they just take it down.
yeah, that's the problem. It's like you can't really watch anything. At least that's my YouTube, whatever.
You're just on YouTube, right? Are you on BitChute at all? Or no?
Yeah, I just watch BitChute and Telegram, mostly Telegram, because I
So
got some
is
guys
BitChute
there.
any? I'm on BitChute, but like I never use it. Yo, is it better as far as censoring?
It's so content-wise, just kind of a warning. You still get lots of things being deleted from BitChute. It's nowhere close to what YouTube is, but it's still kind.
BitChute deletes also.
Yeah, I did see it happen. Like a lot of stuff with the hello, I'm not sure I can say this word because maybe it will go glowy. Like what happened in the Second World War, that kind of stuff. If you see any kind of debunkings of that kind of history, they would get kind of deleted. I've seen that happening.
Sure. I mean, pretty much any quote unquote whatever they consider conspiracy theory,
right?
They're free to take it down. They call it misinformation.
But then again, it's kind of open. Like you can get a lot of crazy shit that's just staying there forever, which is decent, I guess.
The videos that they missed.
But Telegram is like the absolute best.
Is it?
Yeah, you're like if you find the groups with the right people, they'll simply just because what they do is you download those things on your phone, you put them on the server, and you're allocated infinite memory, and it just stays there, and nobody can do anything other than if only if the admin wants to delete it or whatever. But other than that, nobody can do anything to it. It's impossible. Unless there's an internet shortage or whatever of sorts. But in that scenario, basically all of the internet goes down, so that's not pretty much a solid argument. So in a sense, Telegram, if nothing happens source-wise, it just stays there forever. That's pretty much a very good plus for it.
I thought Telegram was just a phone service, but I didn't even know they have videos.
Well, that's like they don't. You just have people doing groups and they share them there, and it's getting saved in the database. And it's like you can find some channels that have posts of documentaries that are 4 hours long, and they just spam the living Christ out of you. It's like you can dump a lot of content in there.
Gotcha. Yeah. You gotta get me a Telegram. Yeah, bro. But that dude Tony that was in here earlier, what a clown, man.
He started to seem to like have a decent point, but yeah, once you tell me he's a troll.
Nah, he was trolling yesterday. He was lying about everything everything he said. He was in a high altitude airplane. Then we're in a VC check-in that he's like, oh, English is my first language. I'm like, what are you talking about? Though? What's your first language? He's like, Spanish. I ask him in Spanish, what's your name? He's like, oh, okay, I'm lying. I don't know. Like, why are you lying?
What?
Then he's like, I'm Italian. So I ask him in Italian, what, do you speak Italian? What's your name? He's like, okay, I can't speak Italian. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Fuck. Yeah, like these people are pathological liars.
That's what I told him, dude. Yeah, it's like, yeah, man. I lose interest in talking to people like that right away. All I want to do then is expose him for the liar that he is, you know?
Right.
He didn't come here to learn or debate or you know, he came here to troll. Trolls need to be exposed, bro.
Right.
But, you know, maybe he got like flat smacked a little bit yesterday. Maybe he came back for some information, but I don't know, bro. You said he seemed like what were you guys talking about before I came in, yeah?
Well,
Was he here for a while?
He was like 4 minutes or something like that.
Oh, okay. Nah, he's a troll, bro. Because India.
His point was, why do we give a shit? That was it. Like that was really it.
Gotcha. Meanwhile, he's here 2 days in a row, right? He's coming again. He was here yesterday for, I don't know, half an hour with me. Then he came back later in the live stream. So he came back here today again just to ask that question, right? He should ask himself that question, right?
Right.
Because clearly it's important to him because he came back. Amazing, dude. Amazing, the irony. I'm like, shit. But I gotta jump off, brother, man. I'll be back in a couple hours. I gotta do some work.
For sure.
It was nice talking to you, man.
Nah, good talk. Yo, Spideys. You hear Spideys? Alright, I guess he isn't. Oh damn, cut the shit. Thank you for the link, that's actually pretty good. I mean, not the Matrix wise, because I already seen it, but for everything else. I guess the download button, that's really based. There's not many sites that actually let you download the thing. That's good. I'm saving this. Thank you. Actually good.
Good morning.
Morning.
Who goes there?
Are you a flat earther?
Would that be G? Is that you, G?
No, I was talking to Battle Call.
What's that?
I was talking to this guy.
I know, but is that you? Or are you little G? Yes? No? Maybe?
Yeah.
So what you doing, buddy?
Nothing.
Oh, I just got back from giving my friend a ride to the clinic. Haven't gone back to bed yet.
To answer your question, G, I lean toward that direction.
What direction are we leaning? I didn't hear that part. I just seen the lights flash and turned on my headphone.
Flat Earth. He was asking if I'm a flat earther. So I lean more toward that direction. I can't see as much proof on the other side, so.
Yeah, do you have to be the smartest tool in the shed to figure out the earth is flat?
No.
That's good.
When you say not as much evidence for the globe, I've yet to see myself. I mean, absolutely zero.
What a shame. What a shame.
I'm curious. I'm curious to hear what proof you have that you say you've seen.
I didn't say I've seen any proof.
Oh.
It's
Okay.
what's being put in front. So, like anything, we have to try to put our own, it's like, okay, what have we done ourselves? And are we just listening to what other people say or actually doing? From my own personal experience, just from what I see physically, what's being presented is not correct. Things with the moon just don't seem right. The shadows on the earth, that doesn't seem right. From my personal experience, even whenever you're looking up in the stars, sorry, and you look at Venus, if it's traveling around the sun, there should be times where you don't see Venus, where it should be partially shaded, because there's a time where the Venus should be in between Earth and the sun. So we should see the backside of Venus, of where it's dark, and I don't think I've ever seen anything about Venus being partially lit or anything like that. So, and every time I look up in the sky, I see Venus it's full. Things like that. What can I physically test down here on the ground?
You can test the flatness. You can measure it with a laser.
That's for sure.
Right. I haven't done that. So physically do that myself. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course I do. But when you've got dozens of observations done by other people and that are on this server, and I think they're very honest people.
Me too.
And nobody on the globe side has shown any proof for the curving or the curvature of the Earth. Nobody's even produced anything other than the cartoons from NASA. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why.
well, because they can't. There's no way to get those pictures. They can't go up there. We live in an enclosed system. It's very obvious. I mean, um, even if there wasn't a vacuum above us, like they say there is, even if there wasn't, I mean, if there wasn't an enclosure, the atmosphere would just drift away. It wouldn't, a vacuum would rip it away. But if it was an unenclosed, it would just drift away. Gravity doesn't play any part in it. Gravity is so weak. They even admit that it is that, if you rub a balloon on your head and create this static electricity and then you stick it to the wall, they say that that is something like 30 times more powerful than gravity. What they claim the power of gravity is 30 times less than that balloon sticking to the wall. So that tells me that gravity is very, very weak if it exists at all. I mean, their claim is that it's that weak, which I don't believe it exists at all. But even going with their narrative, it being that weak, how is it holding the water, the atmosphere, and the shape of the ball in this shape of a sphere? I mean, they credit gravity for all those things. That's just that's it's preposterous to me. Like I said, even if there was no, and there is no vacuum there, we know that. But in order to have gas pressure, the antecedent is a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. It's impossible. It's in the definition. Gas pressure is measured by the pressure that exerts on the walls of the container. That's how you get gas pressure. The gas is bouncing off the walls of the container, and you've got a little gauge there that reads that pressure that is bouncing off the walls of the container. Now, with no container, there can be no pressure. And without the container, there can be no containment of gas, no oxygen, no nitrogen, nothing to breathe. It's going to drift away because gravity is so weak. It would just drift away. We'd have no way to even breathe. This thing about the vacuum of space and these gas balls like the sun existing in a vacuum, that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. If you knew, you could take any pressurized system, anything. A human body is a pressurized system. A can of pop is a pressurized system. Any pressurized system whatsoever, especially a soft barrier, like the skin of a human body, is a soft barrier. It's malleable. It can stretch. It can, it's not like a metal container. So you place something like that in a man-made container, start pumping the air out of it. What do you think is going to happen to the human body? It's going to expand, and the water in your blood is going to boil, just like water does when you put it in a vacuum. You take the atmospheric pressure off of it. The pressure holds it down so it can't turn to gas. You take that pressure away, the water turns to gas. You do that. You put a human body in a vacuum, and even a very low vacuum, it expands, it explodes, it bursts. I mean, it would kill you almost instantly. So all this stuff about a vacuum being up there is so preposterous, and it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. So that means either the second law of thermodynamics does not exist, or we live in a container.
Entropy.
Yep.
Yeah, that seems plausible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree. That seems very
I
plausible.
agree.
So, there's really no reason to think that we live on a globe drifting around in space. not to mention the angular motion that, the Earth spinning, for one thing, at 1,000 miles an hour, going at 66,000 miles an hour around a globe sun, like a race car going around a track, a round track, going round and round and round. If people think for 1 minute that you wouldn't feel that, oh, it's so big and this, that, no, you're going 66,000 miles an hour. Do you have any idea how fast that is? That is like what?
500,000 miles per hour through space, going around the sun. Yeah, that just does not make any sense at all.
Right. So there's just no reason to even consider those things. You know what I mean? And not only that, it observes flat. It, we see it. Look, it measures flat. We don't detect any motion whatsoever. So it's, I'm not trying to use scripture, but scripture does say that the earth is flat and not stationary, mounted on pillars, cannot be moved, stationary, flat, moved, and covered by what they call the firmament. That's like a perfect environment like we live in. It's like we have this little terrarium that's been made for us.
So you can demonstrate that.
Yeah, you can build the terrarium and show that things grow and exist in there, but you put anything in a vacuum and it's automatically destroyed and dead, gone, just completely annihilates anything you put in there. So there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to even consider that we live on a globe. We just, it's so obvious we've been lied to about everything, our history.
Oh, I agree. Almost everything we've been lied to.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh.
Yeah, exactly. So as far as for me, it's, it's not like I'm not leaning towards flat. I'm all the way flat because I see absolutely no reason not to. Because I see no reason to believe the globe whatsoever. And the stars, those are in the sky. They don't tell us anything really about what we stand on. They rotate above us.
Right.
And they're locked into the toroidal magnetic field that we exist in. And that can be detected. We know there's a magnetic field. Compasses
and
work.
they don't move either, because you'd think over thousands of years they would have moved, but we've got drawings and everything that they sure look like the same that they were before. So that's a hard perspective that they're moving 500,000 miles per hour or faster or slower or getting closer or nearer, and then it's interesting where they make a calculation. Oh, this such and such nebula or this such and such star is our closest star. It's this many miles away. Wait a minute. If we're constantly moving and changing, okay, that means the distance is changing as well. So you can't stick with the same number all the time, how far this star is away from us, because we're constantly moving. And how would you even measure that to begin with?
Right. Exactly.
What really got me, what really was like, okay, the Earth is moving like 500,000 miles per hour, okay? And then they're talking about an asteroid possibly hitting the Earth, okay, within like a year or two, because they know this meteor is heading our direction. And I'm like, wait a minute. The Earth is how many miles in X, Y, Z, X? In this box, I guess you're placing that we're going to intersect X and Y while this is coming this direction. How do you even begin to calculate that? That's billions of miles away after you start doing the calculations over periods of months. That makes no sense at all.
And we're both moving. These two things are moving. And they're going to collide. Yeah.
Right. Okay. You can really calculate that.
Right. That was, oh my gosh. How can they even consider something like that? It's so ridiculous.
People buy it. You know what? And it's like, I bet they just sit back and they just laugh, all these little children. So no wonder they don't, you know what I mean? There's no, their viewpoint, it's like we're just a bunch of gullible people, believe anything they say.
Really? Asteroids are gonna hit us?
Well, that's true.
Asteroids are gonna hit us?
Well, that's kind of what they lead us to believe. That's what they say happened to the dinosaurs. We got hit by an asteroid 60 million years ago.
Hold on, I'm going to get coffee. I'll be right back.
I mean,
Yeah, that is what they give us.
Yep. What's going on with Nathan Oakley's family? Bad news. I'm going to have to watch this video real quick.
Yeah, go watch the video.
So an asteroid's gonna hit us. In a box.
Hang on a minute, G. I'm watching this video. Nathan Oakley's daughter's got in the hospital. Of course, we'll pray for your daughter, Nathan. Absolutely. Nathan's daughter rushed off to the hospital. She had a massive seizure of some kind, I guess.
What's up, guys?
What's that?
What's up?
Nothing. I was just
Nice.
talking about Nathan Oakley's daughter. She had a seizure.
Oh, okay. Wait, who's Nathan?
You don't know who Nathan Oakley is?
No, is he in the call?
Is he what?
Is he in the call? Discord call?
No, he has his own channel called Nathan Oakley. It's a YouTube channel.
Flat Earth Debate. Flat Earth Debate, it's called.
Yeah, he's been there for a long, long time. Many years he's had his channel.
Oh yeah, I just searched him up.
Yeah.
Jeez. He's popping off, Videos every single day. Jeez.
Yeah, he has a stream every day. I used to watch him every day for.
Yeah, I saw
before I came to Discord.
Oh, I thought YouTube like blocks flat Earth videos and stuff.
This is a live debate. Well, debate that they have, discussion they have every day. And I think he's very good about making sure his content is. Well, he obviously doesn't talk about stuff that would get his channel taken down.
Oh, I get it, yeah.
And just talking about flat Earth is not enough to get your channel taken down. You have to talk about other more controversial things than just that. They're still letting people talk about flat Earth. Otherwise, this channel we're on wouldn't be here.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
So
that is a very valid point right there.
Yeah, Nathan's been around a long, long time. I've been on his channel a couple times, a couple of years ago. That's where Quantum Eraser came from. He's always on Nathan's channel. And it was Nathan that talked him into making his own channel. So the Quantum Eraser channel was created because the people on Nathan's stream were encouraging him to do so about 2 years ago. Maybe not quite 2 years, pretty close. And so he agreed to do it, and they agreed to help him. And so there you have it.
Yeah.
Now you have the Quantum Eraser channel. And
Oh yeah, true.
came directly from. He was directly from Nathan's channel. He was there almost every day on Nathan's channel. I think he still is there quite often. He's part of their team basically. And there's quite a few guys. There's Sleeping Warrior. There's Arwen. There's Chocolate Saiyan. Let's see, who else is there? Quite a few people that come here are part of Nathan's channel. I think all of those people I mentioned are also members on this channel as well. But they're part of Nathan's show that he has every day. They're there, and then they, have Glovers come in and debate with them.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
You should watch it if you've never watched Nathan's channel. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I've never watched his YouTube channel.
Yeah, you give it a look. You'll probably like
I
it.
will do. I will do. Oh wait, Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you'll like it. They're kind of abrasive there, but it's just the way they are. And they don't put up with any horse shit from the Glovers. And
that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining actually.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Definitely.
Yep. Cool.
All right, see you, man. See you later.
Yep.
Yeah, he looked shook up, man.
Yeah, he did. He sure did, didn't he? Yeah, it's too bad. I hope she's okay. I mean, wow, seizures are no good. I mean, my son's mother used to have seizures when I was married to her. She had her first one, and it was scary, really scary. And then she died a few years later. So my second wife died when my boy was about 8 years old. So it's just been me and him since then. But well, I remarried, but I haven't seen her for 10 years. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. But my second wife did have seizures as well, so I kind of have a little bit experience of dealing with that. It's not fun. It's scary. They got my second wife's seizures under control with some medication. I can't remember what it was they gave her, but when she went on the medication, she hadn't had any more seizures. So I can't remember what it was they gave her, but it was pretty heavy drug. I know that. Kind of was very similar to like some kind of a tranquilizer of some kind of quieted your brain down or whatever. But anyway. Yeah, that's too bad. I hate to see that happen to anybody.
Especially children.
Oh, yeah. Because it can really hamper their ability to learn and everything else if it's bad,
Yeah, and just before Christmas, man.
I know what a deal that is. I mean, I know Nathan, but not real well. I mean, he knows me, and I know him. We've talked several times. in person, person to person. But he's an all right guy. I don't mind Nathan. Mainly because I'm a flat earther and so is he. But if you're a glober, you're probably not going to like Nathan too much. He's pretty harsh. I have to laugh. I think he does it. I don't think he does it necessarily to be mean. I think it's just the way he's created his content. It's kind of a a no bullshit channel. I mean, if you come in there with fallacies or no evidence or whatever, he's not real nice about telling you to get your evidence and bring it here. He'll ask you nice the first time, and then if you continue to just avoid the situation, he will get a little rough verbally with him, and I find it quite entertaining, to be honest. He's funny.
Yeah, I know, but it's because of the way he has been treated by Glovers, right? And now the tables have turned, and I don't blame him.
Right.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I don't blame him either. He'll be nice at first, but if they keep up with their stupidness, he'll lay into them pretty good. It's pretty funny. Like, so I used to watch every day live for like 2 years before I ever came to Discord. And I've been to Discord here for now almost, about 2.5 years. So, and if you watch Nathan's channel every day for 2 years, you know the arguments very well. You know what I mean? Listening to him and QE and Sleeping Warrior and Arwen and all the other guys that are arguing these points with debating these points with these people, you learn the argument pretty well. At least I did. So when I came here, the first day I talked to, when they checked me in, they started asking me questions, and I just laid it all out and said, look, I know this, and the whole thing, you're fired, we're going to give you the role right now. I didn't have to wait. But
Yeah, cool.
yeah, because they
I've
knew.
watched.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
Oh yeah, the same happened to me, right? Somebody told me in Telegram, well, the Earth is flat. I was like, go fuck yourself, man. That's stupid. That's batshit crazy. And then I looked into it. He told me again and again. I was like, nah, I'm going to debunk this, right? Then I looked into it. I watched Eric DeBay's 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. And the moment he talked about water, I was like, yeah, how could I miss that? And how could I miss the water? So I went on watching everything from YouTube, Quantum, Nathan, ODT. So I was already aware of his shows. And then I came here, and Wolfgang he checked me in, and I could just rattle it all up.
Right on.
Nathan says.
Nathan what?
Nathan is ace. He
Oh yeah.
does a good job. He does a good job.
Yes, he does. I've been on QE show a couple times too. As one of the platters, twice I think is all. But so I've known those guys for a long time. Well, I'd say close to 4. Well, at least 4 years anyway.
And it amazes me, right? It baffles the mind that if you think that flat Earth is so batshit crazy, why do you spend every free hour or every every time, every show they're on the YouTube chat or in the Discord chat bashing flat Earth every day. If it's such a ridiculous idea, why do you spend your time doing that? Right? What is?
With no success ever. You know?
I mean, life is short, right?
Yeah.
You'll realize that when you grow older, you know life is short, right? And it's just a limited time you have here, and then you spend every minute of your free day bashing flat Earth, whilst you think it's dumb, right? Why? Go spend your time things you like,
Right.
unless you have this fetish, right? The dopamine, you want a dopamine hit from arguing, right? Maybe that's it, but it sounds kind of like you have a problem.
Yeah, they're zealots.
So I got a question. Is it black up there like it shows like in some of these weather balloon videos?
I think it is because there is no sun up there.
All right, so this one weather balloon video, I don't even see stars up there. That's fascinating.
No. Is it on a fisheye lens or something?
It is a fisheye lens. I noticed that right off the bat.
I mean, all the weather balloon footages, they don't show stars for some reason. I've noticed that.
All right, is there weather balloon videos?
Stars. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's tons of them even on this channel. Just go scroll down in the additional information. It's down below. You'll find them. They're on this channel. A lot of them. At least a few anyway. You'll find a few. High altitude balloon footage without fisheye lenses, as well as some with, some without. They're on this channel. You can just scroll down and find them. They're in the additional information down below. Just scroll down and down, and you'll find it down there. You'll find stuff about,
Yeah, I saw this one. It was and it was on TV and everything. It's just like, how? And they only put the last minute or two of it, and I was like, okay. And then finally, I dug up the video of it, and you can literally see the fisheye lens right from takeoff. And I'm just like,
look at the rope at the side. The rope.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too. I'm looking at that everything. It's just like how it's like how gullible. And it's just like the students, I mean, it's like they had to have known, right?
I don't get it either. I don't see how they don't see it. I mean, it's, I don't know how to even explain it. I really don't. I don't see what's wrong with it.
They don't seem to care since most people are sheep nowadays.
Yeah.
Like they would brush it off when they see it. They wouldn't even think.
I mean, when this balloon is moving around, you can see that at times it turns flat. I mean, is the Earth constantly changing shape? I mean, come on. And you have to have some common sense.
A glober having common sense?
I mean,
What?
come on.
I don't think they do, obviously.
The thing is, you can actually tell that it's a globe because it looks so flat. That's why.
You can do the Earth curve calculator too. You put the altitude into the calculator and see that you shouldn't see that much of the plane. It should be below eye level for one thing. Should be curving away.
Yeah, I would like to see the firmament. I would like to see that.
Everyone would, trust me.
So they just can't get high enough to do it.
Well, I don't really. I don't think it's that high, to be honest with you. But I think it's just made of something that it's the color of the sky, so you don't see it. That's my opinion. It might be blue colored. That's why the sky's blue. I don't know. It's definitely there though, because we got footage of rockets hitting it. There's even a balloon footage of. It sounds like it's dragging against something. Like you can hear it dragging as it goes along, making noise.
Yeah, if they strap a camera on top of the balloon or something, that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, but they're pretty expensive to, buy the balloons, buy the helium, get it, launch it, everything. It's not a cheap thing to do. So,
How much do you think that would be? 100,000?
100,000? No, I don't think it would be that much, but probably 20,000 or more. Probably, I would think. I'm not sure. Maybe 10 to 20,000, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm that's just a guess. I'm sure you could do some searches and look for some weather balloons and see how much they cost, and then see how much it would cost to fill them with the helium, and add it up and see. I don't know. I know you can buy a weather balloon. Colleges, universities do it all the time. I mean, not all the time, but every so often.
So a weather balloon on Amazon will cost you $160
Oh, that's all?
for 1,200 grams, or I don't know exactly. I think it's 1,200 grams.
That's small. That's a very
And it
small
will.
balloon.
Well, no, it's 30 feet in diameter.
And how high will it go, do they say?
It says 115,000 feet.
Wow.
And it can hold 4.6 lbs.
And that's a helium quantity? Is that what that is? Huh?
I didn't understand your question.
Is that a helium quantity?
I'm just scrolling through Amazon. I don't know. It's made of rubber.
It's probably one of those red ones.
No, it's a white balloon.
That's cheap. That's really cheap.
Yeah, I think you're maybe mistaken with a Go Fast rocket. That shit is expensive.
Oh yeah.
Balloons are pretty cheap because they use them, right? They use them like daily, launching them. I'm not sure if you need a permit to launch one. That would be a problem.
And then you'd have to have the helium delivered to the launch site somehow, so you could fill it.
And you probably have to have a regulation if you need to have a fisheye lens, or
No, I think you can put any camera you want on it, I'm sure. You wouldn't have to have a fisheye lens on it. You could put whatever camera you wanted on it, I'm sure. It wouldn't regulate that, I wouldn't think.
Okay, so at how many miles are they claiming that you see the curvature of the Earth? What's the mileage you start seeing the curve?
They say it's not even visible from the ISS.
Because this weather balloon is supposed to have gone up twice the height of 747, according to their website, or and that would be 14.6 miles, according to their thing. So 14.6 miles up. That's what it looks like.
We have Neil deGrasse Tyson. We have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that the guy that jumped from the balloon, Felix Baumgartner, at 128,000 feet up, he didn't see curvature. And then Bezos did his parabolic flight at approximately 60 miles. And Neil deGrasse Tyson told us he didn't see curvature. So, yeah.
And it's obviously why they don't see it, because it's not there and the Earth's flat. Hey, you can see curvature on a flat Earth. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I saw the video of him jumping out, the guy with the Red Bull. And if you look out the thing, you could see that they didn't use from, I think it's the inside of the cockpit. I saw, you see it from the inside. Like,
Yeah, there's two cameras. Yep.
Yeah, one shows a flat horizon and the other one got visual lens, I think.
Yep.
If I'm remembering right.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see it from the pod, right? He's in that pod, and when he's outside standing on the railing, you see the pod bending.
Yeah, but the camera inside, you can see it out the door or out the basket or whatever.
As flat as it can be.
Yep.
Suddenly, ooh, it's all round now. Son of a bitches.
The thing about it is when they launched that balloon, you seen curvature as soon as the balloon got like 50 feet off the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
From the lens, so.
I think they cut the video because I was looking at it as that transition from cloud to sky, or the up.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did. That's what they always do.
Yep, slice and dice the stuff they don't want you to see.
I mean, yeah, when they launch a rocket, as soon as it goes up, they switch to CGI. My God. Dumbass people. Still falling for this shit.
Yeah, that is pretty amazing that they do, isn't it?
Yeah, they fool everybody. Like it's nothing.
Not everyone, but most.
Like by everyone, I'd say 99.99999%.
Yeah.
Okay. The transition is, let's see. I can't claim that.
I like the hotspot observation from the balloons. I like that. The hotspot from the sun on the clouds, which shows that the sun's very close.
So I'm trying to do a little calculus. So it's 4 minutes in, and then it's already gone up, and now it's getting ready to fall. Within 4 minutes, it went 14 miles.
That's moving pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, 14 miles in 4 minutes.
That would be at 60 miles an hour is a mile a minute. So 14 miles would be let's see, miles per hour going up would be 4 times 6 is, or for every minute you go 1 mile. So at 60 miles an hour, and it was 4 minutes, and it went how many miles? 17 miles?
14 miles up.
14 miles.
Yeah, then it did transition where it's like falling.
So you could do the math on that and figure out how fast it was going up, but I don't have my calculator here right next to me. So 4 minutes you'd have to go how many, like almost 4 miles a minute. So 4 times 6 was it'd be like over 200 miles an hour. It would be going up. That seems kind of fast. I don't know. I don't know about that.
That's if the launch is uncut.
Right. Yeah, right. Which I think it's probably been cut. So I don't see the balloon going 200 miles an hour up. That's pretty fast.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah. It would be a little bit more than 200 miles an hour, but 200 is close enough to get a good idea of how fast it would have to go to get that high that fast. Would have to go at least 200 miles an hour.
Let's check this video out. Thank you for the video cut. Shalom.
Good morning, beautiful human beings.
Shalom.
Seems quiet this morning. Is everybody asleep? Nobody's had their coffee yet this morning?
What's up, everybody? We've got a couple new names in the chat here. Cecilia Cheesecake. You guys have anything you want to say? Earth to Cecilia, Earth to Cheesecake. What's up, fellas? Maybe lady? Yeah, you should have control of your mic. Why don't you just pop up and say what's up? Don't be shy. Just say hi. Any questions? Feel free to ask. Some people here might have some questions for you. Well, why don't you guys jump up into the VC check-in one, Cecilia Cheesecake. There's someone else in there who needs to be checked in, so you can listen to how the check-in process goes and get your first roll, and then come back here if you'd like. So I'm gonna move up there to check in somebody. So why don't you follow me up there?
morning, people.
Morning, morning. What's up, Napalm? What's good, brother?
Not much. How are you?
Chilling, bro.
Chilling, yeah.
Robot chick from Kentucky. My
You're
robot.
good, Dave.
Okay.
Hopefully some of these people from VC check and okay. Bardia, MB. Bardia,
Yes, sir.
Good morning, buds. How's everything, man?
We got
Beautiful.
cheesecake too. I like cheesecake. Sorry. Go ahead, Barty.
So, Bardia, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Flat Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be honest, I'm not the one to believe like in flat Earth, but still like to see what everyone thinks.
Sure. So we don't talk beliefs here. What do you experience?
Well, it's hard to say experience because it's not something that you can experience, like the globe or flat. Yeah, yeah. Let's think
about it for a moment. Did you ever feel the Earth move?
I didn't feel the Earth move. No.
Of course not. Nobody ever did, bro. Other than little local earthquakes, no one ever felt the Earth move. How about, did you ever see a curvature anywhere?
Well, I've been high in the sky, like not plane and stuff, but
And you
still.
didn't see it.
I kind of, you can kind of see it, but it's not that obvious.
You can't see it. Earth isn't curving anywhere. Because if it was, you would be able to go there and it would still be curving. And it would keep curving exponentially.
No, like,
but it isn't.
Like if you scale it, it's like it's too big for you to notice it, but
No,
still.
dude, how big is it? What's the radius of the Earth? Because it's given to us by the pseudoscience. So what is it?
I'm not the one to know, but it's in my head. That's what makes sense to me.
Well, in your head, that's just fantasy, bro. That's not reality in your head. Fantasy. Because the radius is 3959. Given that radius, we should be able to see the curve. If it was there, we'll be able to measure it. It isn't there, bro.
I'm not the one to be loyal to one concept. If you can change my mind, then I'm game.
I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm trying to make you think for a moment. I'm telling you what you experience, and I'm telling you things that you never see in your life is what you believe.
Well,
I'm asking you, why would you believe things that you never had experience with in your entire life?
It's what's taught to us.
I know. And everybody believes it and all that, but you have no direct experience.
Still.
Did you ever verify it for yourself?
No, I haven't been to space myself.
Space? I'm not even talking about space. I'm talking about Earth. I told you Earth is a globe.
Yes.
Right? With curved oceans. Oceans are supposed to be in the sphere shape, right? Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's possible?
Dude, that's why I'm here. I'm not so sure, so I'm here to hear, here to hear. That makes sense. Okay, I'm here to hear what y'all have to say.
I'm going to tell you. Most basic physics of water. All bodies of water must be contained and the surface is level. Do you agree with that?
Kinda.
Well, not kinda. That's just the way it is, bro. Now, the fact that you never felt the Earth move, put those two together, and what do you have?
4.
You have Earth that's not moving, dude. You have level Earth that isn't moving.
Well, still, I'm here to be convinced if that
Again,
makes
I'm
sense.
not trying to convince you. We're just talking.
No, I know. No, well, when I came, I know. When I came, I wanted to just hear what y'all have to say, not the one to hear to argue or anything.
5 minutes. What did I tell you in the last 5 minutes? What did you learn right now?
Well, I learned what you think is true, and I'm interested in to know more.
So what is it? What did I just tell you about the water?
You just told me a lot. Do you really want me to repeat it all?
I just told you the two basic things about the water.
Yes, the
What's
water.
required? What's required to have a body of water?
Okay, sorry, I had to mute myself. Can you repeat that?
I said, what is required to have a body of water? Can bodies of water... What's that? Okay, what's the next thing?
Still, the space.
Guys?
Good space.
Okay,
I just told you 2 minutes ago, bro, that all bodies
Dude,
of water...
this isn't a class. Dude, chill.
Wait,
I'm just here to hear what y'all have to say.
You said you have... Dude,
the
you have
Earth
to
is
learn.
flat.
What do you mean it's not a class?
It's been scientifically
I'm just
proven
teaching you
by
basic
me.
physics, bro.
Okay. Dude.
Thank you for teaching me. Thank you for teaching me basic
Can you
physics.
just tell me what you learned?
Dude, I didn't learn anything.
So
Okay,
is
now
the
just
surface
let
of
me
water
read.
level?
Dude,
Or
water
do
is
bodies
flat.
of water contour into a
It's
sphere?
level
Okay.
from what we see.
Go. You go, dude.
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay, there's just some problem with that theory, the flatter
It's not a
water.
theory. Wait, somebody says they
Okay,
It's
disagree.
fact.
This is
that
not a theory, bro. Like, I don't know what you're talking
one
about. This is
second, dude.
basic physics, bro.
Okay, sorry for this misunderstanding. It's not a theory; it's a fact. But there's some problem with that anyway. Like in
You got a
any
problem with our facts? Go ahead.
Okay, with any concept of any sort of comparison, like in math, something called limit, and
Wait, what are you comparing? What comparison are you talking about?
about proportions. At it don't matter the shape. If we are far enough, the water will be flat. You know. If we closer enough to some object, it will be flat in some level.
What do you mean by proportions? How does that change? How do different proportions of water change water behavior?
Okay, the thing is about imagine a sphere. Okay, a sphere, no, a circle.
Let's
A
imagine.
circle in
Wait,
math,
circle?
in normal.
Circle or sphere?
A circle, a
Okay.
common circle. Okay.
So imagine a circle. Okay, imagine. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
In math, a circle has infinite amount of shape, amount of sizes. Okay. An infinite amount of.
You guys, up. How's everyone doing today?
Hmm.
Doing good.
Can you just mute yourself for a moment? Somebody was just talking, bro.
I apologize. I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay, a circle has an infinite amount of lines. Okay, there's just and that infinite amount of lines, each other connected to each other, and that turns into a circle. Does that even make sense?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's fine
Here
in
in
the
this-
math. Okay, but we're trying to stick to reality. In the math, great, but let's focus on
Okay,
reality. There's no
the math is
disco ball
important
Earth
anyway.
out there.
Okay, a line is a normal line, and if we connected another line to that line and just curve it a bit with some little angulation, we have an angle. Okay, if we take that angle line and we connect it to another line with infinite angulated, and we connect another and another and another, we have a circle with infinite.
Yeah, what's your point? What's your point?
The point is, if we take that
What
circle
does
and
any of
zoom
that
out,
have to do with reality? Tell us about reality. Go ahead.
Nothing
Sorry.
to do with
the
reality.
thing is, if we zoom out
we
this
entertain
circle with infinite sizes, we have a circle. It's curved.
Okay, what does that have to do with reality? And water being level?
The reality is the water can be an infinite zoom out circle, you know?
No. So you're going into hypotheticals and imagination land, right? We are telling you about reality. Reality is that the basic physics of water is that it's always flat and level. We build stuff with water, right? We use water to level stuff out. And when you actually go and measure the surface of water with, for example, long distance observations or lasers, right? There is no curvature. Okay. Something you can do easily yourself. So I get that you want to go into, well, if I have this model drawn on my PC and I zoom out, then it shows flat. Well, that's brilliant, right? It's on your computer. It's a cartoon. They gave us the radius, right? 3,039.59 miles, right? 3,959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers. That is the radius of the ball Earth. And with that radius, right, you can calculate curvature drop over distance. You can actually go out and try and validate that claim. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you go into the Livestream voice text, Lego, see?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you see those two oil rigs that I just posted? So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. This observation has been done from 1 foot. So the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Yet we are seeing it 10 times further. We are seeing it beyond the second oil rig.
Okay, like there's no I don't have in mind how to prove that water can be curved or not, and that's
Because you can't. No one ever did, bro.
Because
it's not just
you
you.
can't.
It's impossible.
Okay. I don't have in mind how to prove it, and it maybe can't anyway, because my argument is just physiological. Anyway,
Yeah,
okay, it's
yeah.
just
So you're
thinking
saying
things.
if you're an ant on a big ball, you will see it flat, right?
Yeah,
That's what you're
right.
saying. Yeah, but that's not in this case. In reality, they gave us a number, right? They told you it has a radius, right?
Yeah.
So if you're lying on the beach on your belly, right, and you're looking over the water, that horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, that is what the claim is. Yet we are seeing it 10 times further.
Okay, yeah, I
So you
cannot
you
prove
can
it.
imagine all kinds of stuff, but that's not reality.
Yeah, I cannot prove it. You may be right.
Okay. Well,
But
don't trust me, don't believe me, go do it yourself, right? I'm not
of
in the
course, yeah.
business of convincing you. I'm here to give you the tools to make up your own mind, right?
Right.
We're not in a cult, so you can do whatever you want.
I'm actually here for another question. It's about
Sure.
the
But
roof things.
I'm leaving now, so have fun here.
Thank
Thank you, Roger.
Good.
Let me just slide in real quick as the greasy globe lawyer and just let the room know, the panel. Some of these guys we just checked in, they seem fairly genuine. I know Lago, English isn't his first language, so if we could just go easy on him. I think he seems genuine. So Lago, if you have a question, feel free. Go ahead.
So Lago, you want to ask about the roof? Is that what you said?
Yeah, exactly.
So this guy wants to know why people in Brazil and people in Australia can see the same stars.
Porra.
Dave, you're breaking up.
That's quite hard to understand.
Napalm, do you want to pick up where you guys left off if you're still there? You guys had a good conversation going about if you're in a really large room, you're not going to see stars on the ceiling or lights on the ceiling from the entire. You're not going to see all the lights in the room. If it's a 7-mile big room, you're not going to see lights on the other side. But Napalm, if you want to pick up where you guys left off, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think he understood that idea, right? You understood that, Largo?
Yeah, like the argument of you is that the proportion does not allow it. I see something that the other part can see it because of proportions. That's right.
Because of perspective.
Yeah,
You understand
perspective.
how the
Sorry.
human eye works, right? Things get
Yeah,
smaller
yeah.
in the distance.
Yeah, of course.
The floor will rise to meet the ceiling
Yeah,
at a vanishing
exactly.
point. Right.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, would you expect to see the same stars as somebody that's thousands of miles away from you?
No.
Okay.
So you're proposing that are different stars?
You just have different stars directly above you than I have directly above me, because we're at different distances.
Yeah. But okay, my point is I'm from Brazil. I can see the exactly same stars. If I take a picture of the sky right now, I can see the exactly same skies that Australia does at the night.
So what?
So what does that mean, Lago?
Right, what are you trying to get at?
Okay, that means a thing that some way the stars rotates, okay? That's right? Yeah, do you agree with me?
Say that again?
Some way the stars rotate. Like the stars that were from Brazil rotate until it gets to Australia.
Right, so the stars move in the sky. What we don't know is what the stars are made of, if they're physical. All we know is they're lights in the sky. We don't know whether the stars are of medium, right? Meaning they may be refracted, there may be things that we observe taking place that we don't
Yeah,
fully
like
comprehend because we don't know the distances to them, we don't know the makeup, and we don't know everything that's in between us and the stars, right? So
yeah,
this
like
is all assumption.
I'm not actually arguing about what the stars are made of, or I'm just arguing about how they move.
They all
And
rotate around the central point, which is Polaris, directly
yeah,
above North Pole, and they all rotate east to west, just like the sun and moon.
okay, that's your point, right? They rotate,
That's not
and
my
the
point.
stars
That's
above
what we
Brazil.
all observe.
Okay, but that's what I found. If that was like it is, like you said it was, the north stars should be rotating faster because that's how gears works, right? How closer to the center, faster the movement is. And that's not how it works. The southern stars rotate the same speed as the northern stars.
Do they rotate at 15 degrees per hour?
Yeah.
So if
Like,
you it,
actually, I'm
do you,
saying something
do
that
you
I
have an old
don't know.
do you have an old let me finish for just a second. Do you
Okay,
have an
sorry.
old school watch?
No.
Do you know what a watch is? Or a
Yeah.
clock that has an
Yeah.
hour hand and a minute hand?
Yeah, yeah.
So that minute hand is stuck to the central point of the clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the base of that minute hand, does it circle the clock at the same rate that the tip or the outer edge of that minute hand circles the clock?
No.
Oh, so it takes longer for the outside of the minute hand to get around? Is it like a minute and a half, or do they take a minute to circle?
Okay, there's some difference there. When we measure the speed of the tip of the minutes tip, okay. When we measure the speed of the minutes tip, it gets a radius, it gets a circumference, and that's okay. It has a measure point. When we measure the velocity, the movement at the base of the tip, there's another circle with a different measure, and that's another speed. Got it?
So are you measuring speed? How are you measuring speed of the stars? Are you using some type of device that measures the speed?
Okay, I can simply just measure the speed of how long they take to appear the sky and how long they take to disappear from the sky. That's pretty simple, actually. We just need an ocean that's the same level on the whole Earth, you know?
So what did you measure?
Sorry, your voice is cutting.
I
Can
just
you
asked
repeat it?
what you measured. So you say you measured this.
Okay, I don't have any precise numbers. Okay, but it's just that the north stars should be rotating faster than the south stars, and that's not happening. Anyone say that so far, you know?
Like I said before, we don't know what the stars are. We don't know what they're made of. We don't know the medium in which they're traveling through. We don't know what's between us and them. So how can we make any definitive claims? How can you make any definitive claims?
So the problem is stars are actually there. We cannot ignore stars. They're on the top of the sky forever. Okay. So if the stars are the same forever, we can use that as a fact for us that on flat Earth we don't have our stars model that works properly. The speeds just don't make it sense, you know?
What makes sense based on what?
Makes sense that the north stars rotate at the same speed of the south when it shouldn't. the south speeds of stars should move slower than the north.
How are you measuring their speed?
Like I just answered that. We just measured when it came into the sky and when it disappears. Like we can measure with a clock normally, or with a chronometer, with a camera, anything.
So does that give you a definitive like miles per hour? How many
Yeah.
miles per hour are the stars moving?
It depends where we are on the planet. That's the point.
And it depends on where the stars are, and we don't know where the stars are. But like you said previously, all the stars have been the same for recorded history. Now, in the globe Earth model, not only are we allegedly rotating, right, which would give you star rotation, we are also circling around the sun, and the
Okay,
sun
there's-
is moving around the galaxy, and the galaxy is moving around the Great Attractor. And the whole entire universe is expanding outwards. So we have multiple vectors that are taking place. Do we see any of this reflected in the stars?
Yeah.
No.
How so?
Like for example, we are on the sun. We are moving forward some stars, right? Like at a common theory, we are moving to somewhere else, and we can measure the light of these stars. Actually, we are. Okay, let me search on the Google what this word is in English.
You're measuring the light of the stars based on what? What assumption? Do you know the exact lumens of that star? Have you gone there to measure that to say whether the
Yeah.
star is X amount of distance away?
Yeah, we know the
You say
length of
you
the
say
light.
we know. You say we know about a lot of things. So how do we know? How is this measured?
Okay, with laser, with machines.
So lasers measured the distance of the stars. And can you provide me an example of where lasers measured a distance to a particular star?
It's a machine.
Where?
I want to see this machine. Yeah.
Okay.
You
Right,
realize
so
all
here's
those
the
stars
thing.
are claimed to be black bodies, so they don't really reflect anything.
You admitted that we see the same stars over recorded history, but we're traveling at allegedly 1,000 miles per hour rotation, 66,600 miles per hour around the sun, and the sun is moving at, I don't know what it is,
500,000. 500,000.
Yeah, 500,000 miles per hour, and then that's all moving at some millions of miles per hour. But yet, over all of recorded history, the stars have remained the same in the sky. How is that possible?
Polaris
the
always
universe
in the same position. Polaris forever in the same position in the sky.
Okay,
How do you
but
explain that?
the universe is infinitely
What
bigger
universe?
than this.
What's universe?
The universe, the common universe that everyone talks on YouTube, on Google, on Facebook, on the
Oh,
common
that universe. The universe that everybody talks
that
about on
universe.
YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, that is
So that-
fake, according
So
to
that
you.
makes it reality, right? Because everybody talks about it. Everybody
Yeah,
came
what?
up
I'm
with a
sorry.
story. So if we all tell the same story, does that make it true?
Sorry, can you repeat it? I don't.
Yeah. So you're talking about the universe that everybody allegedly talks about. So if
Yeah.
everybody talks about a story, does that make the story true?
No.
If we all just say the same story,
We can see the universe though.
we can see the universe.
Yeah, bro. You can see the stars. You can see the Milky Way galaxy in a certain position.
How far away are the stars?
How are we supposed to know? We just know, like, we know.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly. We
sorry,
don't know.
we're
So how
just
can we make
moving.
assumptions about it?
Like,
let me
we're
break it
just
down
missing the conversation right now. We were talking about the speed of lights in the sky, and we are talking about universe right now, and that's
Okay,
not why.
okay. Look,
my
there's
question.
no known speed to light. Light's nothing more than ether perturbation. But let me give you an analogy as to what he's trying to tell you. Okay, say you have a girlfriend and she goes to hang out, whatever, Friday night. She tells you she's going to her mom's. Okay. Then when you go over and you find her at a party, you see her at the party, and then you call her, she tells you that she's at her mom's, and then her friends say she's at her mom's, and all her friends say she's at her mom's. Is she at her mom's or is she at the party?
Is she at the party?
Okay, so just the evidence is what the evidence is. You physically proved she's at the party. It doesn't matter if 100 different girls tell you that she's at her mom's, right? That's what he's trying to break down to you. Like, it doesn't matter how many people believe or tell you the lie, right?
Dude, like I'm not saying that I believe it because everyone said. Of course, I've learned about the universe because of other persons that told me, and I've learned in the school, I've learned it on the internet, I've learned it everywhere that the universe is how it is, and that's not necessarily true. If it was, there wasn't this group.
Okay, so what is the universe then? What is it?
My point is not the universe, it's the speed of the stars of the sky. The fact that I can see the same stars that Australia does, and the fact that my speed of stars are the same speed of United States at the stars, that's different. That's no sense on the flat
You
Earth.
can't measure the
Okay,
speed.
let me respond to this guy. Okay, so what is the speed of stars? Okay, because in the heliocentric globe Earth model, the stars are still in our sky relatively, right? And so you're talking about the speed of light it takes, how long it takes the light of the stars to travel to the Earth? Is that what you're talking about? Because on the flat Earth, the sky moves over top of us, right? So the stars actually are moving, but in the globe Earth, it just looks like that. They're actually sitting still. There is no speed of light that's ever been proven. There's no one-way speed of light that's ever been isolated. It comes from the two-speed, quote-unquote, speed of light, right? And this comes from 1915 special relativity, a guess, to explain how the Earth could be a ball in a vacuum. That's 1905, actually. Special relativity, and then general relativity is 1915, which is current gravity built upon that. Never been proven. Never been proven. We have stuff like the double slit experiment that debunk it. There is no such thing as a speed of light, a constant speed of light in a vacuum. That is all pseudoscience. So, there's that. Then you also have to presuppose the size of these things so you can get a distance and say that we get to defy the inverse square law of light, can see things from thousands of light years away, and it's all pseudoscience. That's what we're trying to break down to you. There's no actual physical scientific evidence for any of that.
So I'm guessing the sun is pseudoscience.
No, first of all, is the sun and the star a star? Are they the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, what exactly can you give to me to provide evidence for that claim? Because Occam's razor is I see the sun and I see the stars. They look way different. Okay, so you're telling me they're the same thing. So do you have some physical evidence for that?
It's called distance.
Distance is your evidence.
Okay, we should clarify what distance means, because we don't need to actually know the distance of stars relative to the Earth or stars relative to each other to measure the speed of stars right now. We just need to measure the speed based on a single plane where all the stars are posted on,
Well, no, you have to know their relative distances.
Okay, you have to know the relative distance if we need to measure each single speed relative to each other. But if we measure the relative speed onto Earth, we don't need to
Well,
have
you need the location of Earth and the speed of Earth. So anyway, speed is time over distance, man. How you gonna have speed without distance? How did you determine the distance to the stars and the sun, man? That's my question for you. You didn't. It's pseudoscience. Let me tell you what happened, bro. They were like, if the Earth's a ball, then space has to be empty. That's the only way you could see these lights from that far away, because they have to be at least that far away for it to be possible the Earth's a ball. Literally spinning around the sun. The stars have to be set amount away. We did not measure it. It was not science. It was a requirement to even propose the idea. That's why they keep changing the distances, because it keeps on falling apart. So you do not know the distance to stars, my man. It's just objective and admitted by your own side. The highest levels of academia would not disagree with it. And you're making a claim that balls of gas exist in a vacuum.
Have you seen what happens to gas in a vacuum chamber?
Yep.
What happens to gas in a vacuum chamber?
They leave the vacuum chamber.
Well, first it fills the available space. Okay, it fills the available space, and then when you remove the lid of a vacuum chamber, it leaves the vacuum chamber. So you wouldn't have a ball of gas in a vacuum; it would disperse in all directions. And that's what they say. They say that the sun and Jupiter and all these things are balls of gas in a vacuum, but you can see it with like little YouTube demonstrations where they light a fire in a vacuum chamber. The gas from the fire is dispersing in all directions. It's not creating a ball.
Okay, you're forgetting a lot of things here. The Earth has gravitational force.
Okay, so is the gravity go away whenever we do the demonstrations on the Earth?
The thing is that gases are in space, but there's less of it. So the gases are spreading into space, but the planet still has a gravitational pull. So we still have most of it still surrounding the planet. So she's not wrong, but she's missing a lot of points here.
But
So
you can't even demonstrate any effect.
Does
Right.
gravity affect gases? If I see helium rising, is gravity affecting it? Because in order for the second law of thermodynamics to exist, it does. It's like one of the most provable things in physics. Gas is defying gravity because it's dispersing in all directions. Okay? It's not being affected by gravity. You're contradicting yourself.
Okay, so
we know how gas works, and we know how gas works in a vacuum. They told you a story about something you see in the sky, and it's provably wrong.
Okay, so you're saying that the Earth is a closed system.
Yes, because that's the antecedent to gas pressure. It has to be. It's in the word pressure. It presses on the walls of a container, right? And so we're explaining to you, you can even demonstrate this with a vacuum chamber, quote unquote, and that's admittedly not even close to as strong as you're claiming the vacuum of space is. So yeah, you have to have containment to have pressure.
You also need a container if you want to even simulate a vacuum, right? Why is that?
Exactly. You have to have a container to even pretend you have a vacuum. And it's not a vacuum because there's still stuff in there. There's no such thing as a vacuum.
But we know, like, when we go higher up into space, things tend to float because,
because of those
it's
CGI
less
cartoons.
gravity. We know gravity holds things down, but when you don't have
Wait,
gravity,
how do we know? Wait, brother. How do we know when we get higher things float? Can you enlighten me how we know? Because I go to the top of a mountain and nothing floats. So
it's thinner air. But when you go into space, let's say the moon floats, the sun floats. If you go to like a spaceship or a rocket, there tends to be less gravity. So, I mean, it's not really that far out to think gravity is holding things down on Earth. When you go higher, things float.
So you're alleging
Have
to
you
know
done
what
that?
happens in a place that you can only see in cartoons?
wait, let me break it down for you, okay? Because Kai made a great point. So what you need to understand is if you go into a vacuum, quote unquote, that's just less dense, right? So you should fall down even more so, if anything, right? Because it's a less dense medium. But the question is, if you have a pressure gradient and pressure on the Earth, how is that there without it being contained? And you're talking about going to space, and no one's ever gone to space, bro. Like you're just believing people have gone there and floated around. It's not real.
And that's what I want. So I want to ask you, why do we float when we're in water?
That's different.
No, I want one of the Globers to answer, why do we float in water?
Because the water is denser.
Okay, perfect. So we don't float in air because we're more dense than the air, right? The air is less dense than the water, right? So we don't float in air, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so guess what? A vacuum is even less dense than air. Less dense. So there's no way that you should be floating in a vacuum because you are way, way, way heavier. So again, everything that you've been taught about outer space doesn't actually make sense when you compare it to reality, but you get so, like, I was so obsessed too. I was so caught up with the videos and the images and the pictures, and you don't actually break it down play by play like a football game and
Like, I'm
analyze
sorry to
how it's
interrupt,
fake.
but
Okay,
the
so I
actual
have a question.
density works with
Um,
gravity either.
I have a question. So you're saying that ISS is fake and planets and the moon. Let's say we can see the moon floating, whatever sci-fi or cartoon, and we can see the sun floating. You know, whatever you guys are saying is fake. Nothing floats. We just
No, no, no.
okay.
Okay,
So
that's
what are
called a
you
straw.
saying? What are you
Okay,
saying that is cartoonish to believe that
I'll
thing
tell you if you
floats?
just stop. Look, man,
Okay.
like the best way to go about this is not to guess what we think, right? That's called a straw man. So, no, we see the sun and the moon move above us in the sky. No one disputes that. Okay, planets, quote unquote. I document them all the time, as do many of us. They're just pulsating lights. Okay, they're not solid spheres. There's no evidence for that. Even if they were, doesn't mean the Earth is. Okay, so no one thinks that. And yes, the ISS footage that NASA shows you is fake. You can actually prove it. They have glitches. They have to grab harnesses. They have their hands go through microphones, coffee cups, lemons. They drop stuff and it free falls, supposedly in space where everything floats. There's plenty of glitches, and the government is known to lie about everything. NASA was founded with Nazis. We don't believe pictures and images and fake videos from NASA.
Okay, but
NASA isn't the only space agency.
Every space agency in the world works with NASA and needs their permission to do anything.
yeah, that's not true, actually.
Okay, it is true. It is true. And so the fact that there's a few space agencies that all work with NASA that claim to go to space, you're telling me that since a few people in the world's governments say they go to space, it has to be true?
Okay, so you're telling me Russia is not an ally of America. They hate them. They hate Americans. So you're telling me
Then why do they work with them?
you're telling me that all the governments are together conspiring to lie about space.
Well, they fought a world war together. I mean, they cooperate.
Okay, but like, okay,
You know
like
how many
China.
countries will
Time out.
expose
They
America for
openly
lying?
admit, brother, they openly admit they work with NASA. So you should look it up. You shouldn't
China
argue about
does not work with NASA, and they get into Mars in first place, actually.
Okay, so have you seen China's moon landing footage recently?
Okay, China didn't got to the moon. They got
Yes,
to
they
the
did.
Mars.
They just claimed they landed a drone, a rover, drone on the moon.
Okay,
Did you watch it?
A rover is different than an
China
astronaut.
also doesn't like America.
Hey, did you watch it?
No, I didn't
Okay,
watch it.
it's the most fake looking thing I've ever seen in my life. Okay, China literally lies to their citizens about everything. Russia has declassified and admitted that they lied to their citizens about everything. America has declassified and admitted that they lied to our citizens about everything. So you're appealing to the authority of Russia, China, and the United States government, notorious for lying, to make claims antithetical to, opposite to all reality and all physical evidence.
Well,
I
and
don't
they're
know,
all
like
together.
there's 195 countries on the world, and a lot of them in Africa,
You
and a
don't think
lot of
that
them in
countries
South
cooperate
America.
together? What do you think the United Nations is?
195 countries together.
What do you
That's
think?
quite difficult to understand.
What is the United Nations? It's hundreds of it's several countries corroborating together. Okay, so to think that these countries don't interact with each other and they're completely separate is really ignorant, because actually that's what they want you to think. They want you to think that every country is separate when actually it's all run by the same people. And they openly admit they're in the United Nations.
And of course, in 1958, they founded NASA. In 1959, the year after that, they signed what's called the Antarctic Treaty. And every major world superpower in the entire world is in agreement to the Antarctic Treaty, saying that it's illegal for private citizens to go explore that area without permission. So that includes China and Russia and the United States. There are not 195 space agencies either. So we know for a fact they openly all work together. Openly.
Okay.
All right, brother. So you should go look into the Antarctic Treaty. There's like 59 countries now. Every major world superpower, even China's in agreement to the treaty. They only select countries claim they have space agencies. They all work with NASA. It's all admitted, not real pictures. Admittedly, it's computer generated because they say it's too hard to have real pictures. So you're asking us to believe a Netflix series, basically, over all scientific empirical evidence. We're just showing you, look, you can test what they told you. They're working together lying.
So I'm sorry, I don't have enough English to talk with you at the same level that you do, and I need to go right now. So I'll be back later.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, and just
See
for
ya.
anyone else who's listening, the other guy, China, Russia, and America would never work together. They all are in the United Nations currently. So that means they're all obviously working together right now. So it's
They're all
not out of the possibility at
They're all taking directives from the same World Health Organization too. For the other thing we're not allowed to talk about, like they're more similar than different in a lot of ways.
And if they're not working together, why are there Russians and Americans on the alleged space station all the time, working together?
That's right.
I guess they're working together.
It's cheaper to shoot 2 TV shows at the same time in 2 different languages. That's why.
But the astronaut on ISS has the wire and string on that GIF.
To keep them from floating off into the ISS somewhere is what I was heard.
Because everybody can see that and ask why astronaut has the string and wire in ISS. It's a simple question.
So Vince, you don't find it strange that there isn't a single actual photograph of the ball Earth from this vacuum of space medium? You don't find that strange?
I say there are pictures
Pictures?
in
Can you
video.
You mean like CGI and stuff like that? Imaging? Computer
I mean,
generated
you
stuff?
guys, we can say CGI, but there are real photos of Earth.
Have you ever seen one?
Not
Who
the ball
says
Earth.
that? NASA says they're just images that they're not photographs. So where are these actual ones at so we can look at them?
You can
Actual
say
photograph. Actual photograph of ball Earth from space.
And
Right, but
is
the,
that
the,
spherical? Is
but
that
the real
spherical
problem,
from the space?
the real
Listen,
problem is that you can't
pictures?
verify it.
Okay, is that doesn't matter? Is it CGI or whatever? Is that spherical from the space? Is that picture spherical?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. That means that Earth is sphere. If it's from space spherical, that means if you make a picture from space, it's spherical. Is that true?
There's no pictures that shows the Earth is flat when you go into space.
Okay, we don't have. Okay, listen this. We don't have entire Earth flat picture. That's true. But listen this. If you have the picture from the space, it's spherical. I asked you. You said yes. Good. How big is Earth?
Listen,
know?
I'm not a shape
It's easy, man, because it's not tactic, man. Because I want to know. Okay, it's spherical. It's big. It's 25,000 circumstances around. Okay, great. Let's go to check that in reality. What we can verify. That means that water, what is showed in the picture, it's curving from the space. Great. Let's go to check that. But listen this, there is no water curving anywhere on the air. That means that picture can be cube, pyramid, whatever you want. But that must be also on the ground. Let's go look to the ground. Water. Why water? Because 70% of water, they are saying,
If you were to be
it's
technical, water can curve.
Okay, technically, I agree with you. Technically, everything can do whatever can do. Technically, theoretically, blah blah blah. But let's go to reality and check that. What do you think about that? Because if Earth is a globe, there must be a drop curve. It must exist. It is there because we have pictures from the space, man. It's there.
Water just finds level. So if the planet is curved, then it's gonna curve with it.
That's not what level means.
A cool belief, but did you ever verify it? Like,
Are you saying that water will curve with the level?
Yeah. And are you saying it's going to conform to the
thing
body
is
of the
that-
ocean or something? It
Do you
doesn't
know
do
what
that.
you are saying? Do you know what you're saying to me now? You are saying to me like this: the black color is white. If you look very good, technically it's white. Black color, it's not black; it's white. That practically you are saying me that because if you say that with level it's curving, that what that means? But I wanted to tell you only one thing. That thing from picture doesn't curve in reality, nothing else. If you want to check it, you can. If you don't want, your problem. That's all what we are saying here. And doesn't matter if you don't have picture of, and nobody has a picture of entire Earth, but doesn't matter if flat Earth has no any. We have pictures from up, how to say, from high altitude. And look what, there is no curvature.
And those are
Well,
the
if you
pictures.
think water can curve, just look at Neptune. You know, it's curved. Is what is actually curving there. You can see with a very good NASA telescope. You know, so yeah.
Listen, this man, you go to the beach, you know,
What's a NASA
and,
telescope?
and NASA tells you it's curving there. Yeah, great. That's fantastic. Now you go there and on the beach and you say, okay, 40 miles. I see 40 miles and I see this. Okay, drop must be that. Okay, that means the drop is, I don't know now the calculation, but must be that one. More or less, you know, it's 200 feet, 220 or 180. It cannot be there is a drop, you know.
Right, but
And then you show, and listen this, flat earthers has observed 1,000, 1 million observed, doesn't matter how many, 1,000 observation, and they are showing altitude, how they are distance, you know, to the from point A to the point B, and telling how much drop should to be, you know, and that is flat, you know, all observation showing that. Not even one glober showing, look, this is 20-mile distance. Look, there is 100, I don't know now, doesn't matter the number, 100 feet drop, and you see 100 feet drop because it's there, you know. But nobody showing that. Why? Because there is no curvature. It's always flat. It's always people showing only more and more distances and nothing else. Do you understand that? Reality. Not NASA, reality. Your man, go out and see what is going on. Don't believe what are, because water is doing what is doing, and water will always do that what is doing. But some people saying that water is not doing that. I'm trusting water. If you want to trust people, great. I'm done.
Well, the thing I also wanted to point out is about the verifiability, right? So if they show you a photo of from space of Earth as a ball, how can you verify that photo, right? It's like saying if I show you a photo of my backyard and there's a unicorn, right? Okay, does that now prove I have a unicorn in my backyard? No, but you could verify it, right? You could come over to my house and see, oh, there is a unicorn, so you know the picture's real, or there isn't one, so you know, oh, well, it's a fake picture, obviously.
Well,
Right, but you
NASA
can't do that. You can't do that with anything that they show you from outer space, right? You can't go take similar pictures to make sure that that's what it looks like. So it's faith based, like on its face alone. That's the problem.
I didn't know that NASA actually had telescopes. I'm going to go use it because it's a public place. So, can you tell me where these telescopes are at so I can go there, Vince?
You go
He
like
did
to
say
NASA
that.
site,
He
you
did
know,
say
in
that.
Florida. They have visitors there. You know, people could go there looking telescopes. You know.
Actually, my dad worked at NASA. I went to that NASA probably 200 times. I never saw a telescope.
So you're going to use the telescope that's on the Earth to look at what exactly? To look at the Earth? Because that's what we're talking about, right? Looking at the Earth. I'm not sure where the telescopes come in.
I mean, we have pictures of the Earth. You know, you guys could take it or not, but we have pictures of the Earth in this
Yeah,
ground.
but NASA
Okay, I
tells
have pictures of unicorns.
NASA
You can
tells
take
you
it or not.
themselves that those pictures of the Earth are just thousands of flat map images that they took over months at a time, and then they composited them together. They comped them together in Photoshop and wrapped them around a ball. That's what they tell you themselves.
So they tell you that, and you still believe they're real.
NASA
Yeah, so
tells
They
NASA
don't never
tells
tell
you
you the
that.
Earth is flat. They'd never say that.
Vince, hey Vince, do me a favor. Go look in the Livestream voice text. I just posted a link to NASA.gov. Go check that out. That guy created your alleged picture of Earth from space, and he tells you it's Photoshop because it has to be.
And in his quote, he says, I don't know how many thousands, I guess, flat map images of the Earth, splice them together, then wrap them around a ball. That's the method that they use to make these pictures that you're talking about.
You think we make this up? We make this shit up, Vince? Because everything we
Yeah,
tell you,
I just need to understand. You know, like things naturally in the universe turn to spheres because you know, things can go any direction on the sphere. So
Where do you
it's
see that in reality,
common
though?
sense.
But hold on.
Making that up. It's in your imagination. That's the
Where do
only
you?
way you've ever seen that.
Right.
Well,
So
I guess
where do you
everything I
hold on?
see is
This
fake.
quote
You know,
right here.
Guys, hold on. Where do you observe that in reality? Where do you observe things forming into spheres? Can you tell us? Anywhere?
Can you
Like
hear me?
anywhere you've been, anywhere you've ever seen stuff forming into spheres?
Water can turn into a sphere.
So like water droplets. That's surface tension, right?
Yeah.
Or do you think that's due to gravity?
Yes.
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 You think
Yes.
a water droplet is due to gravity? Oh, good lord.
It falls, right?
If it's falling, then it's not a droplet, right?
It only falls as a droplet. But anyways, I was saying,
Jesus.
That's not important. But
So air forms a bubble underwater. Is that due to gravity?
the
And
air
water
molecules,
water
everything
forms
form
a
into spheres, bro. Like
droplet
that's just part
in
of
the
life.
air.
It's part of life.
I think the air is less dense than the water.
If you used to breathe underwater, air bubbles, you know, the air forms into a bubble, a sphere. So
Is that because of gravity?
I'm not saying because of gravity, but
oh, so
things,
not
a lot of
because of
things,
gravity.
air molecules, everything the data says is a sphere. You know,
The data says so.
So
You've seen a molecule. Have you seen
no, but
one? No.
no, but
so
but
let's
like
talk
if you
physics.
no, listen. If you go to telescope, look at DNA, it's shaped into little bubbles, and when it moves, the cells they're like little. You know, I don't know, man.
So
It's just you
let's
guys are
talk
saying,
physics for just a second.
yeah,
Are you familiar with physics?
yeah,
Okay. Do you know the standard model of particle physics?
yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay. So can you provide me a citation where gravity is taken into account with the standard model of particle physics?
I was just using that as an example.
No. You can look into the standard model of particle physics and let me know where gravity is taken into account. Just provide me a citation. You can you can DM it to me. Because the standard model takes into account all known forces, right? With the exception of what? Gravity. Because it's not needed, it doesn't exist.
Okay, so let's say gravity is fake. How do planets get their shape?
You are the
Planets.
one claiming your
You
ball from space.
Presupposing planets now again.
Yeah, you have no proof for your claim that planets are what you believe that they are. Have you gone to a planet?
No, but I can see them.
You can see lights in the sky. Can you prove that they're actual physical terra firma?
Bro, if you zoom in, they're physical. Only you can see only physical objects. You can't see
You
ghosts.
can't.
You can't see nothing fake.
They're sources of light.
Hey,
Right.
you got to tell him.
So you
Napalm,
say
tell him what a planet is, though. You got to explain to him what a planet is. Yeah.
A wandering
okay,
star.
So the moon, like the moon is closer, so we can see it more closer. We can see the
So
marks on it.
hold on. Do you think you can see if a circle is a sphere? So if you can, you should be able to tell me which one is a sphere in that image I just posted. There's 4 circles. One of them is a sphere. Which one?
So if we applied the standard model of particle physics to celestial bodies, like if we just wanted to scale it up, does gravity come into play? Because I asked you for a citation of gravity being accounted for in particle physics. So once again, you're just trying to go to the sky, things that we cannot go to, things that we cannot prove what they're made of, how far away they are, any of that. It's all theoretical. All we know is what we observe. We observe lights in the sky.
His mind fell apart. He left.
Maybe he's looking up the standard model of particle physics. I don't know.
It's too many red pills for him.
I know we don't use that one a lot, but I thoroughly enjoy using the standard model of particle physics because gravity is not accounted for.
Sorry, guys, someone called me.
All right, so have you had a little bit of time to look into the standard model of particle physics?
Nah, bro, nah.
No?
Nah.
Vince, what is gravity to you? Can you explain it?
Okay. This is like kindergarten. We all know what gravity is, right?
So just explain it. It's kindergarten stuff. Just go ahead.
Okay,
Explain it.
gravity holds you down.
That's your explanation?
Yeah, bro.
Gravity holds you down. That's your definition for gravity.
Yes, the simplest way.
This is pretty embarrassing for you, dude.
Hey, I don't.
So you
I don't
postulate
pay
that there's
attention to all this like that, you know, because I work. But I'm saying gravity holds you down because that's the most easiest way to say it.
So let's unpack this real quick. You say that you are held down because of gravity. Gravity exists because you are held down. Ergo, gravity is real. Now I could say unicorn farts hold you to the surface of the earth. Since I'm held to the surface of the earth, it's due to unicorn farts.
No, bro. There's a lot of things that are real I have never seen, you know? So
your explanation of gravity is gravity holds you to the earth. You're held to the earth, so gravity exists. You're not proving the cause of the effect.
That's not my job.
You're just saying words.
Let me ask you a question about your gravity that holds you down. It only holds humans and animals down? Because helium balloons like to fly away from the ground.
So does water, right? I mean, water evaporates at the surface, and then the vapor goes up, 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 up.
Water is
Is gravity.
magical. That defies and does both.
And then you have
Okay,
liquid
so
and ice just floating in the sky.
why does water goes up and then when it gets heavy it falls down?
When it
So
gets
What do you
more
mean when it
dense
gets
than the
heavier?
air, you mean when it gets more dense than the air around it, it comes down?
Yeah.
So let's unpack an example here, right? So we observe an apple tree, and when an apple falls from that tree, it falls downwards, right? What's causing that?
There's a force pulling it down.
There's a force pulling it down. Okay. And you claim that that force is gravity, right?
Correct.
So that apple falls off of the tree and into a pond, and it floats on the surface of the pond. Now I take that apple and I take it all the way to the bottom of the pond and I release it. Does it fall down?
Okay, I'm gonna put it like this. Why, if gravity is
No.
real, why don't we
It's
go
simple,
left or
bro.
right or
It's a
up?
simple question. It's a simple question. When I take the apple to the bottom of the pond and I release it, what happens to the apple?
I'm not understanding.
The apple will rise up to the surface of the pond and so when it was on the tree and it fell until it hit the water.
Have you ever
And then
like
it
held a
stopped.
beach ball underwater?
And then when
Same
I
thing.
take the apple down to the bottom of the pond and I let it go, it rises up and it stops. Why does it rise up in water and fall down in air? Is it the same force? Because you know what we just proved here with this example, right? We changed the medium in which the apple was in. Previously, I hold the apple up in air, I let it go, it falls down. I hold the apple underwater, I let it go, it goes up. What did we prove? We proved that an apple will go up or down depending on the medium, specifically the density of the medium and the apple itself. What we have proven is what we call specific gravity. Are you familiar with what specific gravity is?
Bro, you can explain it to me.
It's relative density. I just explained it to you through that example.
Yeah, I've held the beach ball before under the water.
Wow.
Vince, so do you believe gravity is a force? That was my original question. Is that what you believe?
Of course, but you know that.
So it's a force. You believe that, right? So what if we show you that even in the pseudoscience world, which you believe in, gravity was superseded 106 years ago as a force? So Newtonian gravity was superseded by Einsteinian gravity 106 years ago. So for past 106 years, gravity hasn't been a force, even in the pseudoscience world. Now what? Where did you learn that it's a force? Can you show a citation that gravity is a force? A single scientific
I learned
citation
all these
or a
things
single
in middle
scientific
school and
experiment.
high school.
Can you show a single experiment proving gravity as a force?
That's not my job, bro. Like
Or
I
a
didn't
single
do.
citation? Well, that's what you believe in, and that's what we're trying to tell you, dude. That
What is your
reality has
job,
nothing
by
to
the
do with
way?
what you believe.
What is your job? So hopefully you're not, working in physics.
Or better yet, like, why are you here, man? Like, that's an even more important question. Like, you don't want to learn if you're in denial of everything. And
I'm listening to you. I just
what's
have
that?
rebuttals.
You don't? What's your rebuttal, dude? You believe gravity is a force. Come on, man.
Yeah, this is where you have to admit that you didn't even know that the current rhetoric is that gravity is no longer a force.
So now what? That's your rebuttal, bro?
It's no big deal. Just be honest, but I didn't know that, right? Like what you're going to find out talking to flat earthers is that's going to happen a lot. It's okay. It's like we used to think the same things that you think, man.
Yeah, but like, what does that change us?
What does it change? Oh, well, I think the point to be made there is most people are taught that gravity is a force, and that's actually not even what it is claimed to be anymore because it doesn't work. That doesn't work. So why do they lie? That's a good question. Why do they tell the children that it's a force? And he's asking you, can you provide any scientific experimentation to prove gravity is a force? Of course not. You can't just prove gravity in its current form at all either. So it's like, what does that do? Well, gravity has to exist, obviously, because every time that we ask you a question, your answer is almost assuredly gravity. How does gas pressure sit next to a vacuum? It would violently fill the vacuum, instantaneously seeking equilibrium. But you claim it does not on the globe Earth. So how does that happen?
Okay, so let's say Earth is like the sky is a simulation. We can't really see space. It's just like a
So
dome.
who here claimed the sky is a simulation? What are you
Well,
talking about?
in order to be a closed system, there has to be something covering the Earth. So the sky
So
is
that's your
what's
claim.
covering the Earth.
I just
I'm
want to
not
make
claiming
sure
that.
this is your claim.
Okay, so if the Earth is not an
So that's
open
your claim. Go
system,
ahead.
okay, whatever, dude.
Okay, yeah. So the Earth is a contained system because there's gas pressure here, and what we see in the sky is just in the sky above us. Is it
As I'm asking,
before?
is it fake or is it
No,
now?
no. It's not. It's not fake. It's been here for thousands of years. It's the way the Earth was created. There are
So
lights in the sky.
why are you telling me everything we're seeing is pseudoscience when we can see it?
No, every story that's made up about the sky in modern times is pseudoscience. They look at a light in the sky and they say that was actually from 4 billion years ago and it's actually 17,000 years away and it's 300 million times bigger than the sun. But all they see is a light in the sky. And so actually all we're saying is there are lights in the sky. They move over top of the Earth just like we observe. The rest is pseudoscience.
The fake part is the cartoons of it that NASA and those other space organizations are showing you.
And admittedly cartoons. And that's another thing I know you didn't know before talking to Flat Earthers, because I didn't know it either. I didn't know that the pictures NASA shows everyone are admittedly cartoons, computer-generated images, CGI. Admittedly, but they don't put that on the news. They don't teach you that in second grade in science class, but you may be surprised to realize, admittedly, they are not real pictures that they show you from space.
You can look at NASA's time lapse of Jupiter, so-called time lapse, on YouTube, and it says right there in the description that they used the exact same method to make that image that they used for the blue marble Earth, where they just comp a bunch of different pictures together, and then they show it to you, as if that's reality.
Yeah, bro. I've seen Jupiter in the telescope. It looks pretty real to me, like a planet.
Yeah,
It is
yeah,
real.
so have I.
Nobody says it's not real. It's
So have
there.
I.
Yes. Like, how is that CGI? If we can see it, but
No,
NASA has
my
better
man,
photos.
what's in the sky? What's in the sky is not CGI. What NASA shows you is not what you see through a telescope, or what you see in a
rendition
camera.
of it that NASA gives you is the fake part.
Yeah, admittedly, bro. I looked through plenty of telescopes, and I have high-powered zoom cameras.
So why don't flat earthers or people in that field sue NASA and go to court and tell them that they're lying instead of talking about it on the internet?
Well, for one, we've been calling NASA out on every platform available for over 5 years. So what do you suggest that we do exactly? Do you
You can
suggest
go
that
to
we...
court and sue NASA. You can file this lawsuit.
Okay, and so if we file a lawsuit against NASA...
Prove your evidence that everything they're teaching everyone is lying.
Right, so you think the federal government court system is going to help us expose a portion of the federal government?
No, but you can, maybe the judge might laugh at you, but you can still have a lawsuit against NASA.
Well, did you know there's actually been Flat Earth in court 2 different times, and the court ruled on behalf of Flat Earth both times, stating that unequivocally there is no empirical evidence of the Earth being a globe, in court in Georgia.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so have they sued NASA?
No, they didn't sue NASA.
or have they tried to file a complaint against NASA? You know, I think that's more legitimate. That's more plausible than saying NASA's lying.
Give it a
Proof of
try.
it.
Give it a
Proof.
try. See if it
I
gets
do
thrown
stuff.
out.
Wait, I do stuff like walk right up to NASA employees and debate them and obliterate them live at a rocket launch site about every one of their claims. I have NASA employees face to face admit to me that they're cartoons. Face to
Yeah,
face.
just
An
like dinosaurs.
astrophotographer for NASA debated me and admitted that the pictures are not real. Face to face.
They have to make it pretty, you know. You know.
Well, it's not real.
So now you're admitting that it's not
Stockholm.
real and you're
Well,
just
yeah,
making
hold on,
excuses.
just relax. Hold on. Just let Witzik continue because now the Stockholm syndrome is settling in. He's actually now going along with it.
Yeah.
Well, he just admitted it's not real.
Well, but this is he now has a personal decision as he's going to be honest or not, right? Like Stockholm syndrome is where you defend the people that lied to you. So I'm telling you that they're an astrophotographer that works for NASA told me face to face the pictures are not real. So now you are.
Listen though, I've seen videos on YouTube saying NASA. I forgot what it was. It's saying NASA photos aren't real. This is how they actually look. You know, they're real objects, but they do edit it to make it more brighter or like more pretty. You know?
Well, they do all kinds of stuff, actually. They get data sheets, and then they sit down with a team, and they make cartoons of what they think it could look like. And this is admitted.
Well, yeah, I know that can happen. You know, they do it with dinosaurs. We don't know how actually dinosaurs look, but they just they use bones and then make it to whatever they want it to be.
Yeah, so they don't actually even use real bones for dinosaurs, but that's a different conversation. So, like you admitted, it's just guesswork then. So everything could change tomorrow.
But we can
so
see, so that's what I can say.
Yeah, I
We're gonna have to
document them all
unwind
the
and go
time.
back to the Earth. This is the point, though. No matter what we discuss about the sky, we can't change. We got to go back to the Earth to show you what we can prove. That's the problem.
Yeah. So, like, the stuff in the sky is not accessible by humans, right? So we see what we see. NASA makes up all kinds of fairy tale stories about what they want you to believe is out there. Okay, we see what we see, and we test what we can test on the Earth. For example, you can actually measure the surface of Earth, and if it's a sphere, it has to curve, but it doesn't curve anywhere in the whole world. Anywhere. So if we have physical measurement showing the Earth doesn't curve anywhere, should we throw that out for admitted guesswork cartoons from the federal government?
No, I don't know. To be honest, I feel like there's two sides of the same story. You know, maybe the Earth is shaped. I don't think it's flat though. Honestly.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to go one at a time, right? Well, what we're doing is we're testing what they told us the Earth was, right? We falsified that. We proved it to be wrong. It is a lie. Okay, so that's where we're at. We falsified what they said. Now, if I have a table and the surface of the table isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
It's flat.
Okay, so we of course don't. There are mountains and valleys. It's called a topographical plane. That's why the best place to do observations is over water, because there's no elevation difference of dips and rises in the land, and it's flat. Just like the table, if you measure the surface of the table and it's not curving anywhere, there's only one option, that it's flat. Now, could it be a circle table? Yeah. Could it be a rectangle table? Oh, yeah. Could it be a square table? Yes, because flat's not a shape, right? It's just a description of a surface. So we are falsifying their claim of a shape, which is a sphere, and we have proved the Earth's surface is flat. We are not claiming a shape. It's actually impossible to know that because it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude towards Antarctica, and illegal to go to the center.
Antarctica.
Yeah, Antarctica and the quote-unquote North Pole. You can't fly within 500 miles of each direction of the quote-unquote North Pole either. So if you've ever seen Hunger Games, they just drew circles around where you're allowed to live, and they don't let you leave it.
Honestly, though, I don't think anybody wants to live in Antarctica.
It's not about
living. Explore it. Is the point?
Yeah, no one wants to live in ice, man. It's about we can't even go see what's there. They say that it's an ice cap on the bottom of a ball, but it probably is not that.
And we have to just take their word for it because they won't even let us go down there and see.
It's like a girlfriend.
Let's say they'll let you guys go. How far are you going to get?
Well, everyone that tries to go gets intercepted by military. It's kind of like, say you had a girlfriend and your girlfriend's clearly cheating on you, doesn't answer your phone calls every Friday night. Your friend tells you he saw her with another dude. You go to try to look for the evidence, and she only talks to these dudes on Snapchat, and the chats constantly disappear. You're not allowed to actually look at the evidence because she hid it. That's what liars do. They lie and then they hide the evidence.
What do you think is behind Antarctica?
That's a great question, man. I don't know what's behind Antarctica, or you mean more so beyond it. It appears there's an ice shelf. Antarctica has the highest elevation in the entire world, and the waters go meet that area. Well, that's convenient because water has to be contained, and thus it would have to have a high elevation. Once you get to that elevation and keep going, what's out there, no one knows. No one knows, and I don't have to have the answer to that before I know that what they told me is a lie, right?
Let's say
I know this may be a a false claim, but I know with Admiral Byrd, it was said that he traveled past the ice caps and there was supposed to be more land.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said there was at least as much land the size of.
I have a question. Let's say again, Antarctica's ice, water or air. So let's say nuclear bomb went off in Antarctica and it all melted. What do you think will happen? You think the whole earth will flood, or there's going to be a land there?
I don't know, brother.
Well, there's definitely going to be a chain reaction, with the water. The water has to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, if you had that much ice melting, it would be
everywhere
for the Earth.
Yeah, the sea levels would rise. So what's a nuclear bomb? And what does that matter? What if Superman comes and daps me up tomorrow?
No, I'm
it
saying
doesn't matter.
That if NASA's if the government is so evil, they could just blow up Antarctica and make the whole world flood.
Well, they live here too, don't they?
Suicide.
Yeah, they live here too, bruh.
Okay, so what is the point of them lying or hiding?
Well, they got all the slaves to stay within their area they're allowed to be, and they inhabit the rest. Pretty simple. Well, why did your girlfriend cheat on you? I don't know, bro, but she's at the club with this dude. It doesn't matter why.
But
she's
if you go to Antarctica, see the sunrise, or it's just a whole bunch of ice. There's nothing. So how far have they gotten?
That's a good question, man. So we don't know. He talked about Admiral Byrd. So in 1945, the U.S. government did Operation Paperclip. That's where they brought Nazis over here to work with the U.S. government. The very next year, 1946, they did Operation High Jump. That's where they went and explored the Antarctic region with a well-decorated admiral named Admiral Byrd. And he went and explored the Antarctic region for many years. Then he came back and was interviewed on national live television. And he said, "It is astonishing to me that the U.S. people do not know about a land as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica with tons of resources." This was in 1954, so 8 years after they started exploring that region. And then 3 years later, in 1957, he died from heart complications, and his son was found dead as well. And then in 1958, the year after that, they founded NASA. And then the year after that, in 1959, they signed the Antarctic Treaty saying it is illegal to go where he had just explored. And that treaty is still intact today, not even up for review until 2040. Pretty crazy, huh?
Sounds like a sci-fi movie, but it sounds good.
Well, it does, but these are literally all declassified documents from the U.S. government themselves.
You can read the Antarctic Treaty.
Guess what they did after that,
Globe in
bro?
Space is a sci-fi movie too.
Well, no, hey, dude, when I first heard this, I thought it was crazy. It is. It's insane. So what did they do after they signed the Antarctic Treaty in 59? Well, 2 years later, in 1961, right, JFK said we're going to go to the moon. And then right after that, they did what's called Operation Fishbowl, and they shot missiles up in the sky at different altitudes. They would explode. So it's like they were testing out the firmament, basically.
So I'm reading the Antarctic Treaty. It's saying it's put in place so humans won't go there and destroy it or some shit. So.
Well, that's a cool story. Your girlfriend won't answer her phone call because she's watching a movie with her mom every Friday night.
It says no country owns Antarctica. No visa is required to travel there. If you are a citizen of a country that is signatory of the Antarctica Treaty, you do need to get permission to travel to Antarctica.
Correct. That's our point.
So they're not banning
anywhere.
So now read the rules on what it takes to get permission to go to Antarctica, and make sure you carry your poop bag with you.
Yeah, and then read the rules on when you travel to a country that's an enemy of us, and see what they let you carry over there.
So
you're gonna need at least 50K spending money too.
But you just read it yourself. You need the military's, the government's permission to go there. Well, that's the people not letting you see what's there. So,
I mean, that's the government's job is to protect you. At the end of the day.
Wow, they're doing a terrible job because they're actually killing everyone.
Yeah,
That's
when they're
wild.
killing everybody's kids by the trillions, they're really protecting us by killing all of our children.
Well, the reason why most of us are here on the cell phones because we have a good government. If the countries,
no,
countries with no government are actually not well
doesn't do anything for me, but take money.
Wait, let's talk about how good the U.S. government is. So, tell me how good this is. The Vietnam War, right? They told the U.S. public on TV at the time that Vietnam attacked our ship and blew it up, and so we had to get involved in the war and defend ourselves. They've since come out and admitted that was all a lie, and actually, we blew up our own ship, lied and said it was Vietnam so we could go attack them. Now, does that sound like a government that's just here to love and protect?
3 million, for the record, 3 million people we killed over there.
There's a lot of things the government have did that's fucked up, but also, America, the world looks up to America, So.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's the best country. It's the fastest kid with no legs. So, like, if your girlfriend,
it's not the best country, but it gives the rest of the world hope. It was the first place, so.
Okay, well, so what I'm saying is basically your argument is you're wanting to marry the lie. Like in the analogy, you want to marry the girl that you know is cheating on you, and your response is, well, yeah, sometimes she cheats on me, but she makes really good casserole.
Listen, I have families that work in government, teachers, policemen, lawyers, that work in office. The government is not all bad. It might be a complicated system, but it's there to help us.
Okay. Well, my dad missed my birth because he was fighting in Desert Storm, and yeah, he thought he was probably doing something. No, he wasn't though.
Let's say no government. Let's say fuck the government, right? How would the country roll with no government?
See, this is a different. Now you're asking a philosophical question about how to run society. My answer is actually the Torah will run the most perfect society that has ever existed, because because you don't get to cheat on people because you die. You don't get to steal because you get punished. But that doesn't exist now. People think that's too harsh. So that's a deep question, right? I think there should be some order and some structure with elders that have wisdom in the community, and they should barter and trade. There should never be a federal government over everyone, controlling them, lying to them, stealing their money, murdering people, and getting them to go murder people for them by lying to them. So that's all a different conversation, right? We're showing you that provably they lied to you about where you live, and it's not just the U.S. government. They all work together.
I'm going to save you. Give me all your money. I'm going to save you. Give me your children and I'll send them and murder them. I'm going to save you.
Go stand in line. I'm going to save you.
The government loves me. Just don't turn my 6. They might pull out the pistol.
I don't think you guys know about the Middle East, but those people there are kind of sick. So
I don't think you know about your government that's kind of sicker.
Listen, any country that has to protect
Any
themselves from
government
this
called America is insane and sick in the head. Sick.
I'd rather have America running than China or Middle East.
Okay, but your
That's my
argument
opinion.
now is, so since my ex cheated on me 3 times a week, I want to keep this new girlfriend because she only cheats on me every Friday night. Or maybe
I don't
you just
understand though. How is the
break
government
up with
lying
her.
about the shape of the planet?
You just break up with her too, right? Because she's lying to you and she's cheating on you. You don't have to pick the girlfriend that cheats on you the least. That's insanity. That's Stockholm Syndrome. That's exactly what he told you. He called it Stockholm Syndrome. It's like if I kidnap you. Okay, say some dude kidnaps you, locks you in his basement, and feeds you once a day max, and you're just sitting there locked up for months. Then he goes to the store, and I run in the house. I break down the doors, go downstairs, kick in the basement door, pull the chains off of you, and I'm like, let's go. He's gone. And you're like, no, I want to stay. He gives me food once a day. I'm like, dude, we can go get food right now. You can eat food all day, every day. This dude kidnapped you. He's torturing you. He hates you. Okay, we need to go. And you're like, no, he loves me. He also gives me water once a day. It's called Stockholm Syndrome. You're defending your captor. You're a captive. So there's a psychological defense mechanism that happens where you defend the person that captured you because it's too uncomfortable to face the reality that maybe you were kidnapped.
You know,
That's what my
religion
boyfriend
does
did to
that
me.
too, though. Religion does the same thing. So
Sure, that this is a religion, actually. The heliocentric model is a religion. Obedience to the government, undying loyalty to the government is a religion.
What
Vince,
you just
I was-
described was what my boyfriend did to me.
Vince, I was trying to tell you about your devil horns as a Mason symbol. That's a religion, dude.
Science is a religion without
listen.
demonstration.
I'm gonna just talk. I'm gonna talk to you for 2 minutes about that. I work in the industry that people do that shit just to get a kick out of people. Nobody believes in the fucking devil. That shit's fake, you know. So
You're ignorant.
most people are
You're really
atheists.
ignorant.
Most people in the industry are atheists, you know.
Yeah, well, check this out, man. There's actually no such thing. So that sucks. We can move on. There's no
Yeah.
such thing as atheism. Atheism.
Well, I'm one. So
No, well, you think you are, but it doesn't. You're actually claiming an ideology that doesn't exist. I'll explain it, I guess.
no,
So,
I don't need to.
well, I'll explain it to you. Okay, so atheism means no deity, no creator. Okay, so for you to say that you are atheist, you would have to also be able to say that you know for a fact that there is not 1% chance that there is a creator. So are you willing to say that you know for a fact, 100% fact, that there is no creator?
And you are nothing from nothing.
Okay, so I'm not going to
Just answer it
say that.
honestly. Just answer it honestly, please.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I just don't believe in the devil. I believe
Okay,
maybe
fair
there
enough.
is a good. I don't believe
Sorry.
there's a being out there. I believe there's things that created things. You know, so
Okay, so fair enough.
There are
You
people
made
in
my
high
point,
places
right?
that disagree with you.
Let me just wrap it up with a bow. That's my whole point. Is that's called agnostic. Basically, layman terms you don't know. There is no such thing as an atheist. Okay, there's not a human that's ever been alive that can say they know for a fact that there's a creator. I would actually
I
go as
just
far
don't
as to say
believe that the creator is a human being or looks like a human. It can be anything.
no one said that it has to look like a human, right? Like atheism claims there is no creator. It's not a real ideology. It's like a popular trendy thing to say nowadays, right? It makes you smart or something. Ironically, it's the dumbest ideology ever. Actually, you're not even allowed in Freemasonry if you're an atheist. They consider it to be too stupid. But it doesn't matter. My point is actually, it's not a real thing. But do some people think that the devil's just fake and they throw it in their different things to try to get more views or whatever. Yeah, of course. That doesn't mean that the very powerful people that do it don't believe in it. They actually know atheism is ridiculous. There's not one atheist that is one of these people that run the world.
Let's just say I'm spiritual, but I don't believe in religion, so.
Probably means like you have no clue, like most of the rest of humans.
No, I've seen some things I can't explain, but religion, man, that's just toxic, so fuck it.
Dude, I agree with this. I agree with you. I have to say this though, right? So like religion does suck. It's man-made doctrine used to brainwash people, murder millions of people. It's used for control. It's where you turn over your own ability to critically think to other men, to their beliefs, to their doctrines. It's stupid. It's the worst thing ever. Religion sucks. The heliocentric model is a religion. Okay. The creator actually hates religion. And the scriptures are actually true and super messed with, and the Messiah himself hated religion. Take that or leave that. But the point is that religion does suck. We all agree. We're trying to let you know you were tricked into a religion. Atheism is a religion. Heliocentric model is a religion. And it's just a belief system without any actual empirical evidence that people believe because other men told them to believe it. We're trying to wake you up out of the religion, brother.
You guys ever wonder why
No demonstration.
that you guys ever wonder like we worship the sun on Sunday? Like Sunday, like people actually get up
No,
and
I
worship
don't
the
think
sun.
we do anything. How do you clump everybody into a hole? That's kind of weird.
No. Why is it called Sunday?
Okay, that's a good
Well,
question.
I don't know.
Here it
Hold
is.
on.
Here it is. The people that orchestrated society, they are sun worshippers. That's why they called the moon landings the Apollo missions. Apollo is the sun god. That's why they said it's a heliocentric model and everything goes around the sun. Heliocentric. Helios is the sun god. The Statue of Liberty is a Helios statue. It's identical to it. So they are sun worshippers. Yes. So Sunday, they moved the Sabbath from the seventh day, which would be what we call Saturday, Shabbat, and then the next day, which is actually the first day of the week, they called Sunday. They moved it over there. The Roman Catholic Church, they're obsessed with sun worship. So no one disputes that. That's what we're trying to wake you up to, is the powerful people are far from atheists. They're very religious. They're religiously fanatic. And they've tricked everyone into this religion they don't even know is a religion. It's actually very well done.
Yeah, okay. So 1 minute.
So let me also hit you with this then, man. So like Lucifer, right? That means light bearer. Like if someone was in front of a group of people in the dark and they held a torch, they were that group's Lucifer. Okay. Light bearer, sun. These people are Luciferians. They think basically in layman's terms, you can reach the sun within you, right? Your sun, your inner light bringer, that the sun's the perfect symbol of embodied enlightenment, blah, blah, blah. So if you've ever heard of Lucifer, then you've probably heard of the number 666. And we told you it's the heliocentric model because Helios is the sun god. Well, supposedly the earth goes around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. And it's on supposedly a 66.6 degree tilted axis. And the curvature rate of the Earth's surface is supposedly 0.666 feet per mile squared. And this is all using gravity, which was supposedly discovered in 1666 by Isaac Newton when an apple fell on his head, and he gave the number 666 newtons to gravity locally on the Earth, which is also 6.66. The longest lady in space, the female that was in space the longest ever for NASA, broke the record. She was in space for 666 days. The circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 6 times 6 times 600.
Hey, did you know that Travis Scott's concert was 666 what is it? Months from the start of the satanic cult?
Wow.
Hey, Witzer, there's another one you need to add to that list.
Let's hear it.
They have the thing with the civil dusk, nautical dusk, and astronomical dusk, right? Where you're actually more than half of the globe is lit up because the lights, shit. That's all 6 degrees too. That's in 6-degree increments.
Wow. Also, the North and South Arctic circles are supposedly at 66.6 degree latitudes.
Well, the axial tilt too is supposed to be a 66.6 degree difference from 90 degrees, right?
Yeah. I said that one. And then supposedly the sun is 666 times brighter from Mercury than the Earth. Supposedly, the diameter of the moon is 2,160, which is 6 times 6 times 60, as the Earth's circumference is 21,600, right? So 6 times 6 times 600. This is a geometric religious model that they created. Every single number was, meticulously crafted.
Seems like someone put their signature on all this.
They're paying homage to their god. That's whose lie it is.
And if you read what they wrote, they say that their god is Lucifer, and it doesn't matter if you think it's stupid. These guys believe it.
Humans are also made of 666.
Yeah, we know.
6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons,
How tall is the Washington Monument?
666 feet.
Maybe humans are, we are maybe we're here because we're bad. Who knows? Who fucking knows?
6,666 inches. I can't remember. It's width and height.
Yeah, it is. It's right to the point, too.
Yep.
But I don't understand what is so special about a number.
Well, what are you understanding, man? Do you think it's a coincidence that 66.6 pops up in everything about the story, including when gravity was discovered? There's something called the Selenilian eclipse, right? And that's when the sun and the moon are both in the sky during the eclipse, which is impossible in the globe Earth. It's a geometric impossibility because they claim that the Earth blocks the light from the sun and casts a shadow onto the moon. Anyway, that's called the Selenilian lunar eclipse. And they say it was first recorded in 1666. They're trolling you, dude.
And they're stamping their signature everywhere.
Catholic Church, I just posted the Pope. He's got Lucifer right up on top, right with where he's wearing it.
Yeah, the world's biggest observatory, right, effectively a telescope, is owned by the Catholic Church, and they named it Lucifer.
And isn't that supposed to be a stereoscope or something?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I don't even know all the specifics of it. I just know that everything that they get's classified.
You guys hear who inspired the movie Exorcist? He worked on the Apollo mission.
What?
Yeah, his name is Ronald Edwin Hunkler with the shuttle panels. Yeah, so he was supposedly demon possessed as a boy, and that was the inspiration for that movie Exorcist.
Well, he probably grew up in a satanic family.
That's pretty crazy, man. Wow.
They run everything. Everything.
Yeah, we're gonna eat, but to the guy that I was talking to, man, like I know it sounds crazy, bro, but they lied about a whole lot of stuff. That's how you maintain power. This is a group of people that have figured out a bunch of the lies. We're heavily censored. You have a choice to make in your life: either take the route of truth, even though it may be uncomfortable, or try to live as comfortable as possible and believe the lie.
Well, and also when you're trying to understand why these people would do it, it makes a lot of sense if it's in the name of their religion, because even the mainstream will tell you that in the name of someone's religion, they decided to hijack planes and crash it into a building. So that's pretty crazy, right? And there's obviously a lot of, fishy stuff with that. But if it's somebody doing it for their religion, they're unstoppable.
Yeah, just stay open minded and look into the truth, man. Like, we need younger people to not be scared of the truth. But we're gonna go eat. Peace out.
So I'm getting a pair of these Celestron binoculars for Christmas. Also should be able to take some pretty cool pictures.
You get a tripod with them?
Yeah. Because of the magnification and the heaviness of it, I figured I need a tripod at some point.
You'll see why when you start using them, why you need a tripod.
Have you tried them before?
I've had binoculars, not those, but I've had them where I tried using them, and you definitely need to have a tripod when you're trying to see something steady.
Right, right. What do you well have you used both binoculars and a telescope to look at the sky before?
Well, I have a P900.
How would you rate the experience, like the difference between the P900 and binoculars?
What are the zoom on those?
Like 70 something. Let me see. Was it 2070? I don't know. Let me double check here. $25 times 70. Oh, no, no. No, no. Actually, it might be the 20 by 80. No, I'm, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the 20 by 80. No, it's not. The one that I have is like $300. Time out. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. 20 by 80 Skymaster Pro. I wonder what the difference is. Because they got these $89 ones, but I wonder what the difference would be.
You definitely, if you're going to try looking up with those, need a tripod. That stuff's going to move so fast. I had to get a sky tracker because I zoom in so far that it's off your screen in 10 seconds. So I just set that up, and as I'm focusing, it's never out of my view. Then I have micro dials that really dial it in. I got another piece that does XYZ access. I got sick of standing there trying to capture the right click, try to get the right one. Now just wait zoom in on it and take the picture that I want. Somebody's got a pair for $80 of Skymaster 2100 by 70s. This would be good. You live by you're in New York, right? Or no?
Yeah.
So you should be able to see water stuff really nice.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Definitely,
true.
definitely. You need that's where your tripod's really going to come in handy. If you can set it up on a beach, you'll be able to see nothing, and then boom, you'll see there's a boat there, and then you can show that there isn't all that.
Yep. And I could use my phone to record everything.
Yep.
Yeah, you ballers are in trouble now.
Well,
You
if you go to
ballers are in trouble on the pier, man. Over here, this new what do they call those ferries on the FDR? Oh man, it's a lot of good shots I can get over there.
how far do the ferries go?
All the way from
What's the distance?
say again?
What's the distance?
The distance, I'm not too sure. I'm thinking like 4 miles. No, I'm bugging out. Am I bugging out? Like 4 to 6 miles? I think I'm bugging out though. I think hold on. Let me check. What's up? Cause with the other people, um, it's like the mileage is a lot more. Like they speak of taking like a 15-mile drive. You know, they'll do shit that I would never do in a 15-mile drive. Like, to get from the top of the city to the bottom of the city is like fucking 3 miles. So,
So you should be able to see things like that picture I posted. Easy.
where is that? Hold up. Where is that?
What?
Um, Lakewood.
Oh, that's by me. That's
Oh,
Cleveland, Ohio. That's Brown Stadium.
oh, you're saying I should be able to see like distances like that are like, okay.
Easy. If you look way in the back of that picture, there's other stuff in the back. That's way far away. I don't even know how far that is to be at that elevation. I didn't even bother about that. I noticed it the other day. But next time I go there, I'm going to start picking out distances and the objects that are actually in pictures. That was Labor Day. It was hot, so it was definitely steamy out.
Yeah, I can't wait to catch a nice, clear, crisp day.
Hey, Jeff. Oh, hey, is that Jeff? I mean, Radwin. Professor Radwin.
What's going on?
Hey, did you call me?
No?
I don't know if we exchanged number. I got a call from your area. I think it's just another one of those scam calls.
Yeah, it's just putting in those robots put in whatever area code they want.
Yeah, I just keep blacklisting them. Keep sending them. I got
That's
plenty
built
of
into the iPhone.
I just blacklist them then.
I don't even answer. I haven't answered a phone in probably 2 years. Actually answered a ringing telephone.
I never answer it when it rings either. Anyway,
People have learned to just text me first, and then we'll deal with it from there.
I didn't mean to barge in. Sorry about that, guy.
It's all right.
Checking of the mic. Is it just quiet or can I be
I'm just
heard?
dreaming about the things I'll be able to view with my new binoculars coming.
Cool. You'll get to look at the sky and make up all
What?
new stories about it.
I'll be able to do more than that. I'll be able to look across the river.
Oh yeah.
You will be able to see things that would be impossible on a globe of said proportions of 3959, wouldn't you?
Yep, exactly.
That's a problem for the globe, but people won't admit it, will they?
Nope, they'll never admit it. They'll just say, do it again ad infinitum.
If only every single observation I know of is never confirms globe, but they'll keep saying do it again, right? Whatever. I guess refresh out of new people for now. Anyone new on here? Glad Flobe is new, I think. I think he's a baller. He's one of those anti flat earthers. He must not be near his mic or he would have responded by now. Okay. I was just saying if you were ready on your mic, but you were on delay there.
I'm watching a popping and locking dance video right now.
That's much more important, man. I'll let you get back to it.
No, it's not important. At the slightest. No,
That's
I'm
more
not a globe
important
earther
than
anymore. I didn't when before flat Earth became a thing in the truth community, right? Because it's always been a thing. But anyway,
right.
I didn't consider myself a glober,
Flat
right? I just
globe, Robotham.
am I roboting?
Robotham.
Oh dear, hang on.
No, you're not. I think I am. Which one of us was robot? And it was me, right?
No, I didn't hear
Not really.
anybody robot.
Maybe Sonny's roboting by himself. Your hearing is roboting, Sonny.
No, I think it was me. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But you weren't talk roboting though, so that's what's weird.
Well, I was switching to audio output devices, so I guess it glitches out for a second.
But did you hear what kind of binoculars I was getting?
No.
Yeah, some Celestron Sky Masters. I'm gonna call them the Sky Daddies. Well, actually, no. I don't. Never mind. I won't. I
That's
won't call them that.
I've heard of that. I've heard of that name. I've heard of that name before. Yeah, I've heard of that.
They have telescopes, yeah. But I thought, wouldn't I get more depth with the binoculars? I want to see all that I can see, you know.
Yeah,
And then
so
it's just a plus that I'll be able to take photos and get video of the shit in the distance. I didn't even think about that. I did, but I didn't.
how much zoom do those have?
I think it said 2570. No, 2570 or something like
I
that.
bet that. Yeah, I bet that's awesome. I have a small pair. They're only like 7 times or something. Let me go.
Sonny just said he had a small pair. He's got a small pair.
Hey. Thank you.
Leave it to Dave Hingle. That was great. I better watch what I say around you folks. No, I don't really have a small pair. Not.
So how well do they work? What have you done with your 7x zoom?
These are cheap. I took them to the beach, and it was really weird because I could see the point out there, which is like 6 miles away, and I could see the waves breaking. That's what I'm always talking about. I could see the waves breaking 6 miles away, like at 6 feet.
Mm.
And the waves are only like 2 to 3 feet. They're average 3 feet.
How do you know they're 6 miles away?
Because I have a landmark on the point out there where the surfers go.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a surf park right there called Tourmaline.
Yeah, you could kind of just look across the shore pretty much.
Yeah, look straight down.
And do it that way.
Going north.
You don't even.
Yeah. Because the water comes in, it's kind of going around, and you can see across water the whole way out to the point. So if I can see those waves, that's what I'm saying. 6 miles. That's more than 15 feet, 16 feet of vertical drop. There should be. So 16 feet. I can see people's feet in the water with my 7x zoom almost. I could basically see them right at the water, running in the water. I could see their legs in the water. On the shore, 5 miles, at least 5 miles away. Isn't that a trip? And in the harbor, I can see across 3 miles and see 6-inch waves breaking on the beach. 6-inch waves, folks.
Wait, from your place, Sonny?
From the harbor. I just ride down to the harbor. Yeah.
Okay.
You can see this with your bare eyes, basically, if you have glasses. Like I have to wear glasses, but if you have eyesight good enough, like I used to, I can see it with my glasses, but with the binoculars, I can see those waves. And then I look up out towards the harbor where there's like battleships in dock, like they're in dry dock, they're being worked on. Aircraft carriers, more than one,
Yeah, because
going
I
up.
believe
Like,
I
dun,
believe
dun, dun.
I'm about 5 miles away from the actual from the water,
Yeah.
and then you're saying so 5 miles away from where you're standing at the
If I go to the beach, this
right.
was at Ocean Beach.
Okay.
Yeah. So at Ocean Beach, looking up towards the point, towards La Jolla, out by Tourmaline, where the surf park is there. At the end, out there, they'd surf out there in the rocks at that point. So you just find the point. That's how I know the distance. But the other part across the harbor is like right where a little bit further south from where the Midway aircraft carrier is. So I don't know if any of you've been here, but it's like New York. Like when the guy was like, who was that?
I've been with there. I've been there with you.
Yeah, I've been talking to the other folks like from
Oh.
Eli. Like Eli's in New York. I know they have aircraft carrier. It's much larger. Everything's bigger in New York, and more of it probably. But this is a Navy town with Navy ships all around it, and a big harbor, and they're always going in and out. They look like freaking something from outer space. These battleships now. I won't say any more, but.
Is Elijah in New York?
What?
Are you in New York, Elijah?
They're from a second law of thermodynamics.
Elijah's in New York, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't want to dox anybody, but it's pretty. Just the street noise is pretty obvious. You're like, oh yeah, that's New York. I recognize it from the movies.
I didn't even know though.
Anyway, yeah. So at by the Midway, a little south there, you can look across the harbor to the island, to Coronado over there, and you can see the waves breaking on their little beach over there. And then you can look up with the binoculars and see the water lines on every aircraft carrier that's in dry dock across the harbor going all the way out. You could look at the farthest away, and you can see the water line, which is painted about 6 or 8 inches wide, right at the water line. And you can see the water line all the way out the harbor, 3, 4, 5 miles away.
So just to clarify, Sonny, for people that might be listening, you're describing observations that would be impossible on the globe of said proportions that they claim to tell us.
And it just keeps adding up, because then when I go out every single day, or when the weather's warmer, I'm making these observations every day. I don't film them every time because I see them every day, but if I had a better camera, I would be. But the stanchions from like over by where the Hilton is, nobody knows where that is, but Hilton's on the San Diego side, and then across this Coronado, there's a big bridge that goes across. The Coronado Bridge goes across the harbor. And the stanchions on the bridge are at least 3.5 miles away. But you can see the high and low water marks on those as a little patch. So at mid-tide, you're looking at a 3-foot thick dark spot on the concrete stanchions that the bridge sits on, the footings. So that's impossible too. All the way out, that you can see that line on those stanchions, and then all the way across you can see the same line on the rocks going all the way out the other way.
Well, just to give the official Glober answer, what about refraction?
Yeah, I'm not seeing refraction. Look, if I can look 3.5 with my glasses on, 3 miles across the harbor, and see 6-inch waves breaking on the beach. 6-inch waves. That's supposed to be 6 feet. You can see people walking in the water there too. You see people walking in the water there too. That same place.
How many times we got to tell you we can't trust our lying eyes, right?
Everywhere you look, especially because here there's so much water everywhere. So if I go up on a hill, I can see the islands they're called Los Coronados, off the coast off Tijuana. They're 25 miles, 26 miles away. I see them all day long. And then I can see the point further down in Mexico, past where the islands are. I mean, this is a good place to be doing observations. I just need a Nikon. So when I start monetizing some of my songs, then yeah. Oh, by the way, I have a SoundCloud account. I have a set list, and some of those songs are my own compositions.
Sweet, we got a Sunny album in our future, maybe.
Yeah, I had to start getting to work. I'm like, I already did a bunch of work for the last 4 years in a band, playing a bunch of music, and made a lot of different songs that were just on the spot compositions. First takes of something we never tried before.
Sounds good, man. Maybe summer of 2022 we'll have a Sunny album release.
I wonder if I can find that. Actually, I have one called Yuppie Couples. I should play it on here.
Yuppie Couples, that sounds
So
good.
what I found out is somebody's advertising on one of my tracks. So I'm like, well, does that mean they're just advertising on it and nobody's getting paid? I don't know. So I got to figure this out. Then I had this lady that's called, what is she? I'll send you guys the information. She goes, I'm so-and-so from the music blog, and your new track, it's called You Can't Steal From Me, that I just made, is exactly the kind of track I'm looking for. I can get you to 20,000, to what she said, I can get your views to like, I can get it played for like 200,000 people. She goes, I can share it and get this thing out where thousands and thousands of people are going to have access to it. And she runs a blog, so she's always talking about people making tracks just like the ones I made.
Is she asking for money to do that?
That's amazing, Sonny.
No, I told her go ahead and share it because like I mentioned that I'm going to start monetizing my original tracks. I thought I could do the same with cover tracks, but apparently I can't, of course, because I didn't write the song and I play them. They sound almost exactly like the original. So I would have to ask the producers of each one of those musics, like Pete Townsend and The Who, ZZ Top, ask them permission to play their song.
Eagles.
I'm not opposed to doing that. But anyway, I don't want to bogart the...
You wouldn't have to ask them. You would just have to talk with whoever owns the rights to the songs.
Right. Yeah.
Quick side note that probably nobody cares about, but Barry Manilow did not write I Write the Songs.
Well, SoundCloud is kind of strict on it, from what they say, like to not get hassled with copyright problems. Oh, but Glad, I totally forgot Glad. Dang. That's actually why I came on. I'm so tired. I've been working.
No worries. Hey, I got a couple things to finish here in my kitchen, and then give me like 10 minutes.
You know, let me just DM you, and you can look at it at your leisure. Yeah.
We have a VC verified on here named Tabby. Hello, Tabby. Are you there, Tabby?
Oh, you're sorry. Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm fine. Sorry, I'm kind of laggy on my end.
You're fine. Server.
Can you repeat that?
It's him that's laggy. I think you're laggy, Dave.
Well,
all right. He said he's going to back out and come back in. He also said, welcome to the server.
Oh, thanks.
Yep, welcome. Glad you could join us. I don't know if anyone told you, but if you want to go off and do some of your own research, there's a to Z section of all things related to the topic.
at the bottom of the server
Okay.
when you scroll down. So that's pretty helpful. If you have any questions, you can also just ask one of us.
Yeah, I'll check some of that out.
Alrighty. Anyway, where the rest of you guys at? Are you guys all busy with the holiday season? Getting pretty close to Xmas.
Yeah, are you doing your Christmas stuff and then just lurking in the background? I'm sorry.
Pretty much. I had to go to the store like 7 times. Ugh.
That sounds like quality problems.
See, I'm just glad that my family understands. Don't invite me over. It's not going to be good.
You're that guy that brings the flat earth in on a Trojan horse.
No, I pulled a tree outside and set it on fire in the front yard. I'm so glad that, yeah. So glad I don't have children. Because if you had a child with somebody that doesn't know the truth like you do, they would be going behind your back with your child and telling them about Santa Claus and all that crap and like giving them gifts and trying to make them participate in it. Especially like the grandparents.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still go through the motions. I still, well, what I celebrate is togetherness with family and yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, I know we're buying a whole bunch of things we don't really need, unless you're just someone who doesn't pay attention to your loved ones, and so now you're getting them things that you could have got them if they really needed or wanted it during the year. And we're all kind of guilty of that sometimes, so we pay more attention to, oh, what'd you say you wanted? Okay, blah 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 blah, So we're not doing ourselves any favors by packing the coffers of the people that are having all of these sales on older stuff so that they can usher in some of their newer things. Because we all know that's why sales are a thing.
Yeah. Black Friday is all about the bottom line. They want it to be black and not red. Red means in debt. And they're in red most of the year except for Black Friday when they finally make their nut. And then they tell you like things are on sale and they're not really on sale. They're just marked up prior to the sale.
Yep.
So wait, so you guys don't think?
Sorry, Napalm.
I was just gonna say, you guys don't think Santa Claus is real? I mean, how many people would have to be on the lie?
No,
how could all those people?
It doesn't matter. It's a non-sanctioned. It's not a holy day. I will not celebrate it.
Well, if it's not real, how do you think Christmas get under the tree? How do you explain that?
Because your parents put Christmas trees.
Really?
It stems back to Babylon, the mystery of Babylon.
So you're telling me
They used to bring
all these
trees
people are
inside their
lying?
house and decorate them with gold and
That's what he's
silver
saying.
and bow down to them. And even today, you still bow down to them when you put a gift under the tree or somebody receives the gift from under the tree. You are bowing down to it.
Oh, really? Didn't know that.
So we got a few new people in the chat, guys. Tabby. I don't know if she had a chance to introduce herself. And No is a flat earther. He's just having a hard time finding words to express himself a little bit, but he does seem sincere. I know you want to say hi. And Tabby, welcome, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
So did you guys come together? Like
Yeah.
friends? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, do you guys have any questions on the topic? And like,
No, I'm just reading some of the stuff
None so
in
far.
the.
I'm currently
Oh, sorry.
I'm like, oh, sorry. Tabby, you want to go?
No, you can go ahead.
My bad, my bad. Anyways, not at the moment. No, I'm currently like listening in. So if
Sounds
someone
good.
does speak up, bring about the. Pardon?
No, that sounds good. No worries, man. Just make sure you scroll
All
down,
right.
check out all data and everything that's here, and feel free to ask any
All right.
questions you got.
Yeah,
All
there's
right.
that Nimrod tree right there, and that was actually a holly tree. The red ornaments that we put on actually signifies the berry of the holly tree. That's why it's called a holly day.
Nice, I didn't know that.
Holly Wood. It's a Baphomet character. She's got wood. Her name is Holly.
You should have never went to Hollywood.
It is funny though. I give
I
you that.
mean, it's right there in your face. Nobody cares.
Hollywood's lit.
Hollywood's lit?
Yeah, when I went in America.
Oh. Yeah, they got lights there.
There's much better places besides Hollywood to visit in the United States.
But like the people in America talk so like funny. Like talk weird as fuck.
Everybody from somewhere else talks weird as fuck compared to somebody else.
Right.
Just
But
because
Vince,
your ear's not used to our tongue.
hey Vince, so did you learn anything in the last hour or so, or did anything make you kind of question your beliefs a little bit, or?
I mean, like,
Any argument you find interesting, at least, like, oh shit, like, wait, I didn't think about that. Like,
the whole 666 thing was actually kind of.
really? That's it. Nothing about water being level and
Oh no,
vacuum of space next to the pressurized air that you breathe. None of that stuff, right?
yeah, no, because I still haven't.
It's
You
all
want to
explained
ask
in
the
your mind, right?
question
You can
about?
breathe in vacuum.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Other than the
Show me that
666
curve
stuff,
adjacent.
other than the 666 stuff, did you also know that the Big Bang cosmology or story comes from Georges Lemaitre, who is a Catholic priest?
No, bro.
Yep. So the very existence of us and where we come from, in this case, it would be from a Big Bang, and that was thought up by a guy who believed in God.
You couldn't know, bro.
He is a guy who believed in God. He was a Catholic man, Catholic priest. Yep.
But Vince, you said you're not religious, right?
Hey
But you
guys.
believe Catholic priest in like some theory that he invented?
Yeah. I'm gonna be right back. Hold up.
Oh, okay.
Anyone watch the new Matrix movie to count and see how many agendas you can find?
Yo, the
I'm in the middle of it.
Matrix looks dope.
Oh yeah, I'm watching it right now. I'm in the middle of it. I paused it at a certain spot. I'm taking it in chunks because it's just such a special thing.
Is it at least a good movie?
I'm halfway through, and I'm not going to give you my opinion just yet. Somebody else who's seen it, give their opinion.
I
It's okay.
wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it again, but I can dig it. I mean,
It's kind of hard not to give things.
right.
Right, gotcha. I'll watch it. Fuck it, you know.
There's gonna
Well,
be.
you got to watch it if you're a conspiracy person. Right? You got to watch the new Matrix.
True.
Man, in like the first 10 minutes of the movie, there's a lot of information and background information just crammed into one. So if you're not picking it up right away, the rest of the show is not going to make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen any of the other Matrix movies, number one, you're a retarded person.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But if you haven't seen any of them, I would not see this one yet. This one definitely needs to be seen in the order, I would say.
Well, to be honest, like the third one, like pretty much confused me to the point where I just gave up on the series after that. I mean, that was the last one anyway, but that one was a little too confusing.
This one the story it brings some of those elements back to, like explains some of that stuff. The movie tries to explain some of the stuff from the older ones, which is good.
Yeah.
Definitely should be under one's belt, in my opinion. I like it so far, but, I hear there's something at the end, too. I keep hearing about the truth drop at the end, so I'm waiting for that.
So is Keanu Reeves going to win a Best Actor award for it?
He's never, no matter how many incarnations Keanu Reeves has, he's never going to win an award for acting. I love him. I think he's just one of the better people, but he's never, ever been a good actor. That's okay. He knows that too, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's part of his shtick. He just isn't an actor. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's average at best.
He just plays himself every time. Oh no, kung fu.
They make him say something that really surprised my wife, and I hope somebody else picks it out so I'm not, dropping something that someone doesn't want to hear.
We'll see if I catch on to it. I don't think that I've seen it just yet, but It's like this, man. When the Matrix first came out, I watched it. I was with a group of friends. I didn't think much of it. I was like, wow, what a cool action movie. That's it. Years and years and years later, decades later, here I am having watched the movie probably hundreds of times, in one way or another. At least, let's say, a solid 50 times all the way through, for sure. So I don't know if I'm going to dissect this one like I did the first three, especially the first one. But that said, I think it's good to. I think it's a. There's going to be a shitload of things throughout the movie that it's going to take people years and years and years to. Oh wow! I didn't even notice that kind of deal, which is cool. That's why I like these kinds of movies.
Yeah. Have you guys ever spoken to a movie director before?
Sure. There was one in my college. He made movies.
Pretty dope people.
Oh, I got another great recording for you. Oh my God.
Dude, I just gave my cat a bunch of steak. He's freaking out. He can't sit still. He's in my bedroom, meowing like he's... I don't know what to say about it. Oh no, he's jumping after the ceiling fan. Jesus, I'm never gonna feed you beef again. You know? Yeah, he's going nuts.
It's all that natural energy.
It
He
is,
doesn't get
man.
it.
He's not used to it. Like the most amount of meat, meats that I give him. I usually give him really expensive dry foods, and then wet food once a day or so. But I'm out of cat food, and I had a bunch of steaks left over that I cooked throughout the week, so I just cut him up one of those. Yeah, so he's not used to eating meat, like especially red meat, very much, and so now he's like, he's full on feline in the jungle mode. And that is a child.
It's a cat.
That's
It's
a cat?
Yeah, he's hungry.
It sounds like a baby.
No,
also
it's a cat.
Hungry.
Like a mutated baby, if it was.
Sounded like it was crying. But now that you say that it's a cat, yeah, it does sound more like a cat than a baby.
Come on. Come on. I'm teasing.
Is that a female cat?
No, it's a male.
What's his name?
His name? Snuppy.
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 Did you name Snuppy?
Sorry?
Did you name Snuppy?
No, my wife did.
Oh.
He's like 16, so.
Okay.
He's older than me.
My aunt had a cat that lived to 26 years old.
Jeez.
Yep. And let me tell you, the last decade of her life, she was not happy about still being alive, but my aunt couldn't give her up.
When I was a kid, my dad had a friend who had a 23-year-old Chihuahua.
Wow.
It too was human dependent on survival.
Yeah. This dude would probably be okay if I kicked him out and he was try to survive on his own. He's not even a year old, but you know what I mean? He'd be alright. Find a way to survive. Probably not in the wintertime. Probably kick him out in the summertime. He'd be okay. But I would not kick him out. He's already a rescue, right? That'd be kind of backwards.
files are on the way.
Cool. You're going to have to give me about 36 hours to get started. I'm going to listen and I'm going to tinker around and then I'm going to send you something. Does that
Y'all
sound
get a
good?
free thinker in here if you talk
Yeah,
to
check.
them.
We'll talk in the DMs. Who'd you say, free thinker, Dave?
We have a free thinker in here. Who let a free thinker in his place?
Oh, yeah. We can't have that. It's 2021. Everybody needs to toe the line already, okay? Chop, chop, snap, snap.
Wait a minute. Who has thoughts that aren't tied to the narrative? Get them!
Get them!
How you doing today, Dave?
Still exists in whatever this is, man. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Can't complain, you know. I was able to wake up and put my feet down, so that's always a good day.
To quote the great Joe Walsh, I can't complain, but sometimes I still do.
Life's been good to me so far.
That just made me think of another parody. Flat Earth parody. Bump, 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 bump.
Guess free thinker didn't want to talk, huh? Hello, free thinker.
He's lost in thought.
He said something earlier. He was talking for a bit.
I'm gonna watch the new Matrix movie in a bit.
Yeah. I'm going to finish it in a bit.
Oh, you already watching it?
Half of it.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Don't
halfway
spoil
through.
it. Don't
No,
spoil
I
it.
won't. I won't spoil it. Other than the fact that... No, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to wait 6 months and watch it on Netflix.
Oh, it's already all over the internet. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it again. I watched it last night down in cinema, and the voices were off by about a half a second to a second. So
yeah.
Well, I had the link ready. I mean, I could have just flipped it to you.
If you get the HBO whatever thing, me and my wife watched it last night, and it was like the first thing on the list to see.
Oh, you can already watch it on HBO then?
Yeah.
It was only cinema. Well, who goes to the cinema these days, right?
Yeah.
It's all closed.
My wife, she pays for this thing to where she can watch some movies that are already in theaters.
Oh.
I think it's pretty nifty.
Yeah. I have this Disney Plus thing, right? And when you want to watch a new movie, you have to pay $10 extra or like $15 extra. I'm like, what?
Convenience fees, huh?
Mm.
Just jumped in. I'm
Glad to hear you're supporting Disney Corporation there, Roger. Good job.
Yeah, I know.
I fell asleep watching it.
I know.
Well, not really.
You guys talking about The Matrix?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that. I'm guessing it's worth the watch.
I don't know yet. But for nostalgic reasons, I'm gonna watch it. I mean,
Yeah, I posted a link to it. If anybody's interested, there's many different links, but this is the one that I like because I can play this on
Thanks
like
for that.
Xbox and PlayStation.
Nice.
Thanks for that. Actually, I will watch it later when I could be more focused. I was just too scattered. Couldn't stay on the movie.
Yeah, I'm like that too, Sonny. I want to be able to go all in on the movie. You know?
Hmm. So if I have other things to do, I just got to get them done, you know. So, yeah. But I wish I hadn't stayed up all night doing them again. The other night was on Discord all night. And then last night, fell asleep late. And then Plant has to have the lights on at 4 a.m. So from about 2:30 to 4 a.m., I was barely able to sleep for an hour and a half. And then got back up and just made breakfast and cleaned the domicile.
It do be like that sometimes.
And all of a sudden it's daylight again. I'm like, wow. As the clouds move over the plain.
Yeah, today is what was yesterday or 2 days ago the longest day, the shortest day in the year.
21st day, yeah.
Mm-hmm. 21st. So it's getting better, guys. Going uphill.
Yeah, I just posted one of the memes. I'll take it down if it's maybe too far, but there have been some pretty good memes going around about the movie. How you gotta
Oh yeah,
take the
yeah,
blue
yeah.
pill to get in to the theater. Funny.
That is kind of ironic, isn't it, CB?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Well, here we are with
To go see the Matrix, you got to follow the program to go see the Matrix. Okay.
Oh man, upside down world.
I haven't had a chance to congratulate you on your rap song, CB. I didn't know you had that in you, man. I'll be waiting for the next one now.
Yeah, look out for the thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. I definitely got one more on the way, maybe two, maybe three, but one for sure. I've been reaching out to somebody who can sing. 'Cause my singing voice is just absolutely garbage. So I've got one writ and ready to go. I just need someone to jump on and sing some bars for me, and we'll go ahead and drop it out. So if anyone, if anyone can Bieber, let me know. I'll put you on the next track.
Singer, falsetto, or man, I can't sing. I can't carry it in a bucket.
Yeah, you gotta hit up Helio.
I'll
Are you
sing
on a
a
woman?
Helio.
Yeah.
I can sing pretty good.
I can do a Phil Collins.
I'd help you out, CB, but I've been told that you and I sound the same, so I don't know if that's going to work.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's yeah, dude. That's funny to hear. I love the different voice combinations here in the server. Yeah, I can spit some bars, but when it comes to like actually singing, not very good. So
Yeah, glasses break when I sing, so.
Is that because they're being thrown at you?
Yeah.
To shut up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everything, right?
I do
Yeah.
have a preview of the song. I won't drop a link because again, it's not very good. But if you do go to my SoundCloud, I do have a preview of the song. Maybe if anyone's curious, maybe want to try out the singing, you can go listen to it there. It's in my SoundCloud. It's a parody of a Justin Bieber song called "Let It Go," and it's basically saying, "Yeah, let it go, the glow." So it's fantastic. It's a really good parody. I've already written the whole thing, but I've reached out to some ladies and some other people who might be interested in doing a couple, like the chorus, which is like mostly singing. So yeah, if you want to dig into the preview. It's in my SoundCloud.
Yeah, there's some ladies that have really good voices in here. Like Lulu's legit.
Yeah, she was the first person I asked. I've also talked to like Karma and some other people, so we'll see. Look for the next track. It'll be me and somebody else featured, so should be a good one.
I just listened to some of Drace's songs the other day. I haven't been able to catch him on here since. I guess he shouted me out in one of his songs, so I gotta give him props for that.
Yo, that song is pretty good though. That song is good. I like it. It's super catchy, so be careful when you listen to it. You can be singing it for a while. But yeah, you are. I think you're in the chorus.
Yeah, that's ironically that's one of my favorites from him. One of the best ones he's done so far, in my opinion. Not to be biased or anything.
Is new perspective on here today? I didn't see. I didn't see.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he sent me the. He's the one that sent me the parody for this song, Pink Floyd song.
I just want to point this out that planet comes from the late Old English planete, from old astronomy, star other than a fixed star revolving in an orbit, from the Old French planete, modern French planache or planate, planach. I can't do the e, and directly from the late Latin planeta, from the Greek planetes, from asteres and planeta, which means wandering stars, right? From planashi, to wander, a word of uncertain etymology. Perhaps it's from the nasalized form of the Paleo-Indo-European word pele, which is flat, to spread out, the notion of spread out, right? So even planet means flat.
Nice. That's some good gravy right there.
Yeah, like it's got plane in it. For me, it's flat. Flat light in sky. No, man. That's the way we see.
Even planet
You
used to
guys
mean
don't
flat.
understand how language evolves.
What? What's evolve? What language is that?
They don't. We don't know how language evolves, guys. We just
I've
know
never heard
that
that word
certain idiots.
You mean
evolve.
devolved? Devolves.
Is that a gibberish word? What
Yeah,
language is
they say language
evolve?
evolves when it just doesn't actually evolve. That's actually proof of entropy, because a highly organized system over time downgrades and breaks down to where the words get confused onto the meaning. Like somebody says, "Oh yeah, be nice, be ignorant." What? So why would you want to be ignorant? They call it nice. It means something different today,
Being
doesn't it?
nice means ignorant?
Yeah.
What a nice group of anti-flat earthers
So
we've got.
remember, don't be nice today. It's not very nice.
Like when she
That's not
calls you
very
nice.
nice.
Oh, you're so nice. Like, no, I'm not.
Are you guys gonna fix the word gay too and put that back in its place?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
just means happy. So why
I'm
are
very
ones
gay.
that
I'm very
call
gay
themselves
most of the
happy
time.
unhappy?
I'm usually having a great time during the day.
A gay old time.
It is the 20s again, so we need to start using
So
them.
instead of using,
That's
okay,
right.
so great. Can we, okay, so for the record, we've replaced nice with gay. You're welcome.
Nobody
Nice and
else is
gay.
gonna like remember the 20s from back in the 20s and then actually live in the 20s again. The next 20s, everybody will forget about what happened back
Why
then.
not? Everybody's getting them haircuts back out.
Yeah, I
Fucking
got
mold.
the. I need to get one of them old, like 1920s gangster suits. One of them zoot suits. Yeah.
Dude.
Like the Peaky Blinders.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's how we used to dress. Now we wear this stupid cotton crap. What the hell?
Fuck cotton. It's all about the wool, baby. Yeah, I'm kidding. Cotton's so itchy, bro.
Has anybody ever had Yum Yum Ranch?
No, I had Yum Yum donuts.
I've had ranch that was yum yum delicious.
I've seen Yum Yum sauce, which is just like soy sauce, mayonnaise mixed together.
Right, but
No, what
I'm
about
looking.
ketchup and mayonnaise?
Ketchup, mayonnaise. Did you just say ketchup?
Yeah, man, that's the secret sauce of McDonald's, bro.
Ugh.
Ketchup mayonnaise, yeah, that's something they do here in the Netherlands
No, I'd rather
with
die.
onions. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
know.
called.
that's
I know
basically
that.
Thousand Island dressing. Thousand Island dressing. It's mayonnaise, ketchup, onions, and pickles like diced up.
Yeah, so when you order French fries, it's called special, and that's with mayonnaise, ketchup or curry sauce, and onions.
I know when my
Or
Japanese relatives came over, they made spaghetti, and I'm sitting there looking. I didn't say anything, right? Because they didn't use any tomatoes or meat or anything to make the sauce. They just used ketchup and water with a little bit of sugar. So what?
Guess what? I made like a gourmet freaking Asian style barbecue sauce with ketchup, ginger, cayenne pepper, and garlic.
That sounds delicious.
And a little bit of apple cider vinegar. It was the bomb.
Can I back that up real quick, Joshua?
I'm
Did
all.
you eat that?
I had to try it. I didn't want to insult them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What happened?
I wasn't even able to finish the portion that I grabbed, right? I just grabbed a little bit. I had like one bite and I had a hard time swallowing it. It just wasn't to my palate. But apparently, like different cultures, have different palates.
Yes,
True.
acclimation would be the term before somebody says adaptation. Thanks.
Yeah, climatized. Yeah. Well, it's like the tongue's just a little bit odd, like with the flavors. Like I know the people over in Japan, they're really all about the umami flavor, right? So it's not sour, it's not salty, it's not sweet, it's not bitter, it's not sour, but it's a different flavor.
fat, isn't it? Umami is fat.
I guess you can get it from mushrooms, seaweed. The MSG is what causes the umami flavor.
I see this otherwise known as savory, right?
Yeah. Speaking of savor, I'm about to smoke some savory.
Yeah, boy. Me too. Let's go.
You're late.
It's my first smoke of the day, guys.
Same here, Josh. Same here.
I'm down to Keef, so that works
Been
for
there.
a
Same.
short time.
Dang, Chief
At
Keef.
least you're not down to resin.
Tastes like hash. I'm like one hand, like where?
Yeah.
What?
These jars have about a good quarter-inch of heat stuck in them.
Clean those
Coming
grinders
low.
out.
Coming
Yes,
in low,
I
Jamsy. Jamsy coming in low.
Jamsy.
And see, that's something I like to do. I don't know if Jimsy's coming in, but like when I have 1 volt left, I'll get in my grinder and I'll take my guitar pick and I'll scrape out all the keef and I'll put that on top of the bowl and have
Yep.
one nice final bowl. You know.
Sorry if you're wondering why I did that to the panel and chat, though. Yes, I get so sick looking at mayonnaise. The only other thing that I could compare to something that disgusting would be Matthew. Sorry.
That's a tough one, man. Would I rather
Fat, but
look at Matthew or eat a whole
Ew.
jar of mayonnaise? I don't know.
I'm gagged. I don't talk about it. Don't say it again. So don't
Sorry.
want to throw up. But yeah, you guys scared all the Glovers off. There's no more Glover. They're an extinct kind. They don't exist anymore. So it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody busted out the mayonnaise memes.
That was cut the shit.
No.
Only
I'd rather
very
live with the
seldomly.
Glovers than have to eat man.
Very seldomly, when I feel like I'm lacking in mercury, I'll have some tuna and a little mayonnaise with it.
Lacking in mercury.
I'm joking.
Is that a thing?
I'm a little deficient in dolphin this week.
Yeah, make sure you get some bumblebee
deficient.
tuna.
Not sorry.
Hey, we got a
You know,
Spidey
Charlie the
bog.
tuna. It's actually a dolphin.
We've got a Spidey bog down at the bottom of the thing.
Oh,
And
I've been waiting for him. That's my guy.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead and
Yeah.
get him
And he's
initiated,
all
lad.
about all 3 Spider-Men hugging. Tobey Maguire, what's his name, and Tom Holland, all Spider-Men hugging each other. Oh, that's sweet.
He's already unmuted, so yeah.
Spidey bog, you there?
What's up, Spidey?
Hi.
How's
Hi.
everything going with you?
It's been going good. How about you?
Peachy keen. So did you already see the new Spider-Man movie?
I'm gonna see it tomorrow.
You're gonna see it tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
I'm just so excited for you. What brought you into the server today?
I don't know. I just want to learn more about some flat Earth stuff. I like to hear everyone's perspective.
Okay, alrighty. Anybody want to give him their entire life story perspective? Totally kidding.
Please tell us about your life.
Yeah, Spidey.
Share
Well,
us
real
your
quick. Yeah.
experience.
So real quick Spidey. How did you find out the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know if the Earth's flat or
Let him speak.
spherical. I don't know. I'm just confused about this stuff.
Okay, good, because I ran out of Globers, and I don't want you to know the Earth is flat. I want you to be a Glober. I'm just praying that you think you live on a globe.
You think you saw
Spidey, tell me you live on a globe. Just tell me that.
Well, I don't know. Who knows?
Dang it! I can't. I told you, they're extinct. Gosh, dang it, Glat.
Yeah.
The vestibular system knows.
They don't want to tell us.
Well, okay, Spidey, did you used to think until you heard about Earth that you were on a globe?
Well, yeah, a little bit, because school they teach us about how the Earth is spherical, and then parents. Then when I heard that people believe that it was flat Earth, I just I want to hear their perspective and see how all that stuff works out.
Okay, so you're being completely honest when you say that you don't know the shape of the Earth, if it's flat or spherical.
Oh, I'm being honest.
Okay, and you don't have an opinion even? You don't even you're not even like, well, could be a banana. What, nothing?
No.
Wow. I almost think that's not honest. What do you think?
I'm being serious.
No opinion.
No opinion at all. I'm being serious.
What?
Yeah, this thing, it's normal. Just go.
As you.
It's not like you've never heard about the subject, right?
Yeah, I always hear about the subject.
Okay, but you haven't developed one personal opinion about it? No, go ahead. I feel like I'm not making any progress.
Right, I need to put it back on track. I'm going to give it right back to you. So, when did you find out outer space was fake, Spidey?
Oh, I never heard that.
There you go. Now we got. Go ahead, Glatflobe. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. Did you just say you've never heard of outer space, partner?
No, man. Hold on. Time out. First of all, he came here. He said that he wants to hear our perspective, basically what we're talking about now. As you know, if there are people who are exposed to the subject, they're not exposed to people like who have the same argumentation as us, but they're more exposed to Simon Dan and all of that, right? So when someone says, "Oh no, I've never heard about space being fake," yeah, they've never heard about space being fake. Most people haven't. They don't know what we mean by that. So if you guys could get into education mode, that'd be great.
It's just a chill conversation right now. He's not really, pushing for the, he doesn't want to know, but I just want the thing to be organic. I don't want to force him.
So,
Feeling out
Spidey.
process. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, Spidey. Okay. So I'm going to have to do something real quick here, just to catch both of us up on where you're at information wise. Is that okay?
Okay.
Super. It's 3 really quick questions. We just try to get them out there and get you thinking about them and go from there. So the first question is, do you know of any time in history when anyone has directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth? When, where, and how did they get that?
Round 1.
Maybe in history class or like science. Maybe I probably heard that. I'm not too positive.
Okay. Well, the question is, it's a yes or no question. To make it easier, I didn't mention that. So you don't know of any time specifically when a specific someone or group of people got the direct measurement of the Earth curvature. Like, hey, we went to New Mexico and you can see the curvature here really well, so we measured it. Like that kind of deal.
Yes, maybe. I'm sorry.
It's just a yes or no, because like if you can, think of a name or something, a name of somebody or like a test or experiment someone did, and if no, that's okay. We can just move on.
Yeah, no, I never.
Okay, me neither.
Real quick, Spidey, this isn't a final exam. This is just a
Not at all.
status report. See where you're at. So no pressure.
Yeah, just to see where we can go from hearing the conversation and such. It's like an introduction. It's breaking the ice.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, the first question. I also don't know where curvature has been measured. In fact, so far I can't find any spot on Earth where anyone has in history measured the curvature. It's crazy. You'd think there'd be at least one measurement. So the second question I have is similar. It's, do you know of any time when anybody has directly physically detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? When did we get the rotation, the RPM, the revolutions per minute kind of deal?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Okay, yeah, me neither. So 2 for 2. The third one is a little. Sounds great. Go ahead, take that. I really feel like we could just do the first 2. We can get into the gas pressure later. I don't know.
You need round 3 and win that one for flawless victory.
Okay. So technically, it's a draw times. So I guess this third one will really put the nail in the coffin here. I don't mean to say it like that. Nail in the coffin. How about it'll be the next step in the conversation. I'll say that.
Icing on the cake.
Fatality.
No. See, no.
Bloom into a apple tree or I don't know, flamboyant or something.
Caterpillar into a butterfly.
Canto Peeler.
So did he leave?
Hello?
No, Spidey Bog is here, man. Yeah. So, just where do you want to go with this, Glat? Take it chill or what?
Spidey, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, third question, real quick. Third question is, can you have, in our physical reality, gas pressure without containment? Can there be pressure without walls of a container for the air to press upon?
Round 3.
3.
No, I don't think so.
You're correct. It can't happen. Okay, so nobody won. We have the same answers. He and I have no, and no. So, okay,
Flawless
guys.
victory.
Flawless victory.
Flawless.
So that's all I wanted to get accomplished. So now, Spidey, you kind of get an idea of what we're talking about: curvature, rate, and pressure systems.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else want to take it away? I'm sick of talking.
So whenever we say space is fake, what do you hear us say? What is it that comes to your mind? Like, what do you think we mean?
I guess what y'all mean from my perspective is like space is not what it seems like for like photos and just looking up in the sky, I assume.
Not bad.
Okay, so where does your idea of space come from?
Just hearing about it, looking at stories, learning it in school.
Would NASA have any influence on your idea of space?
A little bit.
If I told you that a lot of the footages, the photographs, and the video footage that they have of space is fabricated, would you still think that space could be real, and why?
I mean, like NASA does do shady stuff because, like, I know I heard stories about them hiding or like stopping live streams because they see like UFOs or anything. Now, I do believe some like NASA do probably fake some footage, but I believe there's some parts that have been footage or just been photographed that could be real.
Can you come up with an answer as to why they would ever have to fake any of it if any of it were real?
You know what? I don't know.
Exactly. Okay. Sorry. Keep going, guys. I just wanted to plant that seed. Why would they have to fake any of it if the whole thing were real?
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
God.
I didn't ask you, Elon.
Yeah, Spidey, that's a good one to think about. Why would they lie about any of it? Not just why would they lie. That's almost a moot question. The point is two things. We know they have lied. That's number one. Number two, what is going to convince... I'm asking, what's going to convince me that anything they've said after having found out about the dishonesty is going to be true? How do I know anything else is going to be true? Like when Santa came up in family talks, right? Turning 7, 8, 9 years old. Well, and then a lot of parents break it to you. Santa's not real. It's been you and me, or it's been me and your dad the whole time. This, that, and the other. And then you're at a moment in your life where you're like, okay, I both have to accept the lie accept that I've been lied to, and I have to love my parents just the same moving forward, as if they hadn't lied to me. Right? Once a liar, what's the rest of the saying go? Once a liar, always a liar. Oh, there it is. That's the there you go. So anyway, and that's only one lie that I can prove my parents told me.
Isn't
which
it
I'm
once
sure
a
they told me a
liar?
bunch. What's that?
Sorry to interrupt, but with NASA, that everyone comes in here saying, well, we know they lied about this one thing or about that one thing, but then everything else is true. So it's the
Right.
saying that once a liar, then everything else is true.
Yeah, I was trying to get to that point very poorly. So you're saying to yourself, hey, mom, dad, you lied to me. I'm going to have to forgive you because we got to move on with life. But I'm expected to trust you the same too? I don't think so. And you know what I mean? Like, you lied to me, so now I should know that there's always the possibility that you could lie again, and everything has to be taken grain of salt at this point. Everything. A critical thinker will say, yeah, I love my parents. They're a little sus sometimes, though. Why's that? Oh, they lied about the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, and they didn't have a problem with it all. In fact, the whole neighborhood was in on it, so they're a little sus.
It's growing in the deception towards children, because like with my kids now, there's this thing called elf on the shelf, and every day the elf is meant to move and do stuff and be mischievous, and my kids are so excited now about, is the elf going to move when they go to bed at night, that it almost breaks my heart that I've got to tell them it's bullshit, but they get
It's
so
breaking my heart
excited.
just hearing it. Shit. That's horrible, see? Horrible. We have to force ourselves to lie to our kids in this society?
Well, now
I don't know
the
about that.
Santa lie is not enough. There's got to be more, like an elf.
Yeah, elf
It's
on the
also
shelf.
moving.
Right. Phew. The Grinch. Grinch is somewhere in there too, just hanging around. Ruin Christmas. Why not?
Oh yeah, Elf on the Shelf. It takes away the your mom was smarter than you are, because you think you're getting away with something, and then she knows that you did the thing, and then she's like, "Well, the elf told me." Well, now you just made mom look dumber than a doll. But anyway, back to the point. Whenever I say space is fake, I'm not saying the stars, the sun, the moon, the way they move in the sky. I'm not saying that's fake. What I'm saying is the mainstream idea of a vacuum with gas ball giant stars and planets with gas pressure living inside that vacuum. I'm saying that idea is fake. Whenever NASA says, or in our day, when SpaceX says we're launching rockets into space, all they're doing is shooting a rocket into the sky and arching it, and then sending it off into the distance on my field of view. Whenever ISS is taking a quote 24-hour footage, all they're doing is putting a camera on the side of their little underwater look-alike, pointing it at a screen, and feeding you computer-generated images. They can't send anything into orbit if there is no curve. If they can't find a radius, then they can't formulate the math for an orbit, because the orbit needs the radius value.
How'd they get the radius?
Exactly. So if you don't have a radius and you have a story that says I need a radius and it violates a law that no one can break, then you have a fabrication.
Yes.
That's what I mean by space is fake.
And think about it, like the Earth is, we were told that they've wrapped fiber optic cables so many times around this place that if you look at the power cables that have been laid and the fiber optics and the water lines and all these things, we've gone around the quote unquote planet so many times, like it's 10 or 50 or whatever. If we wanted to say measure a radius, we could create a 3,000 mile tape measure. And then you could literally just place it at the one location, take it to the other location, pull it taut, and there you've proven something as simple as demonstrating that distance. Whereas they claim like, oh, why would they ever create something that large, like a 3,000 mile measuring tape? But yet you've created 20, 30, 40,000 miles worth of fiber optics. So what's a 3,000 mile section? It's like a stretch between the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, which we know we've got the undersea cables running that way. So it's not impossible to create a cable, like with the budgets that these guys have access to. It would be one of the most simplest things. You could even attach it to a spindle and shoot a rocket off with one end attached to the rocket. And you could cover the entire continent like in a matter of minutes and get the tape to the other side. There's 1,000 ways that you could actually use something tangible to measure, but they never have. And the radius would have to come from the center. Who's been there?
It was last time I was there, man. So I haven't been back in a while. You know what I mean? You got Jules Verne down there still hanging out. That was a old timers joke. Anybody remember who Jules Verne was?
Now that's the demonstration I want to see for the circumference. I want to see one long tape measure that's 25,000 miles, and that it wraps all the way around the outside, the outer circumference, and that the two ends are touching again.
That is a right proper measurement, my friend. All right, Globers, chop chop. Let's get to it.
You were referring to the 40s or 50s novel Journey to the Center of the Earth by Jules Verne.
Correct. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Leagues. And I'm going to have to look up what league is. And then we're going to have to talk about Jules Verne and how big 20,000... Oh, wait. Is there any globe evidence we could talk about? Anybody got a globe Earth measurement of any kind that doesn't come out to be flattened? Anybody? About that.
You've got me intrigued now what a league is.
Hey, hang on. It's a unit. Hold on. 3 miles. So 60,000 miles underground, under the water is what Jules Verne was said to have gone. I don't know about that.
Say that again, 60.
60,000.
Yeah, he meant horizontally. Glad. Sorry about that.
Horizontally? You mean not vertically from sea level, like down?
Yeah, you can't go that far down, but you can go that far out. Yeah.
You can.
The Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench is only 8 miles or 12 kilometers deep.
Yeah. So now I have to look up what Verne meant.
Now wait a minute, there's a twist here. If we could find one of these Globers that unfortunately they went extinct, but they would say that the league is a time. Thanks.
Oh, because of space-time, of course, because they're Looney Tunes is what that is.
Yeah, it's not a distance, it's a time. I can't say it without laughing. I'm sorry.
Captain Nemo, by the way. 33 years at universities. Sorry, hold on. I don't know why I'm reading this to you.
See? Years. See, I told you.
No, that's just how long some dude's been teaching this specific lesson.
Yeah, that's 100 leagues. Yeah.
Kevin Watson, he's taught all these languages and this story, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, for 33 years. Anyway, like I said, who cares?
33?
Right, yeah. So it uses symbols related to the time it was published in 1870.
Whenever I see that 33, I know this is definitely legit.
Well, it's just weird that I don't think it means anything.
That's the super spooky 33 music, by the way.
Yep. I like it. Distance traveled. 6 times the diameter of Earth is 20,000 leagues. Boom. Here, let me post it.
20,000
So
6 times.
6 times the diameter of Earth apparently is 20,000 leagues. Here.
And he claimed
check the voice text.
60. So if he claims 60, that's 3 times that. So that means 18 diameters of the Earth is what he traveled.
Yep.
Okay, makes sense. Turn the page. Next question.
Yeah. I mean, you could spend a lot of time on the ocean. Sure. Like, okay. He could have done 100,000 leagues, whatever. So why do they say under this? Why does he say under the sea? Like under the weather, maybe?
No, because he was in a submarine.
Oh, I thought he was in a boat. Well, that changes everything.
Yeah, I think somewhere in the story he ends up finding like a kraken or a big space
I've never read it. Yeah.
underwater squid.
All I know,
Yes,
yeah.
The submarine. Yeah, the submarine's called the Nautilus. Thanks.
The Nebuchadnezzar, Nautilus.
Well, then again, 60,000 was the claimed circumference of Captain Cook's journey around the exterior of Antarctica. So technically, if he did 60,000 under the surface, he could have just gone once around the outside. No major feat.
Solved. That's it. So you got it. That is literally what they're trying to hide. Yes, that's exactly. Period.
Under the sea. Under the sea.
Girl, it is better down where it's wetter. Take it from me.
Creeper old man.
Yeah, he was a creepy old crab.
Wouldn't that mean it's 30,000 from the center out in all directions?
Well, I don't know. So it's 2.4 miles per league. I just found. That's the exact approximate equivalent.
No.
Per league.
It can't be.
This is what it says.
No, to the 30,000 from the center out.
Oh.
Well, but 60,000 around, it has to be 30,000 on the right and 30,000 on the left to make the circle.
Well, that's not. Do you mean from the center out though? I don't.
Yeah. So 30,000 miles from the North Pole to where it says the South Pole everywhere. That might be the distance. We just don't know it. Even on the flat plane, I'm saying. And we're just fucked with our orientation and actual distance. That's all.
That would be a yeah.
Yeah, they just give us the equivalent of 24,000 in our center area. You understand? Like, yeah. So 24 from top to bottom, 12 on the right, 12 on the left, 6 in yeah. That's what the government gives us in our little fucking area of like all of our little continents and shit.
Let me just try it on a paper plate real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Like in the olive branches. I mean, where do they get to 24,901? I mean, that's got to be some. I mean, it's got to be something.
Yeah, I think his name is Satan. Yep.
This
you know
one's
what I
for
can't
you.
believe? Wait, I'm sorry. I cannot believe that CB doesn't have a church lady, the voice of what was this guy's name? Dana Carvey. Remember on SNL?
Dana Carvey. Dude, check the voice text.
So.
Wait, I'm not familiar with this. I'll have to check this out.
Never mind. Yeah, it's want to get the one of him saying that guy's name, but I can only say the name 3 times a day before I get kicked out of the server, so somebody else can say it. Thanks.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shaking. Satin?
That's not me, moderators. Don't. That's not me. Thanks.
I said satin. I'm talking about a fabric. Anyway, okay. I'll have to delete this then, huh? Jeez.
How dare you, Glat?
Even my cat's mad.
Yeah, that's right. Conform.
It's fine. I don't like the word either.
Where's my measuring tape? I got to measure this globe Earth. Be right back.
Okay. I hear hardware stores have some that go up to about 100 feet.
Or do it 15,000 from the center out, every direction. It'd be 30 up and down and 30 right and left. 60 that way, like a cross.
Okay, so let's just hypothetically, because I don't have a big paper plate. I hate using these numbers. So 34,000 miles around in a circle. That would only be 5,000 miles from the center to the edge. Again, means nothing, but just for the record.
Right, and if that'd be like a fucking small existence. It's not no big Earth at all. That'd be little bitty.
Yeah, what they're telling us. It's a cartoon object, and that's the whole point. They actually think that they have this big magical cartoon. No, it's a tiny nothing. It's literally removes all of creation. So double it. So I guess I'm just again very rough. So 60. What was it? 60,000. 7,000, 8,000. From the center out, that would be 8,000 miles from the center. So. And again, that means nothing. This was a trek that Captain Hook, just kidding, Captain Cook took. So whatever. It's not gonna. Can't prove anything with it. Doesn't matter. But I find it ironic what Solar said, because it's matching. The distance matches, again, 20,000 leagues is that exact distance that Cook traveled. That's pretty interesting. How's Spidey Bog doing? You comfortable in the corner over there? Got people showing up to the party, passing out on couches. We haven't even started yet. What's going on, Spidey? That's what happens, you know, when if you're your first day at school, everybody knows you get tired by lunchtime. You know what I'm saying? So, Spidey, I know you're sleeping, but you're definitely listening. So, just so you know, the reason that we can't find anybody that believes in a globe Earth is because the server actually proved all of them wrong. So that's why you weren't sure where you live, because we destroyed the globe religion a while back. So if you're one.
Really?
Yes, actually, yes. In the past 7 years, people are scared to death to even talk to flat earthers because they know they don't even have an argument against. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. I did not know that.
Yep, it's crazy. I know. Here we are. This is the edge of consciousness, the end of the world. So when people come here, literally, they don't want to engage because they could lose their entire belief system. Their world might literally disappear. If I proved to you that all that cartoon stuff on TV was literally just a cartoon on TV, and I can show you reality is very different, that's going to hurt a lot of people, especially the atheist community, or especially people with very comfortable government jobs, or people with really big egos. They're going to get crushed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this beautiful picture of a specular reflection of the tree on the has to be completely flat water, and they look exactly like our lungs, and we literally use them to breathe. What a coincidence.
Yep, God is a good artist. You got to give him credit. Pretty good.
Oh yeah, looks like our brain too, and our veins in our body.
It also takes the shape of lightning.
What's the shape of lightning?
The tree, the branches, the trunk, the inner portion of a lung.
A vein. I would say a vein is lightning. Thanks.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, interesting enough, graphene actually assimilates like this because of its electricity.
Well, I don't know if you've met Spidey Bug yet, Witsit, but he's a young man that joined about an hour ago, but he didn't have any argument against us. And I wanted to tell him why, because we, for the last 7 years, have kind of deleted this globe religion for the most part. Most people do end up being too afraid to discuss that belief system now because we've dismantled it so much. So I didn't want to put any pressure on him, but he's a young guy and he was curious.
It's a pretty great way to put it. Well, my man, just look at the voice text and look at that picture of trees over water. That literally cannot happen if that water is curving on a ball. So it may be an uncomfortable truth, but it is still the truth. You were lied to about where you live.
So you get out of high school yet, Spidey, or are you still in school? Or are you going to college or what?
I'm like first year of high school.
All right. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
So, if you find out that the Earth is provably flat, what are you going to do? Are you going to keep it real and admit that, or tell other people? Or are you going to pretend it's not and just pretend it doesn't exist because it's uncomfortable? Right? Like that's the decision you have to make.
I won't really mind if the Earth is flat. If it's proven, not provable, if it is flat, I wouldn't really mind. Earth is Earth.
Okay.
Oof.
So I mean, if it was, you would just be honest about it.
Yeah, I'll be honest about it.
Cool, man.
Witsit, let me insert something here, and I want you to continue. But what if I told you, Spidey, that Earth is not an object?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, see, that's crux. Yes, that is where we're leading you down that true rabbit hole. That yes, it's not an object. So it's actually very different than what we conceptualize when somebody says that term flat Earth. We just think of a flat Earth disc-like or something like that in space, right? We don't think of it, oh, it's not an object, right? No, we still think of an object, and that's still kind of the terminological problem of this argument. Like, we have terms that limit our view, right? So it's hard to imagine reality. Well, the good thing is about this topic, Spidey, you don't have to imagine it. You go outside and experience it, and that's all we're claiming. Isn't that easy?
Yeah, that's pretty easy.
You can prove it, so just go test it for yourself. If you want to know the truth, then just go prove it. Prove us wrong or prove it right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the problem. No one ever does that. No one ever does that because they have better stuff going on or whatever, right? They'll actually say that we're insane, but we did it. We actually encourage you to do it. So I do it all the time.
Okay.
It'd be cool. We could compare notes, bruh.
All right.
So yeah, there you go. You can physically measure the surface. It's not curved. Just look at that picture right there, that tree's reflection on the water. It's called a specular reflection. That water cannot be bending convexly or concavely at all, or you cannot get that reflection. And it is a perfect mirror reflection of the trees. That's impossible if that water's bending.
Yeah, and if you do have a photo of it, compare that to a convex mirror used in a shop to see if anyone's stealing. There's like a mirror that's slightly bent and you see everything's warped. Versus when you see a mirror that's perfectly flat, it's a mirror image. And that's actually how you cast a mirror, is by doing it horizontally so that it's level, so that it can get perfectly flat, so that you get an undistorted image in the mirror, like the water.
But Spidey, I have to warn you.
Yeah.
You got to be very careful. Okay, because a lot of people, in fact, the vast majority of adults, not handle this truth, and it hurts them, scares them. So if you were to accept this, you would be attacked, and you might not be ready for that yourself. So there's a little bit of a feeling out process with your own psyche and understanding that this could change the rest of your life. And if you're not ready for it, it's not for you. That's just the reality. Not everybody is ready to realize they've been lied to about almost everything they've been taught. And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm saying it's okay to admit you're not ready. The best advice for those people, I always tell them, just try to keep, try to just listen, right? Try to be that fly on the wall and see what other people say about it. If it's not for you, if it's not something that you're ready to accept because you're going to get attacked for it, then the truth isn't ready for you. Like, I'm the exact opposite. I love when I cause problems. So it was the greatest thing for me to find out, right? Twad Wazzle, 1 second. Twad Wazzle, come on, man. Almost done. You might be having a little bit of a...
There's a little hot mic.
So yeah, anyway, hot mic. So Twad, thanks. So I almost got it done. So yeah, Spidey, so for an example, myself, it was a great thing because I love to cause problems and irritate people. I've always been a problem child, so I love the flat earth. But if you're not a terrible kid like me, if you want to just keep all your friends and family, it might not be for you, just to let you know. You got to be very careful with this truth.
Oh, cut it to him straight, man. Don't sugarcoat it.
Yep. And it's okay. That's the thing, actually. I honestly love the fact that most people don't know about it. So I honestly love being that small minority group. I've always been the small minority, and it's an amazing truth because there's 1,000 lies attached to it. It's not just about the shape of your existence, Spidey. It's much, much bigger.
It's a big boy, big girl pants truth, for sure.
It's one of those that's like the foundation of all of the beliefs that you think about on a daily basis, right? It's one of those things you don't think about, but it influences the way you think, right?
Exactly. It's not just flat or globe Earth. It's the tip top of if you can understand what the implications. That's what I was looking for, is implications. It trickles down and affects everything. This lie itself. Anyway, keep going.
So isn't it crazy that the trees look like our lungs and we need them to breathe? Probably a coincidence.
Just a coincidence, Whitsit. It doesn't actually mean anything. Get your head out of the gutter and focus on reality, okay?
Yeah, because I was thinking crazy. Like, that must mean it was designed and created by a creator. That's crazy talk.
Where does your mind go sometimes? You flat earthers. I don't know.
I want to keep the crazy talk going. All right, Spidey, since you're the only one in here, I'm going to ask you another really crazy question, okay? And I'm going to give you this red pill if you want it. Are you ready, Spidey? See, I can't force him. I don't want to hurt you. If you're not ready, I'm just going to kind of let this one go. It's okay.
He may be AFK.
You guys continue. Well, it's been quite the pseudo year, guys. Here we are, about a week away from the next big pseudo year. Congratulations.
Yeah. Real excited.
Even though it's super weird because, of course, December Death Day means 10, and it's the 10th month, and that wouldn't be the 12th month. That's weird when the year actually begins in the spring, when life begins, just like the scriptures say.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Creation Bear, where's the church lady? Come on, let's get it out. Gosh, Creation Bear's not ready for it. I need that church lady saying.
You gotta have it.
Come on. Want it.
Especially at this point, man. Exo's, what's the word?
Chomping at the bit?
He's rationed down to 3 a day. Not too many. In fact, that's hardly any. You might as well be 0 for.
I just don't. I can't even say it because I'm afraid. Wait, did I already say it once? Did I fire 5 rounds or 6? Gosh, I can't remember.
Is it potatoes au gratin? Au gratin? How do you say? I'm not gonna say it.
Potatoes all rotten.
Super Saiyan. Ooh, almost said it there. I'm just messing around.
Right. So again, it's really weird, because okay, how many months into the pseudo year is October? It's not 8. So no, it's not 8.
Yes, it is. It's 8. Oh, you mean the pseudo year 10? In the pseudo year, it's 10.
Correct. That's the point. It is really so. Everything they've done, who's they? Let's get to that later. They've perverted every single thing about basic everything. Just everything that's basic is now completely wrong. That's the whole point.
Yeah, if it's as confusing as is possible, then it is mainstream. What's
Right,
that?
what this means
Any
is,
activity at all is science? Oh, okay.
right, so if I compare the language of today to the language 2,500 years ago, how could I possibly know anything what they were saying back then?
You'd have to make it up, and apparently that's good enough.
I'd have to forget what I know to
Right. Right.
And that is the crux of this argument. I don't have to say the flat earth. That means you are going to forget what they taught you and start over because you're no longer suffering from this insane cartoon religion that destroys your ability to function as a normal person. You're not normal. Everybody is actually a ritualistic puppet. There's a big difference. So we used to be able to count to 10 and it was called a deca. And now we don't even know octet, a deca. There's 12, there's a 10. Nothing makes sense. And that's what this magical outer space religion does to people. It destroys all the basic fundamental principles of logic. There's no logic whatsoever there. It's gone.
Logic, logos. It used to mean something.
Right, means word, which the word is the word. Yeah, wow, the word is true, right? The word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword.
Yeah, you get the word from a specific time period and a specific group of people doing a specific thing. That's what the word means. Forever.
Sayonara, Spidey. We'll see you in the near future, Spidey.
Did he
Thank
take
you
off?
very much. See you later. No, it's good. He didn't. He was already overflowing. Like he could not handle it. You don't.
That's all right. That's fine. It happens. It is a ton of information all at once, especially. It's a lot of work. You have to be willing. One has to be willing to do the amount of work. It doesn't matter how much work it is. It's like, holy shit, I got to know as much as I can now because now I know it's the truth. Now I know it. Now I know what to look for. You can trust your senses when you have to use the restroom, but not when you're going to notice the ground under your feet? That's kind of weird. What if it were switched?
Here's the big Morpheus question. Listen, this was my Morpheus question I was going to ask him. Ready? What if I told you that up?
Exactly. And down is down. Yeah, imagine if it were switched.
I need the lightning. Can you give me a lightning strike, CB, or something when I do that? Come on. Where you at? Did he leave? I'm talking to myself. He's not even here.
No, you're talking to me. I mean, whatever that's worth.
I hope he's uploading some sound bites because we desperately need them.
Mm-hmm. Specifically one word said by Dana Carvey in the late 80s, early 90s. And it sounds like apron. Could it be? Oh, man. A lot of these people didn't grow up watching that there after Saturday family dinner. All piling around the TV in the fireplace, watching Rick Moranis, Dan Harvey, Dan Aykroyd, Bill Murray. Come on, the class of the greats, Eddie Murphy.
I just want to point out though, when you address somebody new to the topic, right? Because they're a little worried, they don't want to make a claim. The new age, the millennial society is, I don't want to say anything or else they'll use it against me, kind of thing in a court of law. So it's really weird, right?
Yeah.
If you just ask them, what if I told you the Earth isn't an object? All of a sudden their brain is like, wow, overload, need to think now, and it's over. Everything else that they thought about is now over. If you're just telling them, what if I told you Earth is not an object? That literally scrambles them up, and it's like a shock. Like, whoa, what? He was like, I never heard of that. And that's where this is going. Yep.
You got to reverse engineer it. I think that might be a way to. I was listening to someone talk about it and like take the whole globe deal, because basically the globe is reverse engineered truth, i.e., flat Earth. So they're just making opposite everything that it's in reality. Like you said, up actually is up. So if one wants to understand the globe at best model. I don't even want to call it that. Just take reality, flip it upside down, and you got it.
Sounds like it came from Crowley or wherever he got his understanding from. Law of reversal.
Exactly. It nailed it. That's exactly right. That's why it's hard for me to not blurt out that a church lady word so often, because it's literally every single turn into the discussion, you're hitting that brick wall. You can't avoid it. So of course I'm going to get in trouble, right? I mean, there's no way around it. And I do mistakenly get a little emotional about it, but that's where this goes. And it sucks when you're told you can only go so far in the conversation. It's like, wait a minute, the whole point is after this conversation. I'm just about to show you what the point is, so it gets frustrating. It's okay. But that's what it is. It's that word relativity, right? Or the word, just think of that sentence, law of attraction. How are these things related? Are they? Well, then you get bendy space time, then you got, what I mean? Like, these are all related. Like, yeah, they're not separate things. Go ahead.
Yeah, the relativity thing means getting rid of rules, getting rid of function, almost.
Boom. Nailed it. Exactly. Right. So if I have a magical word, I can spackle any problem in my religion. Of course, you know what it is. Starts with a G, right? Any problem in my religion, I just
what, gravy? Sorry.
That's exactly right. Right. Gravy. Exactly. Magic the gravity.
Yep.
Right. Exactly. Every time I have a problem in my religion, let me just it's gravity. There we go. Solved. That's it. And that is literally what's in their mind. That's how scary it is. Wait, okay, you're telling me because things fall, therefore balls don't fall and they fly around each other. Okay, all right.
Ooh, and a magical force we can't quantify, see, touch, smell, or anything, use, makes things into perfect spheres all throughout the chaotic universe. I love it. I love this.
Chubby. It's a little chubby.
Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
You got to be careful. Now, here's the thing, though. So let's just say, here, okay, it's called a catch-42, guys. Okay, that means you win either way. Let me explain. So if somebody says gravity to you, and I say, okay, can you show me gravity? And they drop something, I'll go, okay, great. Yeah, that's gravity. I agree. So what does this have to do with balls not falling and just flying around each other? You see the problem here? I'm agreeing things fall. You're saying gravity does something other than making things fall. And that, right, again, that is going to show them like you're not saying anything. You're just saying a word. So you got to shock them with that. Like, yeah, I already agree things fall. We're not talking about that. We're talking about balls flying around each other magically. That's the issue.
Yeah, there's 3 things that gravity does, apparently. And I'm just finding this out. There's more and more we're finding out about gravity. The science has never settled, which I guess is the good news. So 3 things gravity does. 1, pulls things down, right? Everybody thinks that's what gravity's doing, is at the very least pulling things downward, okay? But now they've added some stuff, these globers, the anti-flat earthers that I talk to every day, all day. They've added that not only does gravity do the downward vector, but it goes up now too. It pulls things up, like helium, oxygen, other things that rise, right? Things rise. Well, they have to explain the rising, so they're just going to call it gravity again, right? Oh, magically delicious. And then the third thing that gravity does, and they've been saying this for a long time, but I just want to put it in perspective. This one thing that doesn't exist it performs 3 things in reality. The third thing is it makes things orbit other things. So we've got down because of gravity, we've got up now because of gravity, and then we've always had gravity making things spin. So 3 different things. You know what? Gravity is probably the most impressive thing I've ever heard of or never experienced. Thanks.
Right, and that's again tying back to this relativity. Whatever I want it to be, that's what it be. So when you show me that, we found dead dog bones in the ground. Okay, well that proves evolution. Okay. Now watch this. The dodo bird died off. Doesn't exist anymore. You know what that is? Evolution. Okay, great. I am not the same as my parents. You know what that is? Evolution. Okay, now hold on. Watch this. Okay, I found bones I can't identify in the ground. evolution. You see, no matter what the outcome, it's it does. There's not even a relativity. It's literally the most psychotic belief system ever, right? And that's how we get these ideas of, again, that's where relativity comes from. The evolution already existed for thousands of years. The relativity and the space-time and all these perverted outer space cartoons come from evolution. Do not be confused. That's where this is coming from. That belief. It's that, again, the church lady, that belief system. That's what it is.
And also, God, why haven't they put the space option on watches?
Space time, exactly.
We need a space time watch if it's real. We need, right? Because we got time, which again, I think we can all agree time's a construct. You know.
Yeah. Hey, Glad, can you tell me what time it is behind the sun right now? It should be on your space time section on your.
Hang on. Yeah, it's shut the fuck up. The globe isn't real o'clock.
Space time.
Space time.
This is why this is so addictive, and that's why there's so many hardcore of you guys. I don't want to say the F word. There's so many people that cannot believe that this is the gift that keeps on giving. The more you unravel this, you don't even have to use the F word. Everything attached to this, destroying this cosmology, it's a way of thinking, now leads to all these other rabbit holes just literally not just popping up. They're just presenting themselves to you. It's an automatic, just right in front of you. Everything gets handed to you. And that's why there's so many diehard earthers, because it's almost like you almost get addicted because it's a constant dopamine hit of like, wow, this is exciting. Wow, that's exciting. Like 4 years later, like, wow, this is amazing. So it's literally, you can overdo it. So be careful.
You can. Yeah, you can. I've done it a few times. But it's worth it to me.
It's like going from the Atari to the Sega CD. Oh boy, you're gonna spend some nights on that Sega CD now. You were used to the Atari. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's all over. Yeah, you got the Sega CD now. Kid.
I remember Sega CD. Yeah, you're right. I was like, now I'm gonna be playing games all day when I'm not at school. All day.
3 days in a row. Yeah. And Saturday and Sunday, you never went to bed the first week you had.
Right, exactly.
I mean, you just were mind.
You wonder why you get the flu, and then you're like, oh, I was up for 4 days playing Donkey Kong.
Right. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's the same deal. That's okay. I mean, honestly, if I get the motivation like that, and I'm really excited, motivated to learn about something, it's fine. Just got to pace myself as best I can, right? Because I'm going to overdo it no matter what. I'm like, give me everything right now. I want to learn Kung Fu immediately.
Oof. Because the guy earlier, I could tell that I don't want to. I hope he's not listening. He was a little worried about the fact that there's a room of a bunch of people, right? So he's by himself. So he was worried. I don't want to say the word scared, okay? But that's what happens. You get scared. However, if they do that, then that's why I kind of wanted to move away from that one and just talk, hey, let's go to outer space. We're not ready to talk about the Earth curvature. So I just want you to know. But because if he stays in here for an hour listening and nobody says outer space is obvious, if I don't make fun of outer space, that means I just lost an opportunity for him to now have that seed planted, right? So I want him to just immediately, I'm going to say, listen, did you find out outer space is fake yet? Did you? Oh, no. Okay, that's okay. We're going to chill. Just relax. Here's a bag of chips.
Well, that's a good one too, because every Glober comes in with the quote unquote understanding, right? Outer space and imagination is everything, and gosh, what an endless possibility world we live in. To break that paradigm, first is perhaps maybe the not most painful, but most like, oh, it's not real. But once one starts waking up to stuff like that, it becomes easier and easier to understand the deception and see it and kind of almost be like, oh, that's the best they could do? Well, that's too bad. Huh. No, reality presents itself way more obviously than they had to lie to me about it. Like that.
Hey, Glad, when you go watch Matrix 4, I want you to remember this conversation. The whole thing.
Okay.
On that note, real quick, 140 West of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, Stormfire 9221, sir, or ma'am. How you doing? Hopefully, a moderator has allowed you to take your mute button off, Stormfire. I don't know how long you've been here, but welcome to the server.
No, I think Stormfire's been here yesterday and maybe a couple other days. Stormfire, are you there?
I was overly eager. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That's fine.
Go ahead.
I'd love to speak with a new person, and technically, Stormfire, you'd still be new. No offense.
Hey, like I said, there's 1,000 issues attached to this topic. I don't even have to. I never even say the F word, so just don't be shy. We'll figure it out for you.
Yeah, there's a lot of 4-letter F words. There's actually a 4-letter, 2-letter word called if. If this, then globe, right?
That's the best. Oh, I've heard the moderator. I've heard Mimas Tones and Indio 007. I've heard them several times say, is your question going to start with if? And the guy would be like, no. Are you sure? And they literally would still say if. They can't stop themselves. Like you would warn them. You'd warn them like, oh, it's not going to start with if, is it? No, I promise. No, Glad, it's not. And then the guy goes, okay, if the earth is, and it's like, oh my God, you cannot believe it. Like that's how bad they're in that cog-dis indoctrinated zone. They're so brain dead. It's like, I can't believe it. How could that just have happened? That really happened?
It's a yeah, but situation. A case of the yeah, but this and yeah, but that, you know. The case of the yeah buts. If or yeah but or should or could or would. Come on now, we're gonna talk about reality. Yeah, no, yes we are. Yes we are.
How about when they start making claims that they actually claim that they don't even realize that that's their claim, but they try to say it's your claim? That's the best part. Is when they're telling. So are you guys saying that all the things in the sky really aren't there? Actually, we actually are the only group that believes they're there. You think they're millions of light years in a different spot.
Right.
It's like every time.
And that they don't even exist, and that's why you can see them.
Right. They blew up. They blew up 20 billion light years ago. Remember? You don't believe that star's there. I do. What are you talking about, bro?
That's great.
Yeah.
Are you saying the moon is fake too? Yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Yeah.
Right.
Earth is fake. Yeah. Yep.
Everything's fake. This isn't real. You're not real.
The first red flag is when you tell them there's no real picture. Then they say, "What about?" That's when they lose. What about you investigate? There's no real picture, bro.
Yeah, why are you asking me about it?
Wait a minute. No, they just go right. They go right to. Wait a minute. Why would they lie? Wait, just go right to why would they lie? Right.
Yeah, I hate that shit. Well, I told my friend that the Earth spin at 1,000 miles at the equator. He was like, "No, it don't." And he looked it up. He was like, "Oh yeah, okay, I can see how that can work." I'm like, bro, that didn't even make sense to you at first. Like, and now you agreeing with it? Like, get the fuck out of here.
That is the syndrome right between the eyes. Yep.
I love it when they're like, I haven't heard this before. Hang on, let me Google it to find out where you're wrong.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I've never heard of this, so let me learn even more about the truth.
Like, bro, why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me this? I'm like, cuz, I mean, that's something to think about. I mean, I didn't even say flat Earth. I was just, kind of poking at him. Like, that's something to think about. Ain't that crazy that they say it spins that fast? He's like, oh, well, I guess gravity. Oh, dude, please. Please. Yeah, we used to be friends.
It'll clean your life out real quick.
Oh, that's one thing I noticed for sure. Like, it definitely, you reevaluate who's in your circle.
You know what? And I don't want to sound like a dickhead. You're absolutely right. And I don't want to sound like a dickhead, but I guess I don't care at the end of the day. There's so many people that just, oh my God, thank God I don't have to fucking care about their life anymore. And I'm not kidding. Not like that if they don't survive or not. What I'm saying is like, oh my God, I don't have to worry about all the shit that comes with, them checking on you, you checking on them, being a good friend, being a good, family member and all that. It's like, wait a second. They just wrote me off because I'm trying to find the truth. Holy fuck, 75% of y'all can go fuck yourselves.
I'm down with that, bro. Because at some point they're gonna be like, all right, well, he told me the Earth is flat. Now when he hang out with me, I gotta just hope he don't bring it up. And,
exactly. Yeah, and that's bullshit. I don't want to have to do that to anybody, right?
Yeah, and I feel that at first I was like, whatever, I just I won't bring it up. And then like he would start talking about space with somebody else, and they'd be like, "Oh, what you think, T?" I'm like, and he thought, don't worry about him. Like,
don't worry about him. He doesn't know what any of it is.
We don't want to have that conversation. Let's talk about Dragon Ball Z. Let's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you lose friendships you lose relationships out of this, bro. Like, and it's not like I'm not trying to go out and try to fucking lose relationships, purposely. You know what I mean? It's just like I want to share info and exchange with you. I don't want to fucking fight about it and argue.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
bro, it's fucking crazy. But we'll have a debate about if if Batman could beat Superman for 3 hours.
You know, Superman can always be Batman, no matter.
But the point is, we'll talk about everything under the sun, and then when it comes to conspiracies in general, now that he know I'm a flat earther, he don't want to talk about no conspiracy at all.
Of course not, because he'll have to fucking admit that you're right, and he has to think about things differently when he's already a grown ass man and he's got everything figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why whenever I meet somebody new, I put flat Earth out on the first conversation.
Oh, 100% now, 100%. Once you lose the day one homies, it don't even matter at that point. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you in a second. Like, yo.
Oh yeah, agreed.
Yeah, because I got out the army, I got this new job, and then like the second conversation I had with a particular individual, I brought it up because I was like, "Hey, I finished the thing." And he was like, "Are you sure?" And I was like, "As sure as the Earth is flat." And then he was like, "Don't tell me you're one of those guys." And I was like, "Yes." And then we had like a 30-minute conversation on why I thought the Earth was flat, and going through the hot topics of it. And then now, every now and then, he'll call me on the phone for work-related stuff. And then before he hangs up, he'll ask a question. Like the last conversation we had was, "So how does the tides work?" And then so I gave him like a good 20-minute explanation. So,
that's a good spot to be in, because once they start asking questions like that, they thinking about it. At the very least, they thinking about it. So they either become a flat earther or they just become one of these. It's like a small percentage of people that know they know all the arguments from the flat earth side, and they still the globe. They still side with the globe. So they either become one of those guys, or they eventually wake up all the way.
Yeah, I got a coworker I talk to more often than him, because he's in Virginia and the two of us are in Georgia. And whenever I have a phone call with him, we'll talk about the usual business, and then we'll go on to a tangent on the latest information I can give him to blow his mind. He'll end up leaving the conversation with a headache because he's got conflicting views, cognitive dissonance. But he's not a whiner about it. Like, he's receptive. So.
Yeah, man. If you can get somebody head to hurt, that is a fucking good thing, because they are thinking about it. If head don't hurt, then they didn't think about it. They just, they went past all the points. But if they head start to hurt, that shows that they are fucking thinking about it. I love it. That's what
Y'all got a
happened with my
couple new
nephew.
people in here.
Dave Henkel. I was gonna say, is Cyanophore here? Is this person already been unmuted?
Cyanophore and Eternal Potato. Go ahead.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Hey, chilling. What's going on?
I don't know.
Don't be shy. It's all right. Nope, it's okay.
Okay.
It's all good, man. We're very friendly here. Nothing to worry
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
You're new to the topic. It is one of the best places to talk about this mind-bending discussion. It's gonna take you down a rabbit hole. So yeah, you can stick your little toe in if you want to, or dive in. It's up to you. Is there a moderator?
Yep. Okay. Okay. So I am currently a globe earther. That might change. We'll see. We'll see.
Now.
Do you want me to give?
I want you. You know what? I want you to do this. You know what? Just tell me a little bit about yourself, how you found the server, and when was the first time you heard about this topic, please.
I honestly don't know when the first time I heard about this topic was. But I do know I was in the server for like October of 2020. And then I left, and then I came back like I believe I came back yesterday, and I've just been sitting here, just like chilling in the background, watching people's arguments in the server without actually getting too much involved. And yeah, just thinking about the points that people are bringing up, and then like whenever people are bringing up flat Earth arguments, my thought process is basically just like, okay, why, what is substantiating this, and also, what can I say that, like, I mean, no. So why would this prove that the globe model is wrong? And I haven't actually found anything yet that, because all the evidence that I have found is legitimate. I don't think any of the evidence here is fake, but I don't think any of that evidence explicitly disproves the globe model, because the globe model is capable of explaining pretty much all of these.
Ooh, okay. All right. Oh, by chance, since you mentioned the model a couple times, would you care to show me that model? And then I'm going to ask you one question about the model after you show it to us. So go ahead and tell us where we can find that model real quick.
Okay, basically my understanding of the globe model is that, well, you have a sphere, you have a ball Earth with, of course, some imperfections on it. It rotates along an axis every 24 hours. Its orbit,
sure.
And then that Earth is moving in a ellipse around the sun, and then the sun is moving also an ellipse around the center of our galaxy, and that galaxy is again moving through space, and yes, that picture is accurate.
Okay, so I'm gonna back it up just a little bit, but I wanted you to finish everything you say, because a lot of people get mad, if I interrupt you. So that was a good explanation of the belief system. But I'm gonna ask you again. Now, you don't have to, you can say that, I want you to skip the question, or I don't know, but do you want to see if you can try to find that globe model, the actual model that is claimed, or do you think that maybe they actually don't have a model? What if it's just a cartoon they show on TV and then make claims based on already known experiences from other assumptions? And what if it turns out that there actually is no model? Would that change your mind at all?
I have been I'm one of those people who actually researches this stuff, and I am I do the math and then actually work out what we should get using the globe model.
Before we go too much into the weeds, though, do you want to try to show us the model? And because I'm going to ask you one question about the model, very simple, basic questions about a globe Earth model, but I think you need the model to answer the question, unless you want to try to answer it without the model. Do you just want to try to answer it without the model?
Yeah, because I don't really know what you mean by the model itself, because there's there's so many different portions of it. I can't just explain.
But that's true. But did I bring up the word, or did you?
What I did.
The word model, right? Exactly. So I'm not mad at you. You're fine. But I just have to point out to the audience that if somebody brings up a word, obviously, if I said model, right? If I go to a Glober server and say, my flat Earth model, I would never say that. Trust me. But if I said that, don't you think the Globers would be like, "Where's your flat Earth model?" They'd probably get pretty upset, right? If I didn't. But that's okay. I'm going to let you go, because there is a double standard. And you should have a double standard, because I actually have all the advantages. So I want you to know that I'm going to give you as many advantages as you need, because I want you to stay comfortable in the conversation. Senator. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you a quick question. And if you don't know, we can just move on. But actually, it's very simple. It's how high do I have to go above the surface of the globe model? Again, not in reality, right? We're talking about your model. Okay. and we'll move on if you want to. But how high above the globe Earth model do I have to go in perfect conditions? So let's eliminate all problems. So in perfect conditions on the globe model, how high do I have to go to begin to see the
I mean, like if you were to like, depends on what you mean by like see the curvature. Because
hold on now. See, now we have a problem with model, and now we have a problem with the word see. So right away, I'm just trying to put this in a very basic context, right? So if we don't know, we'll move on. So if we can't answer that, right? So I'm just trying to point out that in this conversation, if somebody makes a claim and I'm not able to answer it, then I get in trouble, right? So I'm just pointing out there that they're actually here's my statement. Watch this. There is no claim, so there actually is no answer. So if you were to go look that up, you wouldn't get any information from a model, because my claim is there is no globe model because there is no globe, and everybody already depends on a flat plane of existence. That's the real. Someone's interrupting already. That's fine.
No, I'm not interrupting. I'm just have a question. Sorry.
Oh, is that you or somebody? I was, okay, there's more than one person in here. So hopefully we have a moderator here that can kind of make sure this, stays legit and kosher. But you see where I'm going, Semaphore? There is no model, or else we'd be looking at it or discussing it. And there is no claim. Watch this. There is no claim to begin to see curvature, or else all the pilots would know about it. We would talk about it. There'd be a balloon. Oh, there it is. No such thing. So it is just a belief system. But again, you don't have to answer my questions. Actually, you can't anyway, because there is no answer. So I just have to point
honestly, I would argue that you can technically see the curvature even at like immediately when you go up above the surface, because if you look in a circle, you stand there, you look around, that's a circle.
Okay, I'm gonna hand. Okay, so watch this. So very good. Now watch this. I might have. Okay, so right now, I just want you to know that I only gonna give 3 or 4 back and forth, and then I have to hand it off to somebody else. I don't want to. I don't want to hog the mic, so I'm gonna hand it off to somebody else. But before I do, again, Semaphore, the problem is that there's no model. So when somebody brings up the model, and I keep asking them, great, show me information off the model, then they automatically have to hide from the model because there's no such thing. So that would be a concession. And I thank you for conceding, because there is no globe model, but there's plenty of other people here that would like to talk to you, and I will give them the floor. So again, thanks for stopping by.
All right. I will continue.
Go ahead. How about it, guys?
Okay. Okay, let's look at these questions. So
I just have a statement real quick. I won't stay long. Welcome to the server, Sanafor. Yeah, do you realize that on a globe, if you rise up in the air, as you rose up, the horizon would only drop away. The higher you got, the further it would drop away. You would have to look further and further down to see the horizon on a ball. The only time that the horizon would rise with the observer upon going upward would be on a flat level plane, as we see in reality. And there's a meme in there, thanks Miguel, at 58 minutes. Are you looking at the live stream voice text?
Yeah. What do you mean by rising with the? Because if you look at that picture of flat horizon, it's not moving. You see
you're in a balloon and you're going up in this. Like
and you see
think of yourself as you're in the balloon rising. This is showing you what it actually looks like as you're rising. So the horizon moves upward with you as you're rising. In reality, this is what actually happens.
No. See, look. It's horizontal.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Well, because the balloon is going upward.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is showing you what would happen if you're going upward on a balloon, on a ball horizon or a flat horizon. On a ball horizon, it would drop away from you as you rose up. But that doesn't happen. The horizon goes up with us the whole entire time in reality.
I would argue that the question is badly posed, because if you look at it, well, the flat horizon, if you rise up a balloon with a flat Earth, as you said, the horizon is a constant It's a straight line. It's not moving up or down. So how can you
Straight
say
line.
it's
Oh,
moving
thank
up?
you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, because the it isn't actually moving. So how can you say it's rising if it's not moving
Because the balloon's rising. In this meme, you're in the balloon rising up with the balloon. The horizons that you're seeing are what?
The ground is not moving. We agree that the ground is not moving, right?
In the
and
flat
therefore the horizon
horizon,
cannot be moving.
listen, in the flat horizon, the horizon is moving up with the balloon.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
Because the horizon is formed by the ground, and the ground is not moving. We agree.
Sounds like he's playing semantics with it. Not saying the horizon's going up, we're saying it appears to rise with you as you go up.
He doesn't know what a horizon is.
It does not appear to rise because look again the picture.
Okay, look at the next meme.
Because that is a badly posed question because
look
you
at
can't
the next meme and you'll understand.
You can't say that the horizon is rising if
look at the
your perspective of it is.
Look at the next meme and you'll see balloon footage of people going up. What the horizon looks like.
You can't say the horizon is going up because the horizon isn't actually like a physical object.
It appears
it's like the part at the end of the rainbow. There isn't actually an end to the rainbow.
The horizon.
It's meeting your eye level no matter how high you go is the point.
In reality, the horizon upon going upward continues to stay with you and your eyesight.
Yes, that is only because you go to. You're never going to get higher than say 100 kilometers. You're not going to go higher than that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But listen, on a ball, it would never go with the observer. It would drop away because it's a ball. Upon rising, it would go further and further down.
On the small scales, the Earth can be approximated by a plane when you when you're on small scales, and so when you rise up on those small scales, you do see that it's flat. But if you make the minutest measurements you will notice that it does drop very slightly.
Okay, good job on wiggling away with that. So are you saying that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Approximately.
Okay, so it's spherical shape.
Yeah.
Approximately. They gave us a radius of 3,959 miles.
I do not know what it is in miles.
Yeah, I'm telling you that's what it is. So, so you're here to defend the globe, but you don't know what the radius is. Do you know how far the horizon?
You know how far? I know that equatorial is 300. Mean radius is 6,371 kilometers, but I don't know what it is in miles.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So, do you know how far your horizon would be at a 5-foot observer height?
I can calculate that. I don't know if you want.
Just go to Earth calculator. I'll tell you, it's 3 miles.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you know that 5 miles should be a 16-foot drop in elevation?
Yeah.
At 5 miles.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
So, have you seen the black swan before?
No.
Does someone want to show him the black swan? We have a horizon that is 10 times further than geometrically possible on your globe with those dimensions. We went out and measured the surface.
Of course, the solution that's always brought up to that is, well, there's atmospheric refraction, which makes sense because.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. Like,
what kind of refraction?
Okay, so the air closer to the ground is warmer than the
I know what it is. I'm asking you what type. Do you know there's 4 different kinds?
They're all driven by pretty much the same process.
Are you talking about atmospheric?
Yes, I said atmospheric refraction, if you heard me
Or
correctly.
terrestrial refraction, or Snell's law.
Those are all driven by the same thing.
Okay.
The atmospheric refraction is a continuous version of Snell's law.
So you're saying can you show us the refraction, the calculations for refraction showing the horizon 10 to 30 times further than geometrically required by your globe? Can you show me that?
Okay.
So yes or no? Oh, no? Okay. Good.
I
Can
know
you tell me then?
it exists. I do not have it with me right now, obviously.
Yeah, you will never find it. But anyway, we're going to go on.
I have found it. I have found it.
I need to see where it will bring that horizon up from 10 to 30 times, make it go 10 to 30 times further out than what we actually see. Can you show me the citation for that? Because we have Andrew Thomas Young, the head of the astronomy department at San Diego State University.
Yep.
He says that that's not true.
As in what?
As in 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to your geometric curve horizon.
What does that even mean?
Are you going against the head of astronomy at San Diego State University?
What does that? Okay, what do you mean specifically by that?
It means that you should see no further. 1.225 times the height of the observer's feet if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
Ignoring the atmosphere. If you remove the atmosphere, that is correct.
Okay, well, what are the conditions then that would be necessary in order to see over that curve to the extent that you're claiming?
I'm typing the derived formula into.
I posted a pic in there that shows you what would have to happen, and the atmosphere would have to be becoming progressively denser and denser as the light comes towards you to bend it that way. Is that happening?
No, it is a difference in height. The pressure curve, the difference of height. Then.
Okay, so you're claiming it's a ball. That's your claim, right?
Yes, that was my claim.
Okay, so can you show us the direct measurement and the method used to measure the Earth's curvature directly with measurement?
Okay,
Who did that? Who measured it? Because we need to validate that, right? They gave us a slide, so we need to verify that measurement, that to validate that the size they gave us is correct. So when was that validated by measurement?
First of all, how a flight paths. You can.
Aircraft are not I'm going to stop you because aircraft are not measuring tools. Sorry.
They act as measuring tools in this case.
They do not act as measuring tools.
Yes, they do.
Aircraft is not a measuring tool.
Anything can act as a measuring tool.
Bro, this was done before airplanes, though. This was done
to measure the surface.
The airplane produces data as to where it is.
It's not a direct measurement. You're in free flight in air, a homogeneous mixture of gases. You're not. That's not a direct measurement of Earth. We're talking about physical.
It interacts with the GPS, and you can figure out where you are.
That's not a measurement of the physical Earth's surface.
And every single time we talk about measuring the Earth's surface, you end up conceding, well, we can never actually see the curvature that we're claiming. So you're just in this circular argument where you say there is curvature, you've measured it. Then we talk about measuring it, and you say, oh, we can't because refraction, we can't see it. So how did you ever do it?
Okay, well, you want to go to that? Okay, so there's this thing you can do where you can start at the North Pole, then move 90 degrees south.
The surface of the Earth.
I asked you, when was it done? It had to have been done already. I'm just asking you when, where, and how it was done. It's not up to you to provide us an answer of this is how you could do it in presupposition. I'm asking you that it had to have been validated in order for them to do anything. To go out into orbit, so-called orbit, they need that first. All the day-night cycles, all your mechanics, orbital mechanics, everything relies on the radius of Earth. So that's the basis, the whole foundation of your spinning space monkey ball religion. So I'm asking you to validate it with when was it directly measured?
Keep in mind, bro, you are defending people that don't give fuck about you. Like, it's surprised you don't ever hearing them defend themselves, but you are defending them. So now you're being put to the question. Like, so that's what's going on right now. You cool with me, bro. You cool with everybody. You cool with everybody. I'm just saying, you just need to understand you are defending people that don't give a shit and that's lie to all of us.
Yeah.
So go ahead and answer the question. Just know that's what you're doing right now.
Okay. So first of all, honestly, most people have just given up on trying to convince flat earthers that.
We're not talking about hearsay. I'm gonna rule it.
With direct measurements, because
I rule it out.
definitely.
I ruled it out. It's hearsay. It's not admissible in any court of law, and not
What?
here. And it's hearsay is not admissible as evidence.
And if you've given up on trying to make your case, I think it's because you never provide direct measurements.
I never. Because direct.
Yes, measure it directly.
What is okay? If I understand correctly, what you're talking about when you're saying direct measurement is that you are intending to go and measure, and you are intending to go and measure the Earth.
That's right. The surface of the Earth. Go and measure it. Give us a direct measurement that proves your radius claim.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what we.
That's it. You can't do it
to show ourselves that.
You can't seem to provide it, and then you say that you've given up on trying to convince people of your position. Well, I can see why.
Yeah, so what you have is you have a belief system. You believe it's a ball. You've listened to hearsay, secondhand information that you happen to believe wholeheartedly. Now you're defending it. You know what that is called?
Yeah.
By definition, it's religious zealotry. You have no backing for your claim. You have no proof, evidence, nothing empirical that shows it. And you want to know how you do a direct measurement. How you do a direct measurement, you're measuring the surface. So the measurement has to do with actually measuring the surface.
I disagree with you on that. Because measuring.
How would you disagree?
You have to maintain.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Central banker.
We can make inferences.
No, we're not making inferences. If you measure your kitchen table, do you believe it's flat now, or do you know it is?
Well, what? Okay, so
you're telling me you know the dimensions of your table without measuring it.
You have to believe it. You have to believe it. You can't always
have to believe it. So it's a religious thing then for you. You have to believe it.
Believe.
We're talking about measure.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
No, we're talking about fact. Measure.
But that is the case for pretty much everything.
No, it isn't.
Only in your mind.
Only in your mind, because
everything
you are delusional.
Because there was no way to perfectly verify everything.
Glober.
Bro, we talking
you
about
have a
reality,
religious
bro.
zealotry,
That's the
and now you're here presenting
reality,
that to us. Please don't overtalk me, Flat.
Sorry, bro.
You have a religious belief, and all you're doing is supporting it. You have no backing. You have no empirical data, nothing from anywhere, any source, or any method that has measured the curvature of Earth. Same thing with the detection of axial rotation. You don't have that.
I myself have not done. I
didn't
myself have not done any significant.
I'm not asking you to do it yourself. Do you get that part? I'm not asking you to tell me how you would do it yourself, or how you could do it, or how maybe somebody could do it. I'm asking you. It had to have been done before. They couldn't go anywhere if they didn't have that first. When was it validated?
Well, at least.
Do you know, or do you not know when it was validated by measurement? Yes or no?
Well,
yes or no. It's yes or no. No, you're not getting out of it. No, it's yes or no. You're not getting out of it. Answer the question. Answer the question. Yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, now show me exactly how it was done then. You said you know. Okay. So now I need the data, empirical data that validates the measurement.
The whole Eratosthenes thing. Well, you have a stick.
Sticks and shadows are not a measuring tool. Sticks and shadows are not a measuring tool. I can show these sticks and shadows on a curved surface. Yeah. If something can be done on both surfaces, it doesn't prove either one. It's illogical.
Fair.
It's not a direct measurement. Do you have primary source data from the measurement? Exact data, technical data?
From
200 BC.
Okay. We have
yes or no. Once again, yes or no. Answer the question. You're being deceitful and dishonest. Answer the question. Sticks and shadows are not a measuring tool.
You can replicate the experiment on a
counts as a measuring tool? What
They
counts
are
as a
not.
measuring tool?
They are not. Why do all
What
you
counts?
Glovers?
Okay,
We're in
what counts as a measuring
2021.
tool?
Wait, we're in
According
2021, and you're using something from 200 BC. You couldn't tell me if that person even existed or if it was made up in the early 80s. That's the first time it appeared.
Because there are
So
There-
where's
there
the
are-
primary source data? Do you have that or not? Yes or no? For Eratosthenes.
I do not have.
You don't. Thank
actual
you.
primary source
First time
data.
you've been
Because,
honest.
but then if I did, you just argue that
You're spiraling.
was
Yeah,
flawed.
there's no
Right.
curvature measurement. So what you're doing is religious. You have a religious zealotry. You have no backing for it, so it's belief without backing. No
Okay,
basis for your claim whatsoever. It's not a ball.
You
There's no
only
such
if
thing as
only if you refuse to accept so you if you accept only primary source evidence, then we're
Yeah,
game over.
exactly. Like when I go out and I measure the surface
You are
myself.
refusing to accept anything that's not primary sources, and that's a problem.
Yeah, someone goes and measures it, and they have video proof of measurement. They have the video proof of the height of the camera and the distance to a known object. That's a measurement. We have hundreds of laser tests being done all over Earth right now. This evidence is piling up by the hundreds, over and over and over again. The lasers are hitting their targets.
Again, the refraction thing, I have to bring that up because that's pretty.
You would have to test the atmospheric conditions and prove that kind of
This guy only has a belief. I'm going to back off. The rest of you can have the conversation. He has no proof of any of the three positive claims. You have no proof of curvature, rotation, and you cannot provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Go.
Okay.
It's all circular logic. You're just presuming that the radius is there, we show you it's not there, and then you invoke a single word, refraction, as a band-aid, basically, for this failing theory. Yeah, well, what kind of refraction is causing that? Go ahead.
It was originally part of the theory, and you can't say it's a band-aid.
No, I never heard anybody even bring it up until about 2020 when we started doing lots of these surface tests with lasers and stuff like that. And then they started going,
because there was no need to bring it up because
refraction. Al-Biruni didn't account for. None of these people did that. Now you're saying that it must be refraction because we can show you that we're seeing way further than we should to be heard the way that you said it is.
It wasn't at all important before.
We'll try to elaborate then. Explain what of the 5 categories of refraction are causing that type of refraction? Exactly how are they doing it? What are the conditions that are enabling that effect to happen over and over again in all these different places all over the world?
This is terrestrial refraction. It's just because the air closer to the ground is warmer than the air farther away from the ground, because that is how gases work. If you have there's just like a stability thing. I'm not going to explain that because it's very complicated. But
yeah, but you said you did that earlier. So can you give us the equation for sphere-shaped air, please?
I
give
cannot.
us the equation for light deviating in air, sphere-shaped air, please. You said you are good with numbers, and you've done the math yourself. Please give us the equation. We'll sort it out.
Okay, and for terrestrial refraction, I posted the equation up here. You can go up and look for it. It's up here. Yeah, I will reply to it, and then.
I'm sorry, refraction has nothing to do with the measurements.
Yes, it does.
Exactly, because if there's refraction, it means you cannot measure anything.
Light has nothing to do with fucking measurements, dude.
Well, okay, then I can argue that flat Earth doesn't have anything to do with measurements because the measurements require an interpretation. The measurements require an interpretation. You can't have refracted on their own.
Cyanophore. Which way does light bend when it's refracted?
Okay, so it's
up or down?
Down?
He don't.
Down when? Down
He doesn't even know what refraction fucking means.
You dumb shit.
Yeah, he don't know how to answer that. That's crazy.
It bends away from the place where there's
It
a higher
bends down. Light bends down when it's refracted every single time.
That's what I know. In case it does.
That's what I know.
So you're only invoking refraction because we've shown you that we've got long-range observations that should not be possible on a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. That's the only reason you're bringing it up. I mean, if the observations matched what you were claiming, you wouldn't even go there. You're just using it as a single word to try to hand the observations disprove the whole theory.
We did not invent the concept of refraction just to solve this one issue.
Yeah, you are.
That's
all you're doing.
You want to see what refraction looks like? I'll show you a GIF. I'll show you a GIF, a time-lapse GIF of refraction occurring. That way you know what refraction is. So you know what the fuck you're talking about, because you sound like a moron.
Or one type of refraction. If you can even call it different types, because it's just the same thing in different applications.
Yeah, he is just using it. You know what's crazy? When
Yeah, you obviously don't know what refraction means, bro. You should check it up and look check the
I know
definition.
what refraction is.
You obviously don't because you're over here trying to use it.
And for light to be bent in the shape that you're claiming it's being bent in these observations, the air along the surface of the Earth be getting progressively denser as the light is bending towards you, as you claim it is. Is that happening? Have you taken any measurements that prove that that's what's happening?
That's a height.
Look, dipshit. Not a piano four. Look,
that's not lateral.
So you haven't taken any measurements to prove that the air is doing what you say it is in order for the light to be doing what you say it's doing. And you're just invoking this single word to try to save your failing ball.
Okay, I think the entire art. Okay, I think mine. If I want to go down, if I want to talk about what I actually have, it's arguments on Occam's razor. It's arguments on.
Yeah, the simplest thing is that it's just not curved. If you want to go to Occam's razor.
How is that simpler? Explain how that's simpler.
Because that is the direct, straightforward observation that we're getting over and over again. You're trying to invoke all this extra stuff, all this complexity that we can never see. That's not Occam's razor.
No, the what? Okay, the Occam's razor says that. Well, if you have two competing hypotheses, and they both in the data, right?
Welcome
the
to flat.
The one that requires less assumptions is the one. Is the one.
Exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
The globe model assumes, well, that there is a globe. The flat Earth model.
Keyword assumes.
Yes, and the flat Earth model assumes that there's a flat Earth. That's the same thing.
No.
That's one assumption.
No, we don't assume. We go out and measure the surface and see.
What makes you we assume? What makes you think we assume it's flat?
Yeah,
that is the hypothesis. The assumption is that it's flat, and that explains the data. That's still an assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's an observation.
Observations aren't hypotheses. The hypothesis is that the Earth is flat. The observation is not by itself a hypothesis.
Right. It's not a hypothesis. It's beyond that. It's not hypothetical. It's a direct observation.
Just because the words hypothesis and hypothetical are related doesn't mean they mean the same thing.
When you observe
what you're putting forth is hypothetical. We're past the hypothesis stage. We know it's not curving. You have to say that it is in order to prop up your ball religion. It's not working though.
I guess I could argue that the flat Earth is also a religion in that case.
Bro,
listen, you guys, listen. Here's how you do this.
How do you know your evidence is?
Here's how you do this. Every single human being, you see. Listen, Cyan, you don't experience curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container anywhere in your experience ever in your entire life. Neither has any other human ever in history, or anyone living now, has never experienced curvature, rotation of Earth, or gas pressure without a container. Ever. So, The burden of proof lies. The burden of proof
have you ever
lies.
seen?
Shut up! I'm talking. God, you are just so fucking rude. So listen, the burden of proof lies firmly on your shoulders, the globe, to prove it because it defies everybody's experience. So you have the burden of proof. So Occam's razor. Your experience daily. You walk out flat level plane. How are buildings done? On foundations, they're flat and level. How does a machinist lay out a machine to put it down? Level and flat. Everything's flat. Highways that are supposed to be flat, they're level.
Yeah, but
they're all level. Everybody builds in level. Airplanes fly over a flat level plane. Aircraft fly over a flat and level plane. So everything that's being done physical over the surface of Earth is assuming a flat stationary Earth because it's measurable and you won't run into shit because you're flying over what's real. You're flying over a real surface. If you think there's a hump in front of you and you miscalculate, you're going to run your aircraft into the ground or into a mountain because it's flat and level to start with. That's how they get from sea level elevation heights of mountains. What do you think they're measuring from? What are they measuring from?
Okay, they're measuring from sea level, but level does not mean it to be flat.
To get an elevation of sea level, to get an elevation of a mountain, what are they measuring from?
Yeah, sea level usually.
Level is level curved.
It can be.
When?
Level refers to a geoid, and geoids are not always flat.
No, it does not.
Yes.
Look up the definition of level. How about horizontal? Is the horizon horizontal?
Because that's a tangent line.
Why did it say horizon, horizontal? Why did it say horizon?
You can't just use etymology as...
Horizon means horizontal, straight line.
You can't just use etymology as an argument. And
it's not. It's fact. Empirical data.
Is etymology empirical evidence?
Curving.
Is etymology empirical evidence?
Show a left and right drop. Did you get the message I sent you? I need all these elevations. Every single elevation that I sent you, I need the refraction that shows it's lifting it up to those specific heights. So did you get that when I sent you a message? Where the heck is it now?
Where? I do not have. I do not have any. Okay, where are you sending this?
It's in the live stream voice text.
Where?
Where is it? Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the definition of level since you seem to have some kind of a fucked up babble.
I'll just repeat it.
Of level meaning curve.
I'll repeat them. I know all the elevation drops you're supposed to have in 3 miles, 6 feet in 3 miles. 3 miles, 6 feet of drop. And 5 miles, 16 feet of drop. 20 miles, 266 feet.
There I use the study of language.
30 miles should be 400 feet of drop. 10 miles should be 66 feet of drop. You got that? So 100 miles, you should have 6,666 feet of elevation drop. You need to show me every single one of those data you have that can show something lifting up the horizon to those exact specific levels.
Lifting up the horizon.
Every distance, yes. You're saying you're using a one-word refraction?
What?
Okay, I want every single refraction data after the measurement of 3 miles. You have so much drop, 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. Yeah, you need to show refraction for every single one that shows it lifts it up exactly that amount.
That is not how this works. You can't just like lift it and then drop it back down.
That's how it works. You're the one parroting refraction. Bagok.
He doesn't know what refraction is.
But that mathematical process doesn't work because you're using it incorrectly. And that is destined to give you the wrong answer because you are using the wrong model.
Okay, just so it's the exact measurements of all those drops to verify that that is correct according to your model.
It sounds like right answer to you means just whatever corroborates your religious beliefs.
if you want.
It seems like you're trying to reverse engineer whatever it is that we're looking at, reverse engineer some sort of explanation that makes it fit with what you already presuppose.
Isn't that circular
again,
reasoning?
Again, you can't use etymology. I'm responding. Right now, I'm responding.
Yes, I can. What does entomology mean? You don't even know. It means the fact of the origin.
It's the origin. It's the origin. It's the origin of the word. It's how the origin is formed. Etymology.
You do realize you are the epitome, the definition of nice.
I think Cyanifer has a point, though. Etymology is just the history of a word. It can change over time.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't change over time. That's the problem, right? Words have a meaning. Words never change their root.
Horizontal never changed.
The root doesn't change, but the meaning of the
If
word
that's
does.
true, then what?
No, they just changed
I'll give
the
you an
word.
No, you're just going to overtalk me, huh, Claw?
Well, I'm not over talking you. I thought you were done, but I'll listen.
So about those direct measurements of curvature.
Which he doesn't know, which the claim is 3,958.8 miles, but yet he can't see it.
If you want a verifiable primary source, I cannot give you that because there's always a way to not verify them.
No, because you don't have any. That's why you can't present it.
How far does the sun move?
I can give you more examples, but I don't.
But you don't have proof. That's the one thing you don't have is proof.
That is what I just said. Proof is not a thing that exists in science.
It's just a belief system.
You don't know what science is. I just won $1,000 bet from one of you idiots here, claiming you know what science is.
He was
$1,000. He lost.
No fact in science. It is pseudoscience, my friend.
You have no idea what science is. You want me to test your science acumen? I bet you have below 5th grade level of science knowledge.
Okay, sure.
I could prove it.
Sure.
You want me to prove that online with you?
He's definitely at a grammar
listening to both live streams, to D Live, to wherever this is being live streamed right now, Periscope, wherever it's being, maybe more. You want to test your science acumen online in front of all this audience? We have 17,000 members on this server alone.
Sure.
So would you like to venture into that territory?
Yeah.
Think you know much about science?
Sure, why not? I'll test my luck.
Oh, gosh. Somebody get a clip of this. Okay, good. Thanks for playing. All right. First question. What is the definition of natural science?
It's science. Okay. It's a science that is okay. It's basically something that's like a science that is not have to do with like direct human actions. If you want to think of that.
So can you be a little more specific?
How is that not specific?
If it doesn't have to do with human interactions or actions, then can you go a little further? What is it then?
That is what natural science is.
I don't want to know what it isn't.
It is
I want to know what it is.
an exception to.
I want to know what it is. Natural
because that is what it is.
Okay. Take a breath. Think again. What is the definition of natural science? Actually, go ahead and Google this one.
These are things that you can't just like.
Okay, so you failed the first question
without having to say what it's about.
You failed the first question.
Okay.
It deals with phenomena, observations, testing, and experiment in the natural world. Thank you. You missed the first one. Okay, ready for the next one?
Okay.
That's one wrong. Can you perform natural science without experiment?
According to the definition, no.
Okay, you got that one right.
It is based on experiment.
Has to be with experiment. You got that one right. Okay, number 3. What are the constituent parts of an experiment in natural science?
Okay, you have to have a hypothesis, of course, because otherwise, what are you verifying?
That's not where you start. You want to try again? I'll give you one more chance.
Okay, that does not mean it's okay if you want. Okay.
You're on to a different step.
According to the version of science taught at schools, you would have to start with questioning something and then making an observation, and
What
then
kind of
forming a
observation?
hypothesis, and then
what kind of observation?
well, that is my problem with it. Is like what counts as an observation? Of course, you have to do it as an experiment, right?
It was in the first part of the first. It was in the first two questions. The first, yeah, it was in actually the answers in the first two questions.
Okay, sure. If you okay, so if because pretty much anything can be an observation.
No,
yes.
It cannot. Not in natural science.
It can.
No, we're talking about natural science.
Then we may have different views of what natural science is.
You failed that question because the answer is
according to you.
Observe phenomena in the natural world. The first two questions had the answer. Okay, you failed that one. So you failed that one. So now number five. Number five, you failed two and two. Let me see. Wait a minute. I got that one wrong. Got that one right. That one was wrong. That one's wrong. You're at 4. You're 1 out of 4. So you got 3 wrong, 1 right. Question number 5. Name the variables in an experiment in natural science. The variables in the experiment.
Okay. In a properly done experiment, you would have one dependent variable you change, one independent variable you change, one dependent variable you're measuring based on that change. Then you have a bunch of control variables that you keep constant in order to not mess up your experiment.
Okay, actually, I'm going to give that one. I'm going to say you got that right. So the independent control variables manipulated by the experimenter and must show a change in the dependent variable. So you're seeing a change. You have to be able to manipulate something that will vary that effect of the dependent control.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, there's some other parts. So you got that one right. So you're at 2 out of 5. Mm-hmm. You would still fail.
Okay. If you want to judge it that way.
But no, it's if I'm wrong, anybody in the panel can tell me. If QE's on listening, he can come in and tell me if I'm wrong. I'm perfectly willing here. I didn't learn the things I've learned by saying I know what's right and not listening to other people. So if anybody thinks I'm wrong in here, they will let me know. So anyway, you did better, actually. I have to tell you that. You did better than most.
Okay.
Okay. So
at least you have the control. Yeah.
So listen, when we're looking at the Earth, if you can't show if you can't show by experiment or measurement what Earth is not a science question at all. Do you know why?
If you're not doing an experiment,
it's because science is concerned with how and why things happen, not what is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not what is. So what Earth is a geometry question.
Yeah.
It's simple geometry. We go out and measure the surface. Have you ever heard of a curved adjacent? Do you know what that relates to? What topic or subject?
What?
A curved adjacent. It has to do with angles.
Okay. Would that just be like basically just like a curved version of like angles and?
It has to do with the sextant, actually. Do you know a sextant? How an operator uses a sextant?
No, I do not.
Yeah, it requires a zenith of a body above us, like one of the stars or wandering stars. So a heavenly body, you measure, so you're directly beneath it, and then you measure the distance along your path on a ship or a sailboat. And then you go to another point and you measure the elevation angle once again.
Yeah.
So you have a three-sided triangle. Have you ever heard of a three-sided triangle with a curved bottom portion?
Spherical triangles are a thing that you can do.
That would mean,
you can do
wait,
math with.
wait. I
Yes.
told you it's geometry, right? That
It's
would make,
spherical.
yeah. Do you have a right triangle with more than 180 degrees?
Yes, you can do that on a sphere.
Never.
On a sphere, not in Euclidean geometry. On
No,
a
I'm
sphere.
talking about using a sextant on a flat on a flat plane, which
Yes,
the
on a
oceans
flat-
all are. Are you
Yeah, on a flat-
are you denying the flat horizontal nature of still water?
Yeah, yes, I'm denying that.
You're denying that. So that's okay, man. You just have a religious belief. It's all right. You know, you may be in slight cog dis because you may have never had. Well, it sounds like you've been in this for a little while. You've been debating this, huh?
As in,
do you go like on Gamma Panda's server? The anti-flat earthers. Do you know what they are?
Gamma Panda.
I will admit this is my first public server, honestly. So.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
no, I mean, yeah, it's no big deal. That's just kind of aside, but yeah. So the sextant works, and you can find your location on the flat water to within, like, say, 100 yards, which is less than a half mile, using the same stars that have been in the sky since the Babylonians laid out the city of Baghdad.
You happy you brought up the star.
The stars are at the same elevation angles at the same time of year over a specific spot on Earth, the same spot as they have been since all time.
Yeah, I mean, not all time, but
yeah,
at
that's
least.
not true.
Yeah.
At least all of human history.
You can do it today with the same stars at the same geographic location on Earth. Same stars. Yeah. How is that? If we're moving in 4 different vectors up to a maximum speed or terminal velocity of 1.5 million miles an hour or more, 4 different vectors.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is simply because the velocities that we are moving at, they sound big. They sound big. That is true. But they are nothing compared to the distances between the stars.
Yeah. Okay. Velocities. What velocity? When was your velocity measured? Do you know that's 1,500 yards per second? Yeah.
What?
When was that?
Moving at a constant speed, it doesn't matter. You don't feel it.
There are multiple people talking right now.
My bad.
I'll stop. I'm kind of ranting on. Go ahead and have the conversation. I appreciate your participating in that. Even though you did fail 5th grade science.
Okay.
I would like to. Can I ask some questions or?
Sure.
Yeah. So this isn't for you, Cyan. This is for anyone else who believes the Earth is flat, or I'm sorry, knows the Earth is flat. I don't want to be disrespectful to you guys. My question is, do you have a scaled model map of the Earth?
We don't claim that there's a model, but you can go ahead and observe it when you go outside of your house.
I'm saying, do you have a scaled map of the Earth?
We got the Gleason map, which seems to work okay.
Call it the Gleason map?
Yeah.
It's similar to the azimuthal equidistant projection map.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Looks a lot. It's a lot closer to what's going on in the world than a globe map that Google will show you. That's for sure. We can prove that.
I have the same map. I have the same map actually up on my wall.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So my question now is, because I'm looking at the map right now, right? So why can people at the tip of Australia and at the tip of South America see the same star patterns?
Because they're looking at the same sky?
Well, if they're both looking south, how would they see the same patterns, right?
Maybe it depends on when they're looking at it.
If they're looking south at the same time, Why can they see?
Stars are rotating around us.
Yeah, so show us. Let's get a direct observation going at the same time. Let's do the experiment.
I'm down. Oh, and another question, okay? Why do star trails change directions depending on what part of the planet you're on? Why do they change orientations?
No, planet, we're on Earth.
I said part of the planet you're on.
Depends which way you're looking at them, which direction you're facing. It's a matter of perspective.
You look up, you look at the stars, right?
Yeah, but it depends on which way you're facing.
It doesn't matter which way you're facing.
It does if you're facing northeast, southwest, whatever. Which direction?
Okay.
You know,
if you're in the northern hemisphere, right? If you're in the northern hemisphere and you look up, stars will be going. It would be oriented in a
they're going east. They're going east to west, no matter which way you're looking at them. That's the direction they're going. The rest is perspective.
Okay, hold on. Now, if you're at the equator and you look at the stars, right? They almost look like they're perpendicular.
Mm-hmm.
So, how does that happen if the entire Earth is flat?
Who's perpendicular?
Star trails.
Which one?
Well, again, why are you looking at the stars when you're supposed to be looking down at the Earth when it's flat, man?
Because the stars prove that the Earth is round. Because they don't.
Yeah, but direct surface measurements of the Earth prove that it's not. So why didn't you start with the floor instead of the ceiling? You want to measure the floor. You want to know what the floor is. Why are you looking around at the ceiling?
Oh.
Is it because you're trying to divert? Are you trying to divert? No, you're trying to ignore the floor, the thing that you're making claims about. So you're trying to divert from that into something else because your belief that it's a ball has to be true. And if you go to the direct measurement of the ball, you'll find that it's not, so you're going anywhere but there.
Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to ignore the stars, would you agree that you cannot bring up stars in any debate now on? Because if that's the case, I'll drop the whole.
Well, okay.
All right, then drop the stars, and drop the sun, drop the moon, drop the sky. We're talking about the Earth measuring flat.
If that's the case,
I'm fine with that.
if you're going to ignore the floor, then you can't
I'm not
bring.
ignoring the floor. I'm starting.
No, you are ignoring it. I'm right past it to the ceiling. So
I think you're getting a little emotional.
No,
I'm telling you, I'm willing to drop the star part and talk about the floor now. Well, I started off with the stars because Sunny had brought up stars earlier, so I was just playing off of that. But we can go to the actual Earth now.
Yeah. Okay.
If I put you on a stretcher, right, and you're obviously facing away from the ground, so you're facing the sky, right? I roll you into a house, and now you're looking at the ceiling. Would you be able to tell me what the floor looks like by looking at the ceiling fan?
What? Like, what kind of analogy is that?
How did you not?
Well, that's what you're doing. Exactly. What kind of an analogy is that? That's what you're doing. You're looking at the ceiling fan and trying to make, some sort of inference from that about what the floor is. Just look at the floor.
Yeah, I'm walking in.
I think talking
when
about
he paints your logic, when he presents your logic to you, you're like, what? Yeah, exactly. What? What are you doing? Why are you looking at the ceiling?
If I ask you how much will it cost you to carpet my floor, and all you do when you come over to my house is you look at the ceiling fan and the recessed lights that I have in my ceiling, and you don't even measure the floor, and you say, oh yeah, based on what I saw, it'll cost you about $4,000.
Yeah, I'll fire you right away.
Let me ask you guys this question: Where does the light come from during the day? Does it come from the floor or the ceiling?
Holy crap, you for real? What in the world are you talking about?
Why are you talking about
the question he's asking?
Is the sun shining from the
trying to
floor or
divert
the ceiling?
floor.
I'm not diverting anything. I'm leading up.
Yeah,
to
you are.
the sun shining from the sky, and is the sun shining from the sky or the floor?
Where's your feet?
Is the sun shining from the sky or the floor? I'm leading up.
Where is your feet?
You not answer my question with the question,
I
please?
can look at the
Where is
floor in
your
the
feet?
dark.
I don't
Don't
give
worry
a fuck
about it.
about the lights. I want to know where my feet are. I don't care about the lights.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't
How
use
many
anything that
earthers
has to
does it
do with
take
the
to?
sky if you
How
deny the
many
sky.
earthers does it take to realize that there's a light in the sky? One.
But why are you talking about the sky? You know what I'm saying? Like you can't use
I'm not
light as
talking
an
about the
example to
sky.
prove
I'm trying to
anything.
talk about where your fucking feet are, and you keep talking about the fucking sky. Right?
And
I
Look,
want you to do a job at my house
I thought we're not supposed to get
where your
irate and
feet
be
are.
mean to people here.
Do a
I read the
measurement where your
rules.
feet are,
Look,
and
I
you're
read
looking
the
at the
rules before I
fucking
came in
sky.
here. You're
Do you
being kind of
understand that?
disrespectful. You're getting irate and angry with me. Okay, I read
I
the
don't
rules
talk
before I
about
come
your
in here.
feelings, bro. I don't respect you or your kind.
My kind.
Practice a
What do you
lie.
mean by that?
You're lying to us, and you're practicing a lie, and it's sad that you don't even know that you believe a lie.
And what we
I'm
mean by that is by
I'm
Globers.
asking you
That's what he
genuine
means.
questions. I'm asking you genuine questions. I'm speaking to you respectfully. I'm just asking you simple observational questions. Now, if you would not like to talk to me, I'll gladly be quiet. Okay? I
Well,
already
see,
offered
So
not
what
to
here's
talk
the
you're
about
thing.
the
talking
You
on
see,
sun.
and what you're going
man,
on and babbling about, Claw, is that you're trying to talk about the sun and the sky when we're talking about what you're on. What you're on is a flat plane, a flat and stationary plane. When you go outside and you see the ocean, it's observably flat.
How do you know you're on a planet if you haven't seen the entire planet?
Oh,
Because you've been given a radius value.
never mind. You know what?
I'm asking honest questions. How
We've
should we
been given a
know
radius
you're on a
value,
plane?
right? What's the radius value of the Earth? What is it supposed to be?
It's like 6,000 something miles.
No, it's like 3959 miles. That's the figure that they've given us. So from that, we can derive the curvature that we should be getting, and we can go out and test it and see if it's there.
Oh, so now it's
not
in
there.
kilometers. Okay.
Yeah, that's kilometers. But in miles, it's 3959, and from that, we can get a formula that tells us exactly how much curvature we should be seeing at what distances, and see if it's there.
8 inches per mile?
What's that?
It's about 8 inches per mile.
Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared, and that's good up to like 1,000 miles or something like that, because it's an exponential formula. It wouldn't work for the entire thing, but it doesn't work at all. We don't see the alleged curvature at all, anywhere, when we do these tests.
Now, do you not think that's because the size of the planet is extremely
No,
massive?
because we have the size, so we know exactly how much curvature there should be, right?
Well, you got to remember the radius is talking about a straight line through the planet. It's not talking about the circumference.
Well, they're the same thing, they're related. I mean, it's a ball either way. You can use the radius, you can use the circumference. You're going to get the same formula for what the curvature should be with that size of a ball.
Of course, but I'm saying that the planet is so massive, don't you think?
No, we have a specific measurement that's been given to us about just how massive it is. So we can use that to determine exactly how much curvature there should be. And it's not there.
Essentially, you should bring up the Black Swan to him.
well, I'm going to give him an image right now that's anywhere from 100 feet off the ground to 18,000 feet that shows curvature. But which one of the curvature is the real curvature? Because it's all bending the same rate, right? This is just like one of these optical bending due to a lens. So, and the other thing is too, is if it was
lens.
bending, you should be able to see the bending with the curvature, right? Being in the middle of the camera, not up at the top always. They're always up at the top. You know why? Because a straight line at the edges of the field of said fisheye lens turns into a ball. And when they have it off-centered, it creates the globe, right? When you don't have it off-centered, it won't necessarily create that. You actually have to bring that thing and move it up. You have to off-center the fisheye lens to get these images. So it's a purposefully deceitful imagery. They are lying to you, and people love it. They believe it. They worship it. In fact, they will do whatever they can in a public forum to belittle people that are saying this is bullshit and it is wrong. And yeah, the Bible talks about people like that.
I have a couple questions. First, have I belittled anyone since I've been here?
I didn't say belittled anyone, did I?
Yeah, you said belittle people. So I just wanted to make sure
I didn't
if
say
have I been bad
I
faith.
said you guys attack and try to belittle the earth
Yeah, belittle.
that are telling you the truth.
Belittle the earth.
Bullshit. You tried to belittle the earth and make the earth seem like it's a wandering star.
Okay.
In fact, the root word for planet means flat. Pele.
It means celestial body moving through.
Wandering star.
I mean, we can.
It means wanderer.
Yeah, we can. This
That's
isn't
what
the
we
word
mean. That's
channel,
the-
right? This is the.
Yeah,
Okay.
but aster, as when they added the aster to it, that's going towards the sun, and then, or not the sun, the stars. Now, if you look into like these other ones, that these other like writings, there was even an account from somebody that had said that um, there will come a time where the stars that do not follow their circuit in the nighttime sky with the rest of them will err in their following of the ways, and they will move in different order. And everyone on Earth will have all of the celestial things hidden from them, and they will believe that these celestial things that are moving, these stars that are moving, are God, and the destruction will come upon them after. We're at that point right now, right? Every single one of the luminaries, like you look at the so-called solar system, every single one of them, except for Earth, is named after a pagan god. Kind of funny. Yeah. Helio, Sol, those are all pagan gods. Venus, Mercury, pagan gods. Mars, pagan god. All the way to Pluto, which you say is not a planet, but yet it still does wander in the nighttime sky, right?
Right.
So they called it
When is Sol a god? Since when was Sol a god?
Sol means the sun, the heat.
Solus,
The
solus means
unconquering
sun
sun.
in Latin. That's not a god.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
You don't think Sol Invictus is a god?
Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
What do you think?
Where did you come from?
Christ after?
Guys, I think we're getting a little off topic, right? We're going into
No,
some.
this is called heliocentrism, right? Sol is also known as Helios, right? Helios drives
that's Greek.
the
That's in
soul.
Greek, yeah.
Apollo drives the sun, right?
Yes.
Apollo is Helios, right? So heliocentrism, sun-centered, sun worshippers, they are all sun worshippers, man. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to like wake you up to the truth, because it's one of those things to where you can't lead someone to like, I can't forcefully cause you to drink from like this cup, but it's up to you. Like, you can't lead a horse. You can lead a horse to water, but it's up to the horse to drink the water.
Right, but at what
I'm
point
not trying
is
to
it?
call you guys horses.
At what point does it become you trying to genuinely help people out? Well, I mean, is your motive to help people out, or is it just to
Yes.
learn more yourself? Okay,
My
so
motive is
so if
to
somebody is
wake
being like,
people up to the deception that
okay, so if
everything we
someone's
have ever
bringing
been
up a
taught
lot of
in school
points,
is a lie.
yeah. So if someone is bringing up points that they find pretty. I'm trying to look for the proper word. Well, they bring up points where they find big flaws with the flat Earth model, and they ask those, and you become emotional, or
I mean,
you know, call them names or whatever. Is that helpful to the cause?
well, here's the thing, right? You said flat Earth model. We don't use a flat Earth model. We don't use the model at all.
Okay.
In fact, those models we call idols, or at least I do personally.
Okay,
Because it's something that was made by man's hands, and that everyone believes in it and worships it by having it in the forefront of their mind.
All right. Well, okay. So, like for the map, for instance, right? I would like to talk about flight patterns.
They use a flat Earth map, by the way, so let's do it.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm not
So-
very good with the flight paths, but there's somebody else here that is.
Well, the flight paths prove that they're using the Gleason equidistant map, basically. So go on. What's your question?
Okay, so they're using Gleason map, right?
They gotta be.
So why would why? Well, okay. First and foremost, do you believe companies do things to make the most money?
Yeah, they like to maximize their profits.
Okay, so why would a flight from Sydney to Santiago, which is like in South America, I think it's next to Chile, why would that be through the ocean?
Because it is straight across. It's basically straight across the ocean any way you slice it, whether it's the Gleason map or the other way you're talking about. Or they could be going into the jet streams and stuff too, and that would work on the equidistant map also.
Why are they fueling in Los Angeles on that flight then?
What are they doing? What now?
Yeah, they refuel in Los Angeles. If it's not just a direct A to B flight, they refuel in Los Angeles.
Why wouldn't they? Yeah, why wouldn't they refuel in Hawaii?
I mean, they have direct flights there. It may have been a connecting flight. There are direct flights from Sydney.
Okay, well, how about this situation here? Say that you're taking a plane from Bali to LA, all right? Does it make sense that if the plane has to pull an emergency landing, that it's going to land in Alaska? And I'll give you pics of the globe Earth map so that you can use those to determine the answer.
I have to first. I want to look up the Bali to LA flight path.
Yeah, Bali to LA. Here, I'll post it in the chat right now. Can you see it?
Let me see.
That's Bali to LA.
I have a Discord in my browser.
Say the plane has to emergency land, and it does it in Alaska. I'll show you Bali to Alaska now.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make any sense whatsoever, if that's the way the Earth is laid out?
No, it doesn't. But do they?
That's the globe map. That's the globe map. Hold on. Now let me show you the Gleason equidistant map. Does that make sense, if that's the true layout of the Earth? And notice it's mostly over the ocean either way.
Oh yeah, it makes
They
sense.
didn't stop in Hawaii. They didn't stop in Guam. They stopped in Alaska.
Now, by the way, this is a real scenario. This was a real emergency landing that happened. Bali to LA, and they stopped in Alaska. I can pull up an article.
That makes sense That makes sense without the models, just because you're flying over the Pacific Ocean, right? So
yeah, but
those aren't really.
No. Look at
Hawaii
Bali to LA. All the images there. Look at Bali to LA, the Bali to Alaska. Alaska is like a 2,500 mile, 4-hour detour or something like that, and this plane has to stop as soon as possible. It's an emergency landing. It was supposed to be a direct flight, and it ended up in Alaska. Why are you going to go 2,500 miles off course and add 4 hours to your flight?
You can even see
that's interesting, actually.
Hawaii Island.
I'm gonna look into that.
Is that to make more money? 2,500 miles off course.
Yeah, waste fuel.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not denying it. I'm definitely gonna look into that. That's very interesting.
I will admit that's an interesting point. But okay, are we? You sent the flight paths, like the flight paths on the Mercator projection. Are you saying that those flight paths are accurate?
Well, those are the flight paths that Google gives us. The first two that I gave you. And then we just plotted it out on the Gleason map after that. And turns out that makes a whole lot more sense than what Google's giving us.
Yeah, that's interesting. I need to take a look at that.
It is, yeah.
Okay, so do you know like the name of like of the flight that like did this, so we could like.
Yeah, here I'll grab the.
Now I legitimately want to like research this and like.
For sure, I'll grab the article. 1 sec.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, I posted an article about it. Yeah, real scenario.
I'll probably come back to you on this in like maybe 10-15 minutes.
For sure. I might not be here still. I should probably like go have a life, but yeah. But yeah, interesting, compelling. Like I kind of had problems with some of the flight paths as I understood them before I found out about all this, and yeah, it turned out that it actually seems to make a lot more sense on the equidistant map.
That's weird because yeah, that's weird considering Alaska takes longer to get to. It's definitely
It makes absolutely no sense if the Earth is what Google is showing it as.
yeah, for sure. But like, I guess there's counters for both too because there's like if you look at the Gleason map, right? There's flight paths that should be way longer, but they're actually shorter depending on the flight path. For instance, like a flight path.
How do you verify that? How do you verify that?
Yeah, the distances
I'm
get
going off of the
sketchy.
Gleason map.
Yeah, the distances do get pretty dicey to work out, though, because the distances that they're giving us are all based on the ball presumptions. But if those aren't true, then who knows, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guess using flight paths in general would be not that good. That's what it is to me because if the emergency landing, if there's like no crazy or miscellaneous reason why they would go to Alaska, then that would be very strange.
It was just a freak situation where they had to do an emergency landing, totally unplanned event, just had to stop at the nearest possible location, and that's where they were.
And on top of that, you have pilots that believe in flat Earth, right? So that just blows it all up right there. Okay, so it's either you fact check with the pilots, or you just have to accept what someone's telling you, dude. I mean, it's like you guys need to look at what is actual evidence, what evidence can lead to facts and proof and stuff like that. That's all it really comes down to is evidence. And if you don't have the right information, how can you build a case? So it's just really what it comes down to. So that's a lot of problem with a lot of Glovers. They don't look at the evidence, and they don't properly dissect it and look into these things. They go off how they
No,
feel.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah. I know how you are. I'm saying, but people go off with how they feel and how they believe and how they've been taught all their lives. No one wants to challenge anything, and that's the problem we're having with the people in this country and in the world. No one wants to challenge their own beliefs. They're afraid. Just so much fear.
I agree. There's a lot of non-questioning that goes on in the country, sure. But I also think that when it comes to a widely accepted conjecture, especially in the scientific community, it's really hard to convince people out of it unless there's undeniable evidence that can counter everything they present to them. Everything they present.
The problem with that is that there actually isn't any evidence given for the widely accepted science that's propagated on the public.
Well, I mean, there is, right? That's the
they
reason
hear
why.
it when they're said it. Hold on a second. Give me an example, okay, of something that is given to you by mainstream science that you believe that can be supported.
Okay, that's just like two separate things. So first, I'll tackle
Especially when it comes to, let's say, space. How about that?
Yeah. I'll get to that. So the first part of the accepted authority or whatever, it takes a very high level of physics and astrophysics to like completely, absolutely explain the way the Earth works. There's some equations and numbers that
Hold on a second. You said science, not pseudoscience. Astronomy and astrophysics is pseudoscience. I need science, please.
I'm just going to sign off here, but Cloth, thanks for listening, man. Thanks for hearing me out.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, that's your conjecture.
Absolutely not. It is not my conjecture. Give me the observed phenomenon with a hypothesis.
Okay.
Anything to do with astrophysics, go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. The sun rises every day.
Okay. We'll vary and manipulate your hypothesis to find out what causes that.
Then that would just be an observation.
Exactly.
A lot of things that go with like certain experiments, right? On top of verifying the process, you also have to be able to accurately predict phenomena in the future, right?
Incorrect. That is not natural science. That is pseudoscience. Prediction is based on suppositions in mathematics. Pseudoscience.
Oh, that's literally part of the definition of natural science. You have to be able to predict the natural phenomena after you confirm it exists. We know that fire will. We know that if we burn wood, it's going to catch on fire, right?
Wood on fire is burning. Give me a better phenomenon than that.
Okay, we know if we make certain.
Wood is burning. Okay, give me the hypothesis for wood is burning.
Burning is I think burning is when something is being oxygenized. I would have to look that up honestly, but that's besides the point, right? What I'm trying to say is like we can make certain chemicals and know that they make other chemicals, right?
Yeah, that's man-made chemistry. That's also pseudoscience. You have to give me actual science. You have to do a phenomenon, give me a hypothesis, then give me a null, and test it. You have to vary and manipulate that which you assume to cause the phenomenon, dependent variable. So, in astrophysics or astronomy, you observe phenomenon, and then we need a viable hypothesis, a null hypothesis. Okay, we have to vary and manipulate those in our experiment. So I need that right now. Otherwise, it's pseudoscience. It's just assumptions, mathematics,
Hold on.
Conceptual. And it's all conceptual, it's all fake, it's all make-believe. I can make anything. You show me -9 apples.
Oh, what now?
Math is not reality.
Okay. Math is just a way we explain what happens around us, right? Can we agree on that?
No, math is not how we explain what happens around us. Show me -9 apples.
Okay. So if I say I have 4 apples, we think I have 4 of whatever we define to be apples, correct?
Sure. Now show me -9 apples.
Now, if I lose one of those apples, I'll say I have 3 apples now, right?
Right.
So,
are you going to show me
using
-9
mathematics to describe what's happening in reality?
No, -9 apples, dude. I need to see it. Show me a box of 10.
I don't know if negative integers are used to describe reality in the sense of...
That's why I told you to show me a box of 10. How many can cause it? Go ahead. Show me a box of 144.
I can show you a bank account being in the negative. You know, like that's what I'm saying. Negative integers aren't used to describe reality in the sense of like.
We don't have to go to negative. Show me a box of 3,401. Go ahead. Just show me a box of all.
Show you a
number has
box
to
of
represent something physical. Otherwise, it's just a number. So you can just make numbers and making mean nothing. But if you actually have something physical, like 4 apples, then you have 4 apples. If you just use the number 4, it doesn't represent it. That's just mathematics. It's essentially a fairy tale, fiction. It's math and magic. So physics, a lot of the time, especially astrophysics, because there is nothing physical to actually count or quantify, is pseudoscience.
I think I would have to be at the level of a math professor, or even someone with a master's degree, or even someone probably taking math major.
They don't know science. They don't know science either.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty.
Totally a concept.
I think that's pretty disingenuous to say that, considering actually all the technology we use is created by people who use science, right?
What is technology? Science?
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay, what is the observed phenomenon?
I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to you. I am talking to you through a microphone on a laptop, and God knows where you are right now.
That's and how is that happening?
That is incoherent. Can you try again, please?
No, I'm trying to explain to you how through mathematics.
You're answered with something that has nothing to do with the question asked.
He wanted me to show him an observable phenomena that happened because of using mathematics, right?
Okay, so what's your hypothesis?
Mathematics are definitely used to create the technology we're using now to talk to each other.
You don't know anything about science. It's obvious. Technology is not natural science.
No, I
essentially
think the thing
engineering.
is, you
It's
aren't
man-made
using
engineering.
science.
Don't flip out. Don't spiral. Just
I'm
listen.
not spiraling anywhere. You're saying I don't
Yeah, no,
understand
relax.
science, but I think you're not using science how it's supposed to be used, considering you said that you don't have to be able to predict phenomena. That's literally the definition of natural science.
Is that why you guys come in here with sticks and shadows, because you're so technically savvy?
It's because those sticks and shadows you can predict based off of
We're not
natural
talking about
phenomena.
a prediction.
Yeah,
That's
he
what
doesn't get it.
science is.
No, it
No, it is
isn't.
not.
It's proving
No.
it's proving a cause and effect relationship. That's what science
See,
is.
Right,
Sonny,
and you
here's
should be
what
able
he's
to
doing.
predict that cause and effect based off of
No.
proving that cause and effect. Yes.
No.
Do you know
No.
do you know that astronomy and cosmology do not have valid independent variables, so they cannot perform a scientific experiment?
I would have to look into that. I'm not saying
Yeah.
you're wrong, but I would
Neither is
have to look into
gravity.
it myself.
Gravity does not have an independent control variable.
He's
Go
going
find it.
along the
I
line.
think you might be right on that in the sense of I don't think they have found. I think they've recently said that there's graviton particles, but once again, I'll have to look into
Yeah,
that.
we don't care about that that hokey
I
pokey.
would like to
Yeah,
give a comment.
so what
I
that
would like to.
means? So what that means is Einstein was a bloated up peckerwood.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
okay. I'm gonna interrupt and probably. Okay, so first of all, for the general relativity thing, there was a pretty famous experiment done back in 1919, where like you measure like the curvature of stars behind the sun during a solar eclipse, and that does have an independent variable. It has the distance, like the angular distance from the like the angular distance of those stars, and then the dependent variable is the angular distance during the solar eclipse.
Okay, what did they manipulate? What did they manipulate?
They manipulated the angle of the incoming light from the star by
That's not
choosing
an
different
independent
stars.
control variable, bro. Because
The
you
control
can't
variable,
have one if you're looking at the lights in the
variables are
sky.
that it's happening at the same time. They're doing it at the
Listen,
same place. So on and so
Mr.
forth.
Failed fifth grade science, bro.
Same
You
sun,
can't
same.
you can't have an independent control variable with the lights in the sky, because you're doing the same thing you were doing before. You're going to the Ace Hardware, asking the representative to help you measure your ceiling lights so you can lay carpet on your floor.
It is still an experiment.
That's how logical that sounds. What you're telling us sounds just as logical as
we're
that.
not even talking about the Earth anymore. We're talking about general relativity.
Yeah. Fraud.
In that case, it works.
Fraud.
General.
Okay. The more important thing is that I did some research into the flight diversion thing, and what I found is that it happened because some woman went into labor on the flight and they had to divert it. But apparently, what I found is that that it seems that woman really wanted her child to have U.S. citizenship, so she really wanted to divert to a place that was part of the U.S. And I think at that point,
is not part of the
Let's go to
United
LA.
Alaska was.
Hawaii's on the
Oh
way.
my God.
Hawaii's right
Oh
in line
my
with it.
God.
What the fuck?
That is fair. I
Yeah,
don't know
So where did
exactly. I don't know exactly when this happened.
so you just pulled that out of your ass, right?
I mean, I'm with you on the globe
What?
being round, bro. But
Did you pull that out of
that
your ass?
that wasn't.
Did you just pull that thing out of your ass?
I'm not
Did you or did you
I'm
not
not
pull
arguing
that
that
out of your ass?
I'm not arguing that's the full reason.
Did you just pull that
I'm
out
not
of
trying
your
to
ass?
defend myself. I'm
Fourth
just saying
time.
that's what I found so far.
I'm asking a decent question. Did you just pull that information directly out of your ass?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
You made it up.
No, I did not.
Then where did you get it from?
Multiple news articles.
Show one. Show one.
Okay.
While he's looking,
You don't even know? You said it? You saying you have backing, but you don't know what it is?
Well,
You're
let him
dishonest.
have a
Once
chance to
again,
look for it,
caught
Sonny.
in a
Let him look.
lie.
Give him a chance to look for it.
It's in the TOS. We don't like lying.
I want to ask some questions on like certain experiments. So I think there's a isn't there like a laser pointer experiment you can do where you put a board at a certain location and you point a laser and you can measure the angle that the laser hits the board at?
You can. I'll repeat to you word for word what it says in one of the articles I found. The local media have widely reported that the woman evidently wanted to give the child American citizenship. Taiwan's Chinatown newspaper website said that before giving birth, she repeatedly asked the cabin crew, "Are we in U.S. airspace?"
Great. They were going right over Hawaii, probably less than 100 miles off the.
Yeah, I accept that.
So they went 2,500 miles north instead.
I'm not arguing for or against anything right now.
So you did pull it out of your ass. Just admit it.
Yeah,
Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. If you want, okay, here's the article. If you want to read it yourself, the article's in the chat. If you want,
I've read it probably a dozen times before you got
this
here.
This is a different article.
Oh, really? How many articles did you read? I've read everyone I could find.
About 5. Three of them had the same information.
Listen, you Globers are very lazy, and what you do is you profess something, and then when we push you on it, you backpedal and go, "Okay, let me go find it." When you already made a statement that you sounded very confident in being true, you just made shit up once again. Thanks for participating.
I am not arguing. I'm not arguing anything right now.
I'll be here all week.
Okay. I am not currently arguing anything. I'm just stating what I found.
Yeah, my friend has a question for you guys. He said,
I'm not arguing that it's even correct. I'm just saying that's what I found.
If you're not arguing, why do you keep saying you're not arguing? Relax. It doesn't change the flight path.
I'm just trying to clear that up.
So don't worry about it.
I'm not arguing anything anymore.
Okay, relax then.
Okay.
my friend has a question. He said, based on what's it called, the Gleason map? Am I correct? Okay, yeah. He said, based on the Gleason map, why is there only a 4-hour flight time difference between New York and London and Sydney and Santiago if Santiago to Sydney is 3 times the length on the Gleason map?
Well, he had to show a citation.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Your mic is muffled. Your mic is muffled. It's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, can we show citation and the flight path and the actual route taken? Or is he just going to ask the question that there's no evidence? I mean, like, I'm fine to look into it. People that give good questions, we'll look into it. But we're like, you just say it. And then we have to kind of, look at it. But the map itself, I don't really like the AE map. I don't like it. I don't like projections. All maps are projections anyway. So that's a good question.
Yeah, he's saying that the flight paths are actual flight paths. You can take them yourself to find out. So I don't know. That's like what he asked me to ask you guys.
Either way, we're still looking for curvature. You guys got any curvature of the Earth? That's what we're actually talking about here. Have any actual curvature of the globe? We need that.
Hang on. Can you guys hear me? Can I say something about flight paths?
Yeah.
Flight paths are controlled by the airlines. You don't know where they're actually going. The pilot does not fly where he wants to. There's a controlled path they have to fly in. So we don't know if that's the shortest distance. So you can't say there's 4 hours difference and that's wrong because we don't know the path they're taking. They could take a direct path, or they could take a scenic route, and you think that they're both direct, but they're not. Second thing is, a plane flies 400 miles an hour, another one can fly 600 miles an hour, and that will change the flight times. They don't tell you how fast they're going. They can't confirm it. So with those two factors, you can't verify any path that mean anything about distance.
There were a lot of claims there, and I would have to look up all of them. Like,
Yeah,
make
so
sure you're saying
that's
it's
why
true.
that's why it's not good evidence. you can confirm on your own that the planes can fly different speeds, one, and then the path they're taking is not exactly the direct route. It's the route that they say, but we don't trust the route that they say.
Well, my friend's uncle is an independent pilot, and he's mapped out some routes
Is
himself.
he a commercial pilot though?
I would have to ask him. I know he
Yeah,
flies
we need to
independently.
find
I'd
that
have
out.
to ask him. But wouldn't it be better for him to be an independent pilot rather than commercial though? So
No,
he can.
because that means he flies long distance. You made a claim about a commercial flight, so you have to test it with a commercial,
Okay.
and you, you can't really verify distances on the Earth by flights. You just can't. Yeah. Based on the factors. First off, you have no fly zones. There's areas around the country that you cannot fly over, right? So
Right.
you have to do a detour. Doesn't matter how high above you are, you cannot fly over that zone, all right?
Right.
So that's just how shit works. You can't. That's why planes as evidence for curvature is just ridiculous.
We just need curvature, actually. We'll set the whole server down if you guys have curvature evidence. Please.
Yeah, they're saying that this flight, therefore, oh, but that's not correct. I don't. This is the
I'm
problem.
gonna get going, guys.
Yeah,
It's
good.
been
Have a
nice
good
talking
one.
to you all. I need to set up some things in my house. So have a wonderful day. It was a nice conversation. Till next time.
Nice talking to you. Thanks for coming. Calling back.
No problem.
You did put up with a lot with us. We understand. But,
Yeah,
it's going to take a lot. This is the advanced program. You either get in, you get your you don't, not just going to dip your feet in here. You're going to come in here and you're going to talk shit, then we're going to point it out. And it just it looks really bad for you guys because I don't know if you realize that you're being intellectually decimated and disassembled and taken apart at every level, every turn. You have nothing to answer for any of those things. But here you are still defending it. Amazing.
Yeah, there's some Glovers that will come in here, and FYI for any of you Glovers that are listening to the live stream or lurking in the background, if you come in, just be genuine and ask genuine questions in a humble tone of voice. If you come in condescending, which does happen, that guy was a little bit condescending. It wasn't bad, but then you're going to be met with the same kind of condescension. So just be cool and ask questions, and be open-minded. It'll be really easy.
And just try to have some information. I mean, you come in here, you'll come prepared. I mean, shit. We don't want to have to frickin' destroy you guys the way we do. It'd be nice to have an actual debate, but just, have some information, know what you're talking about. Stick to one subject, you wouldn't have so many problems.
Amen to that. Because if you don't have info, you don't have science, real science, or real math, then it's going to get ugly quick. And you'll be embarrassed, and you'll spiral, and then you'll let it down all night long.
Hey, regarding that airplane that stopped in Alaska when it was supposed to go to LA, I don't think it necessarily follows that when you need to make an emergency landing, the closest airport is necessarily the best one.
Are you saying that Alaska is more equipped to deal with that emergency than Hawaii?
Don't you mean Los Angeles? It was supposed to stop at
No,
LAX.
they stopped when the emergency happened. They were supposedly on that on the global model, they were just about maybe 500 miles from Hawaii and 25,000 miles or 2,500 miles from Alaska.
Yes, the article said that
And they
the
stopped
baby was born.
immediately. They made a ground landing. They didn't
No,
divert.
the article said that they didn't expect that the baby would come out that soon.
That's
They
a different
honestly didn't
article.
think it would happen in the middle of the flight. They probably thought they had enough time to go to a more suitable airport. The one in Anchorage, Alaska, they've got a pediatric hospital very, very close nearby. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
because they
that.
were close to Alaska. They weren't anywhere near Hawaii.
So what are you saying?
Hold on.
You are being
closest
lied to
place-
about the globe, is what I'm saying.
No, I mean, what are you saying? I'm saying that it does not necessarily follow that the
Yes,
nearest
it does.
airport
Why?
is the best
How
one.
long does it take to travel 2,500 miles in a plane? A couple hours, right?
No, it's 5 hours. It takes 5 hours.
Yeah, a couple hours.
If you don't think the baby
Few
will
hours.
be born that quickly, it could make sense. Now, if they knew that the baby was actually going to be born immediately, then that's different.
You're not understanding the information that's presented.
Yeah, you're not understanding, kid. They went to the place that's supposed to be the furthest away. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm saying it doesn't
LA was
necessarily
closer than
mean
Hawaii.
go to the nearest
So
one.
was closer
the
than Hawaii.
furthest one away. Do you understand? It's not the furthest one away. If it was supposed to be and it's not, then it's not. You're not understanding what we're trying to say.
None of you are getting the point. None of you are getting the point. None of you are getting the point. You know what is the point? You know what is the point? You know what is the point? You want to know the point is that the airplane was designed for a flat, motionless plane. The pilot never takes into account any curvature nor any movement. And the airport is designed as a flat area for the airplane to land. There you go. That's the point.
Hell no, that ain't the point. What the fuck you talking about?
That's reality, fraud. Are you a fraud? That's reality, bro. Are you gonna say no to what I said?
I know, but that's not the fucking
Are
point
you
we're
gonna
talking
go
about.
to what I
The kid's
said?
not understanding. The kid's not understanding the fact that the plane went to the place that was closest to it, but it's supposed to be the furthest from it.
Don't talk about a fantasy to the kid. Talk about reality. That's why they don't get it, because you guys are trying to bring it to space and to what doesn't work on reality. No, talk about reality, and that's it.
James,
Yeah, it makes more sense on the azimuthal map than it does on the globe map to land.
Yeah, when we start going to construct with the globe, nobody gets it because nothing works on the globe. But if you talk about reality, maybe someone will get it.
No, he's a child. He's not going to get it.
But I was just basing the fact on where their trajectory was supposedly on the globe projection.
Exactly. That's why they don't get it.
I know.
Wait,
They're like, we're using our religion to
Where
debunk
does the article say where exactly the airplane was when they decided to go to Alaska?
based on the chart of the flight. What's the quickest distance between 2 points?
Dude, you're not answering my question.
What is the quickest distance between 2 points?
Do you know where they were exactly?
Quickest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Do you know where they were exactly?
So why would I think they were traveling anywhere near Hawaii, right? If they're traveling in a straight line on the azimuthal map where they're clearly traveling over land the whole way.
I'm sorry, aren't we talking about the Bali flight that was supposed to go to LAX, but they went to Alaska instead?
Yes.
What does this have to do with Hawaii?
They're flying over land. They're not flying over ocean.
What does this have to do with Hawaii?
Jesus Christ.
Wait, no, hold on, relax. Does it? Hold on, let's get a claim here. Does it have anything to do with Hawaii?
Wait, are you actually a child or a girl? I can't tell the difference.
Wait, no, hold on. Let's just relax. Joshua, let me be the devil's advocate here. Does it have anything to do with Hawaii?
No.
Why are you talking about Hawaii then?
I don't know I'm confused. I forgot.
Okay, hang on. Let me go back up here and
Is this
find.
about Hawaii? Did we start in Hawaii? What happened here? Does somebody want to hula hoop? What's going on?
Oh yeah, let's do it step
Based
by
off
step.
of the trajectories, right? The trajectory. Do you know what that means? Like one minute past the hour. I'm gonna copy or I gotta save the images. Or no, maybe I can copy.
Young lady.
Is it? Can we set up? Wait, are we setting up some sort of goal here? Like at the end of the rainbow here? Are we good? Like what's going to happen? Is it going to be what's happening?
We're putting 35 government documents that state that their aircraft are all designed for linear aircraft flight, which means over flat and stationary Earth.
Listen,
What do you have? Wait a minute.
Hold on. Okay, let's let the person speak. Okay.
To go to LAX.
Zarmar.
You guys said that it makes no sense that
Aircraft are flying over a flat stationary
Okay, hold on. Let's
Earth.
just see. Hold on. Let's just find. I think nobody
I just
understands what the. Okay, Zarmar, what were you trying to say though? Are you trying to say that there's a point to you have a claim about this? What's your claim?
You guys were talking about how it made no sense that the emergency flight, when they wanted to touch down because there was a pregnant woman who had a premature birth, the flight that was supposed to go from Bali to LAX, but instead ended up in Alaska for an emergency landing. You guys have said that it made no sense on a globe Earth that they would go to Alaska.
Yeah, I posted some images, right? If you look, I posted some images. If you look, the first image is a flight path from Indonesia to California, right? And it's at 19 hours and 30 minutes. And another one is from Indonesia, Bali to Anchorage, Alaska, where the plane landed. And that's 23 hours and 45 minutes. That's almost a whole day in the air that plane has to travel.
We were talking. No, I don't want to know
Do you
about
see the extra
Indonesia.
time
I'm
that it
talking
took?
about the flight from Bali. Bali's
Are
in
you?
Taiwan.
If you just listen to him,
Are you
you'll
retarded,
figure out what he's
lady?
going to say. Just listen.
Go for it.
Okay, so do you see the images?
Yeah, I see images.
Okay. The first image is a flight from Indonesia to Los Angeles, right? That's 19 hours and 30 minutes. Now, from the same airport in Indonesia to Anchorage, Alaska, is almost a whole day. 15 minutes shy of a day, almost 24 hours. So if they were traveling to LA and they made an emergency stop, they would be right around the same location where the mouse is, right? And if they were to make an emergency, route, it looks like they're a lot closer to Hawaii and LA to their final destination than to circumvent all the way up to Alaska. And I'm pretty sure LA has some very good children hospitals.
First of all, LAX is extremely busy place. Okay, I've been there.
Oh my gosh! What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Seriously, this is why we have problems with you people.
You're showing me
this
things.
is why we have problems with y'all.
Indonesia does not have
You cannot
Bali
just
in it.
use common
Bali
sense. You cannot use common sense. Why can't you use common sense?
Bali is in
Why
Taiwan.
can't you use common sense?
Bali is in Taiwan. Why are you showing me this Indonesia thing?
Oh my gosh!
The article in question.
Look at the flight path. Look at the flight path on the recent map, then look at it at the Google Globe map. That's why they're showing it to you.
The article I'm referring to, the one that you guys told us to look at.
I don't give a shit about the article that you are referring to.
He's trying to show you.
We can plot a course to LA and we can plot a course to Anchorage.
Okay.
I'm saying there's like fucking 5 hours extra time that they flew.
And what is it?
Like they could have just continued on their path.
But we're talking about a flight path from Bali.
Jesus Christ, child.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we fucking are up against. For all you other Globers that are here, this is what we deal with all the time with you guys. Common sense just goes right out the fucking door. Right out the
we're gonna have to switch.
Throw it out. They throw it out with the pot and the food. Throw all the fucking common sense out the fucking window.
They got these kids believing the opposite of what is real.
But what about Pokemon? Because in episode 26,
All right,
on Pikachu.
Okay, whoa, nice shooting text. Okay, Zamora, can we move on to a different topic and help you out with the shape of the actual measurable Earth? Would that work for you?
No, listen, I spent like 45 minutes looking at
Oh,
that.
I tried.
article that
Okay, so
you
you're gonna
guys told
complain.
us to
Okay,
look
then you're
at.
gonna kick you out, Zarma. If you're gonna troll, but it's called trolling. You're breaking the server rules. I'm trying to save you.
I'm not
I'm trying to do you a favor.
trolling. I spent 45
I know, but you're gonna
minutes after you
complain now.
guys
I know
were-
you're complaining. It's I know.
minutes.
But you gotta relax.
I'm not interested
Please,
in
can
speaking
you relax?
right now. I'll
45
mute
minutes.
myself.
Okay,
I'm not
okay, that's
interested
fine.
in speaking.
That's fine.
You don't
Thanks.
need
Okay.
45 minutes, though. You just need
Okay.
1 minute. Look
Okay,
at
so
that.
let's
Relax.
just put this plain. Hold on, this is going nowhere. Let's put the plain thing to rest. Young lady, do you have proof of your spinning space monkey ball? And what
Sir,
proof?
I spent a lot of time looking at that article. I'm genuinely
We're not talking about the article
discussing
anymore.
anything else.
We're
but
going to
that
stop
article you
that
told us to
because
look
you
at.
got nowhere.
I don't want
You
to
don't
talk.
understand, and now
I
you're
don't. I
talking.
want to mute myself. I don't want to talk.
Please do so, please.
Okay, mute
all right,
yourself
fair
so
enough.
I don't
There you
have
go.
to mute you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Just take just take a chill pill, and you'll be fine. You can just listen. Just relax. It's all good.
Try 45 hours to figure that shit out and come back then. Because 45 minutes obviously did not help you.
No, but
that's
we're very
her
simple here.
just her wasting her time. You know,
No,
she
it's all
just
good.
wastes.
Just don't worry about it. But don't reverse. Let's just let it go. You just got to let it go. It happens. It's okay.
I don't get it. It's like extremely basic A to B logic. Just look
This
at the two
is the
maps,
issue.
look at the two
They-
flight
they-
paths.
Bro, I have some of the most intelligent friends, man. They cannot get this basic logic shit. I don't know what the fuck happened to this country, bro, but it is scary. The friends I'm losing, when it comes to simple logic and understanding of how things work, they just totally throw it out anymore, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
They've heard too much total crap repeated too long, too many times for too long.
It's just scary, bro. It really is.
They don't know how to grow. They don't. It's like they want to be stationary.
Stuck on stupid, right?
Right.
They are stuck on stupid because the stupid stuck on them.
I think he was having a hard time understanding where Bali was. She knew where Bali was.
Where Bali is that what you said?
Yeah, I don't think she knows where it is.
Dude, it was the guy showed the picture's still there. I'm looking at it. There's just a fucking the picture. There's a line. There's a blue line that shows you, hey, follow this line. You know, it's like what the fuck. How is it hard to understand? 5 hours is a really long fucking time to be in a plane when you turn right and be somewhere else in 45 minutes.
Or continue on your path.
It's like, what the fuck? How hard is that? You tell me Hawaii doesn't have a hospital that can handle a childbirth?
Yeah, but she didn't get her birthing preferences, so they had to go 5 hours out of the way. And the pilot just goes, "Okay, sure, we'll go to Alaska instead of."
What woman in labor is going to fucking say that? Going to say, yeah, do that. What
She's
woman
like,
in
"I'm in labor. I'm in labor. Can you make the flight 5 hours longer and then another 5 hours instead of going to the destination, which was 5 hours closer?"
I'd love to meet this lady that wants 5 extra hours of labor on a plane.
I'd like to meet that person, and then so I can run away as fast as possible.
Now, fellas, listen, LAX is a really crowded place. There's no way that they wouldn't put a ambulance on the tarmac and get this woman and her child to the nearest hospital with red and blue lights. LAX, they would make her go through the gate, through the airport, all the way through traffic in a taxi, no doubt in my mind.
And I could explain the same shit to one of my friends and they wouldn't get it. You know, same shit with that child, you know.
Guys, without gas pressure, there wouldn't be no birth.
Yeah, exactly. Let's look up how many births the LAX handles on a yearly basis.
You know, baby coming out of a container.
You guys, who's the name of the girl that kept talking
Well,
about
the baby was completely contained before that event. Yes.
In a dynamic system.
Mm-hmm. With pressure differentials.
Yep. I'm glad you get in it.
Pressure that has to be contained.
And then, of course, to top it off, she really didn't actually want to talk about the Earth. She just wanted to talk about flight path.
Yeah.
Right. She
Typical bloater.
didn't want to move on past the article. Just go straight to talking about the Earth. But no, she wanted to talk about the flight path.
Well, if you guys want to talk about airplanes, don't take it to the globe because nothing works on the globe. The airplane is dependent on a flat Earth. So why talk about the airplane and the globe in the same sentence? That doesn't make any sense. Imagine the airplane, the airport, the pilot, the guy on the ground shooting down the airplane. They all dependent on a flat, motionless plane to make anything work. Are we talking about globes? What a joke. I mean, it must be a globe because everything is dependent on the flat Earth.
We need to
Therefore, it's a
start
globe.
setting up debates statewide at whole functions for these fucktards to come and fucking sit so we can talk. I'm tired of this shit when people can do this fucking shit over the phone where they can't see you face to face. We can mano y mano, eye to eye, and I want to see you talk that shit to my face. I can't. I want to see that happen. Because I'm sick of this bullshit, man. This is fucking ridiculous. They can scapegoat, they can run away all they want on a fucking phone, texting all kinds of dumb shit. But face to face, these motherfuckers would never show up. Guarantee it.
Guys, was that girl's name Zamar? Talking about the valley fights?
Yeah, she left.
Okay, but her name is Zamar.
Little girls.
Feel sorry. There's a bunch of broken minds out there.
She's crying in a corner now because of you guys.
No, I'm sure she's still talking about to herself about the flight. The article I read. 45 minutes.
She wasted 45 minutes of her life.
Birthing preferences were not met, so they had to go there. Why? What's Hawaii got to do with being on the same flight path? Why?
That's 45 minutes that she can't get back.
Yeah, what does it have to do with being pregnant, Sonny? I'm confused.
The emergency flight from Bali to LAX, lady.
Well, yeah, LAX is very busy, so we have to skip that.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to check right now. See how many births they handle every year. 1 second.
Yeah, LAX, do you have room? I just have one lady with one oh, you don't accept babies either. You're an atheist airport. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just go to Alaska. Thanks.
Well, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure that the pilot, the crew, the FAA, and ground control don't have a care in the world for her preferences to where she's going to have that kid. Guaranteed.
Yeah, they're not changing the flight. They're either going to deliver it on board or they're going to take it to the closest airport.
Be automatically directed to the closest airport, for real.
Bro, just deliver the baby. Someone catch it, clean it.
If I was a pilot, I would have been like, hey, is there a doctor in the house? I ain't stopping the plane. I ain't changing nowhere. Make sure that you deliver that baby on time.
Bro, a mom and a dad with experience will do. No doctor needed. A nurse. There's probably 20 nurses in that aircraft.
It said in 2021.
I mean, Mary had Jesus by herself anyway.
170.
If I wasn't that flight, I'll be lady. I got this. Just push and breathe.
Y'all referencing Sonny's numbers. How many, Sonny?
Don't worry about Sonny.
In California, in California, Los Angeles, for the second year in a row, the population of California has declined. A new report shows a net loss of 173,000 people from July 2020 to July 2021.
Yeah, vaccines are hell of a drug.
It's almost 250,000.
Of sick people?
California exodus, huh?
That left California.
They left their bodies to the new realm, to the next realm.
Get the hell out of this shithole here.
Yeah, a lot of them are moving on to Texas. Surprise, Texas. You're about to become Californicated.
Texas is about to succeed the Union because the U.S. is falling apart. Part of the prophecy.
This state is just about ready. It's going from the outhouse directly into the cesspool.
Hey, since when were we ever united?
We're gonna build a fence
leaders
all
said
around
we were.
Texas.
They
Those
created
guys with
division. So once
guys
they
with the
create
powdered
division,
wigs said we were united, and they all signed a contract, so we all were. Don't you remember that?
yeah, but
And they
the
were
thing is,
freemasons.
they want us to be united, and as soon as they say we're united, then they create division with politics.
Texas is gonna be fighting immigrants from America. The irony. All the immigrants, all the aliens, all these aliens, illegal aliens from America coming into Texas.
Yeah, that'll be an ultimate irony if they build a wall around Texas, wouldn't it?
To keep the aliens away.
Yeah.
The illegals. All the illegals coming from California.
You know, actually, I think that wall along the border in California is to keep the Californians in, to keep them from fleeing to Baja.
I mean, isn't that one of the main points of a fence? Because you're building it from the in out. You barely ever gonna cross it.
Yeah.
You
Like
just
the fence that we have in the backyard is to keep the dogs in, not to keep the wild animals out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it creates a barrier on both sides, so it can be ambiguous, right? You're putting up a barrier for some reason.
But you just tell the doomies it works from the other side only, and they believe it. It's to keep those people away, not to keep you in.
So aircraft flying a straight horizontal line. Can anybody tell me where there's a straight horizontal line on a sphere?
On top of it. I mean, below it, because the sphere needs a table where it was designed and put to rest, or the floor that it falls to. There will be a line under the sphere.
Just just take off and just wait for the location to arrive where you are. And wouldn't take much flying and going that one direction.
You know, when you display a globe, you need a flat, motionless table to make it look pretty.
To show a globe, you just show a flat stationary table to make it real.
Imagine the globe without the table.
Genzi,
That'll
you
make
just
no
blew my
sense.
mind, bro. That's hilarious. Why don't they set the globe on another ball? That would be. How come that doesn't?
Yeah.
Why don't they use
globe
three of
on
them
another
and just
ball.
have a juggler? The juggler can get everything right. They always catch them, don't they?
Yeah, the globe is dependent on the flat Earth. I've been telling you guys.
These globers or the jugglers are juggling balls.
You got to give them credit though. They actually found a way to convince people that the obvious flat stationary plane they live on is the ball. That's saying something.
Yeah, they had to dumb them down and numb them out a little bit before they got to that point. Took a couple of decades to be really sure if people were dumb enough. But through their studies, they found out, yes, they are dumb enough. Go on with the plan.
Let me show you a news article that prompted into my feed. It's called 12 of the Strangest Objects in the Universe. Are you ready for the cover of this news? Of the strangest objects in the universe? Look at the strangest objects of the universe. Look at the cover. Isn't that strange? They cover it with the strangest cartoon there is. A stranger is something that you don't know, right? Something you don't know. You don't know the globe, so the globe is it's one of the strangest things, strangest objects. And the globe is an object. The Earth is not. The globe is a cartoon, an illusion, made up, whatever, an object. And it's very strange. Because only strange people will believe they live on that thing.
Yeah, well, we warned them, don't make this weird. Earth is that, but you know what? They're making it kind of weird.
You know, we're supposed to go to the moon this year. This year, we're supposed to be on the moon. Seriously. Seriously.
Fraud. You're right, man.
You know, you guys know there's a guy that he's been selling real estate in, right? He's been like, yeah, I own the moon. There's some paper here, and you own this piece of the moon. Give me this. Give me money.
Yeah. Sure. That's about as real as a Glober honoring their word.
You guys remember that stuff where they would name a star after you if you paid them? Remember that?
I didn't catch that.
You guys remember when they would tell you that they would name a star after you with a certificate, and you had to pay them, but then they would give you the star that they named after you.
So romantic, like being in love with a cartoon.
It is, man. And they come here to fight for it? Wow. They're going to school us flat earthers, huh?
Perhaps they don't understand science. You don't need the scientific method to do science anymore because of Albert Einstein. And we don't respect Albert Einstein at all because we'd rather go off of, somebody who we celebrate his birthday every year and we call it by a different name, Christmas.
And then
celebrating the birth and the life of Newton.
Yep.
I think Einstein means stained eye because he had a really fucked up perspective of reality.
Stained eye.
Well, think about it. Isaac Newton is Nimrod. He's the modern day Nimrod, stupid person. Ignoramus.
All right, so now it's pushed back to 2024. It says, and look at this bullshit. It says NASA 2024 moon landing jeopardized because of spacesuits. Fucking ridiculous.
Spacesuits that can't work in a vacuum. They're going to have to adjust that atmosphere again, I bet. Like they did last time. Look, they're going to all this trouble just for us, adjusting where the atmosphere is just because flat earthers.
Do you think they're going to slip up one of these days and just say, look at all that water?
Yeah, did you people forget to look at water? Yeah, you did, because you're busy looking up at the ceiling light.
And if those things are really objects falling off, like water falling off, that's an alarming amount of water that's falling off. And then why would it be falling off and not traveling with the vehicle, right? It's moving at the same delta V, right? There's no air resistance.
I just got a great idea. I'm going to go ahead and make a prank call to the Ace Hardware and do that whole thing with the ceiling light. I'm putting some flooring in, and I need you to help me because don't the astronomers look up in the sky at the lights in order to tell what Earth is? Well, I needed someone to help me measure my ceiling light so I can lay some carpet. Can you help me with that, sir?
Yeah, in fact, you don't even have to go anywhere. You just have to look in a telescope and look at my ceiling light from your location.
Now I'm going to record it, and then I'm going to put it on my channel.
This guy to lay the carpet, and he goes outside to the roof and starts looking at the stars. And he comes back and says, "Bro, I got it. I got the measurements."
The problem is you were thinking it was a flat floor, but really it's a ball. Yeah, it doesn't look like it because it's so vast, right? But I can literally see the corner of the room. No, that's an optical illusion caused by refraction, bruh.
In your room, yeah. It's flat because it's refraction in your room.
Yeah. I was trying to get into the character.
You see that? You see that corner with 3 angles? Here, that's not reality.
I can't believe somebody says yes. Those curved adjacent triangles are triangles. No, those aren't triangles because that has less than 180 degrees internal length.
Someone messaged me and said you've never used a sextant. Well, yes, I have.
Oh, that's funny.
I fix it.
That's
Here's
pretty
what I
funny.
fix it. Here, I'll put it in the text. Here we go. You clearly put it.
Try to look up direct energy weapons on
Maybe a lot of people in here don't know that Sony have traveled the seas. A lot of people are just jealous that they haven't, and Sony did it.
Yeah, starting at 17 years old.
And this guy messes you like he knows you. I know you better than yourself, and I know you never done anything in your life, Sonny.
Yeah, I stood on top of the pyramid at I don't even know how to say it anymore. Teotihuacan. I can't.
These guys are just
Teotihuacan.
Yeah, these guys are just jealous because you had a Mexican girlfriend for a week and they didn't.
I did have a Mexican girlfriend. I got her pregnant accidentally twice.
Yeah, I learned one thing about Hispanic ladies, right? Piss them off and their brothers will stab you.
Yeah. Oh, they'll shoot you, yeah.
Or when you're mad, that's when the thing occurs, like the
But make sure you never upset a Hispanic lady.
Yeah, she was Mexican and Scottish.
Sonny. Accidentally twice? Come on, bro. You playing with me? Accidentally twice?
It wasn't planned.
Somebody's pullout game is weak.
If there was someone committing an accident, I know it wasn't Sonny.
But gave those two kids. No, they're not kids. It it created those human beings. Like whatever happened, they got a chance at life now. So hey, there's that.
Bro, you know there's a container designed by a designer to be able for that to happen in the first place? There's no accidents.
Yeah, you can't even breathe without a container for the gas.
There is no freaking
I mean, these
accident.
people actually think, well, the gradient, you can have, no pressure next to a negative pressure. No, that doesn't make sense.
Measure
Even if there
gradient
was no pressure, it would equal
measure
out.
gradient. Yeah, measure gradient without pressure.
It would
Sonny,
equal out catastrophically.
do you guys know what is the necessary antecedent to a container? A designer.
Designer, yeah.
And they need their Catholic priest to explain to them that nothing created everything, but it's called the Big Bang, right? They need a priest to tell them that. Do you guys understand that? They need a priest to tell them that the Big Bang theory.
That's true. And then they pull out their scriptures of refraction, back gravity.
Remember, they watched the movie and they heard "Big Bad Boom" and that reinforced their beliefs because of sexy lady.
Big Bad Boom, defeat element.
Multipass.
Yeah.
Multipass. Chicken.
I love that movie. It's one of my favorites.
They're trolling Globers in the movie.
As far as I can tell, you're saying ectogamete means never without my permission. I'm sorry.
That's like a globe troll.
I think I missed it. I'm fading.
Yeah, they have cogdiss about the Big Bang Theory because they're atheists. No, there is no God. Okay, Satanist. No, I'm not a Satanist. I'm an atheist. It's the same thing. No, it's not. Look it up.
That's amazing.
Well, we don't have a God. Satanists. Satanists believe man can be God.
They did pull something off that is quite astonishing, though, didn't they? I mean, they created the largest religion ever in history, and yet all their little parrots are there denying that it's a religion. That's like inherent, like somehow intrinsic in the programming was that.
In fact, does anybody remember that who was quoted as saying we need to create for the American people a new modern mythology?
Aren't they like I don't know, praying to the guy behind the curtain or something? They're like the old dude making the cartoons, and they're like, yeah, give us more. Please. Gimme. Give me balls. Black holes. Give me that globe. Give me more of that globe.
Hi.
High. Very high.
Okay, here
Not
we
high.
go. Modern
Really
mythology.
heated debates here, right? I think I listened for an hour. And quite
You
heated.
listen for an hour and what's up?
I listened for an hour here in the live the live stream chat, and I mean it's I think it's a curious phenomenon, this flat Earth belief or whatever, or theory.
Yeah, the flat Earth is a natural observable phenomena. It's the way the world presents itself to be. there is no opinion or belief that can change that.
I do not agree with that, but can I ask you in general one
Well,
question?
yeah, you can ask the question, but why don't you agree with reality?
I
The-
agree with reality, but
reality
I
is
don't
not
think.
an agree or disagree genre. You know that, right?
I mean, I can respect and accept reality, but I don't think that flat Earth is reality.
Okay, so what's your question?
So obviously there are engineers, right? And engineers, to become engineers, they go to engineering school, to university or whatever.
Yeah.
And of course there are engineering textbooks, right? And a vital part of becoming an engineer.
Engineer textbooks.
Engineering textbooks, yeah, textbooks
Oh,
about
yeah,
physics
engineering.
or engineering and so on. And a vital part of becoming an engineer is learning what's in these textbooks, right?
Yeah, and the globe is taken into account in any textbooks that uses any engineering for anything
But
in practice.
I didn't ask my question yet, so I'm not finished.
Oh, go ahead.
And of course, engineers design design technology. They construct and design
It's all
technology
dependent on flat Earth, all of it.
using what's in textbooks, right? So the question what I have to you is there anything in engineering textbooks which you agree with?
All of it.
You agree with everything that's inside
Yeah, because
engineering?
all practical engineering that is used in reality, it's dependent on a flat, motionless plane. Nothing uses the globe for anything.
So
only cartoon. Or if you want to go to the imaginary land, fantasy land, cartoons, then you can use the globe.
Let me be a bit more specific. So inside engineering textbooks, there is always an introduction to Newtonian mechanics, right? Do you agree with Newtonian mechanics?
What is Newtonian mechanics? Can you be specific about that specific point?
Newtonian mechanics is essentially the three laws of motion. I think you heard of that. It's taught in school, in high school, right?
I mean, can you enlighten me? Because
do you agree? Oh, okay. So should I recite the three laws of motion?
Yeah, please.
So the first law says that object in motion remains in motion until it is somehow acted upon, right? The second
what
says
type of
that
force? What type of force has to act upon it?
No, it doesn't talk about that. This first law is just what I said.
Okay.
The second law says that force equals mass times acceleration.
What's mass?
Or
what is mass?
Well, mass is a property of the object you're trying to describe.
Guys, has it? I don't know, but anybody wanna? Keep going. I wanna hear more. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, and the third law of motion says that every action causes a reaction which is equal in its value but opposed in its direction. Right, these are the three laws of motion. I'm sure everyone here has learned them in high school.
Yeah,
and that's kind of at the first page of every engineering book. This is the condition in order to design anything mechanical, be it a car, a plane, a roller coaster, whatever, right?
So if I shoot a deer, that deer shoots me back because of equal action and reaction.
No, that's not what it says.
So where's the equal action and reaction?
It talks about forces. So if for example I put an object on this table now, then okay.
complicated, right?
Let me put it differently. If I press with my finger on this table, right, I put the force with my finger on this table, and the table creates an equal force which is opposing the force of my finger. That's what it essentially says.
So the table can hold your finger.
Yeah, the table kind of so my finger exerts a force on the table, and the table exerts a force on my finger.
Let's say you put this table on top of a ball, right? And then you flip the ball upside down while you're holding the finger on the table. What's going to happen?
It depends on the
Tell me what's going to happen if you grab this table that you hold, you putting your finger on the top, you put the table on top of a ball, on a spinning ball, and you put in your finger and then you flip it upside down. What's going to happen?
It depends on the size of that ball or its mass. Because at very large masses, there is another theory, which is unrelated, more or less unrelated, to the three laws of motion, which comes.
So the spinning ball, and the big ball, that's unrelated to the stuff that you're talking about, huh?
No. I say if we are talking about very large masses, then there is another theory which comes into play. If you want to describe what's happening.
How large?
Three laws of motion.
How large does it has to be outside of the stuff that we know, the laws that we know? How large does it has to be to break the laws?
How large it has to be? To break what?
Be specific. To go against the laws that you're talking about.
No. It doesn't go against it. So the three laws of motion are.
So how big? How big the ball has to be to hold to? How big does the ball has to be for the ball to hold the table and you with your finger upside down? How big does the ball has to be?
I would need to calculate that.
Yeah.
But the Earth is more than enough for that.
Do you believe in the official stories of how the 9/11 buildings came down?
But my original question is: do you agree with the
9/11 because he's not even from the U.S. and he has nothing to do with any of this?
Well, he's trying to confirm the laws of physics, Newtonian, and if you investigate the collapses of these buildings, and then you figure out that they go entirely against the laws of physics, and that they would have to have lied about that, and that's a pretty big lie. Is it not possible that they can lie about other big things?
Okay.
So
I mean, it's relevant to what he's bringing up.
Gemsy said that he agrees with everything that's inside engineering textbooks.
I agree.
You're getting into the realm that it cannot be confirmed.
The cartoon ones, and there is different engineerings that some people believe are true. There's cartoons that people believe to be real.
But
hence the globe.
The three laws of motion are on the first page of every engineering textbook. It's really the most essential.
Watched, any of the Balls Out Physics videos by Brian Mullen? He's an engineer, licensed.
I don't know now, but that's not the point.
He's a licensed engineer.
I don't want to talk about some specific engineer.
It might be prudent to watch some of his.
I don't want to talk about some specific engineer.
Wait 1 second, because engineerings are very specific. There's many fields, no? And right, engineers are very specific. So if you're gonna speak about engineering, you have to be very specific, don't you?
Every single engineer in the world learns the three laws of motion. It's the most essential part of physics, by far.
So who's an engineer in here? Are you an engineer?
I'm not an engineer.
Oh, anybody's an engineer here? Where's Battlemod?
But I know enough about let's say I know enough about engineering to know
You
that.
mean physics? You're trying to say physics? That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't think you do. The guy was just trying to explain to you about the physics of buildings falling, and you couldn't comprehend that.
I mean, I could comprehend that he's trying to distract from the discussion I'm trying to do.
No. It's actually
You're the one
prudent to what you're
distracting.
discussing.
Do you agree with the three laws of motion? Yes or no?
Yeah, show us any technology in any of that information where they use the 8 inches per mile square of a spinning space monkey ball.
Guys, I have to tell you something real quick. He can't do anything about Earth measuring flat. I don't care about this other topic. Does that make sense? What are you going to do about Earth measuring flat?
Yeah. No, the laws of motion do not dictate the shape below your feet.
So my goal is to establish common ground.
1 second, because he's talking about engineering and the books that the
I know, it's a distraction. Listen, Earth measures flat.
You know what? Let's bring it because earlier I brought this point and I don't know if he heard it, but you know the engineers, these books, engineer books that you were talking about, and when you go to a specific field, aircrafts, they put in their books and their guidelines that they have to assume a flat, non-rotating Earth to build and engineer the aircraft to be practical and usable.
Including
could
NASA
could you
in
prove
their own
your
documents.
claim?
Yeah, I got a document. Hang on, man. Hang on, I'll post it.
Yeah, NASA has it in their own documents.
I got a NASA document. Hang on. Go ahead and speak while I
piece of
find
a
it.
textbook or whatever.
This is better. Hang on.
Hey, so he's gonna provide a document from the the makers of the airplanes and the ones that actually use this stuff, right? And then you go a step further, and the operator of this aircraft, the pilot, that pilot never ever takes into account any curvature of the Earth nor any movement of the Earth to operate the engineered aircraft, right?
We are not talking about
There's
pilots.
a smorgasbord of links for you that will shut you up on this topic. I'm sorry to be the bad guy, dude, but this is ridiculous.
Let me add something else, right? You know that the airport, that place that the airplane lands and takes off from, it's completely flat and level.
Another question I have is why would they ever, even once, need to account for a flat Earth?
The last one, guy in a war situation trying to shoot down the airplane, he never, ever in his mind uses any curvature nor any movement of the ground to shoot down the airplane. Ha! Take that.
Okay. I think we are getting nowhere here.
How's that?
Okay, well, real quick, the moderator
three
has
laws
request,
of motion.
Real quick, the moderator
are
requests
500
that just to
years
make
old.
sure you look in the text chat. Do you see the documents that we posted?
Yeah,
Because first,
there are few links, but I don't have the time to read this
I
all.
know. No, they're not links.
But you have the time to not back up your claims without experimentation.
I mean, this is just distraction. This
Okay,
is just a debate.
No, this has to do with the topic, sir. Flat Earth. Flat Earth is the topic.
Sir, you're distracting right now. Sir, you're distracting us from the topic.
You're avoiding the obvious that there's no Earth curvature measurement.
We're just trying to have a conversation. Can we just look at what we're presenting first, or do you have to run away right now? Must be Nathan.
I came here with a question about the fundamentals of physics.
Never mind. Well, that what we experience in reality is all we're claiming. We're not claiming something else. So do you have a claim of something other than what we experience in reality?
I'm not making claims here. I'm just trying to establish a common ground.
Okay, let me.
All I
What is this that you're not waiting? So, Sonny, let's figure out what. Right. So, what don't you understand about reality that the flat earthers have to explain to you?
No, you don't need to explain anything to me. I want to establish a common ground. Can we agree at least on something?
Yes, we agree that nobody in history has ever experienced Earth curvature or spin. Every pilot, every scientist, every engineer admits it.
Unless you can find us evidence of that.
Okay, that's your position.
Gemsy agrees. It's over.
And I don't agree. We will not find common ground here. Let's
You don't
try
even
to
have a
find
claim.
common ground.
You have
You got to
find
be
a
honest
claim.
with yourself and with us first. If you can be honest
Well,
with
don't move off
yourself.
that. All right, I'll let
Yeah.
I'll let you take back over, Glad. I just kind of had to figure out why this was happening. He was really, backpedaling, so I just wanted to get us stationary like the Earth is, because Wolfgang said just try to look at the VC voice text chat, which I was shocked that you were so adamant on not looking at. So for some reason, Wolfgang knew something that I didn't know. So thank you, Wolfgang. You guys.
We flooded everything you'll basically need to know on that point specifically in the voice texts. Now the problem is you're not looking there, and you need to before you speak about this topic again, especially in a flat Earth science server, not an engineering science server, whatever the fuck that is. You need to know this information before you come and talk to us about it.
Are you saying that the flat Earth server is not a science server?
It is a science server. Is engineering science?
In a sense, engineering is very much
No, it's
related
not.
to
It's just
science.
not. Nope. Sorry,
Ah,
it's not.
okay. But if you
But
look
why-
at the engineering textbook,
So did you write? Hold on, guys. I've been listening to this guy. Did you write an engineering textbook?
No, but
Did you
I
help
read
write
one.
one? Have you read
No.
all of them? Earlier, I heard you say all of them. Heck, I'll give it to you. Virtually all of them start with a certain page and a certain kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
you said
When
all
did
of
you read
them.
all those to be able to make that claim in reality?
Eternal.
See, when I hold your feet to the fire, you don't. Like it. So anyway, someone else take over.
That's just distraction. I cannot read every book in the world, obviously.
So then
I
why would
cannot
you make
do
the
that.
claim that you had?
No,
Yeah.
I never claimed that I had read.
You should
every
rewind
book in
the
world.
tapes. Come on.
I just claimed that every book begins with my Newtonian
You
mechanics.
sure did make a claim that every something did a something. Okay, that's
Yeah.
sloppy, bro. Sloppy.
Eternal.
No, it's
let's
not
agree.
sloppy.
Eternal.
Okay.
Let's agree on.
Okay.
Let's agree.
I'm
Eternal.
very confident.
I know
Sorry,
you
man.
are. That's the problem.
I do not claim that I've read every engineering book in the world.
Oh,
I
good.
claim that every engineering book in the world contains the Newtonian mechanics. That's what I
How
claim.
do you know that? How do you know that?
Because in order to be an engineer, you need to know about natural science.
Right, but listen to the claim you're making real quick. It's wild because you're saying you know everything about something. No one does, sir. There might be an engineering textbook out there that's 90 pages, has nothing to do with Newtonian physics.
Then it's not a real engineering textbook.
No, but
Because
what if it
doesn't
just
teach
says
about-
fucking engineering pamphlet or something on it and it describes the engineering of a clock or something, dude? Listen, you don't know the stuff. Don't do that to yourself. Don't make claims you can't back up because then moving forward, it's hard to believe you when you say this, that, and the other about globe gravity, whatever you want to. Does that make sense? You do yourself a disservice by being dishonest about that.
An advanced engineering textbook might refer to an introduction, but
You
doesn't
use the word
contain
might. Now where are we? We're in the weeds. Flat Earth.
You see,
Flat
it's again
Earth.
just distraction. Do you think that the three laws of nature, three laws of motion, are correct or not?
I think the name of the server is 24/7
500
Flat
years
Earth
old.
Discord. That's what I
Eternal,
think, partner.
Eternal, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Do you think that Earth is curving in reality?
I think that the Earth is a sphere, but
Okay,
we will not
great.
agree with that. Maybe we
Okay.
can agree with the three laws of motion. Maybe
Okay.
you can
Do you think
finally
that?
give an
Do you
answer.
think that? Do you think that then water is curving for sure? Because if Earth is sphere, then water must curve. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show me any video, anything, any proof, anywhere where water is not flat and is not
of
doing
course
that?
can.
What is it?
Of course.
You can. Listen this now. Do you believe people or you believe water?
What?
Do you believe? Do you want to believe more to people or do you want to
I
believe?
can post your video.
Now I will tell you something. Do you want? I want to ask you. Do you want to believe people? Do you believe people? I will tell you something.
I do not believe people.
Okay, great. Do you believe water? What is doing?
Do I believe that water exists? I believe.
No,
that
I'm
water
telling. I'm asking you. Do you know and do you believe that water, what is doing in reality, that is doing, and it always will do, and no one will change that? Do you know that?
I don't understand what you're.
Okay, so he doesn't understand. Look at the video that he posted.
I do
Look,
not
it's a
worship
quote.
a water god.
Hey, what will you call the thing that is not the water on this test? What is
Container.
the
Yes.
container, huh? The water is in a container. Isn't that amazing?
But why is the water not flat?
What? Where?
The water
Where?
there does not find its level, right?
Where?
The water in the rotating container does not find its
He
level.
posted a video. And someone is rotating a table with a container with water in it. Therefore, Hey, do you think this guy? Do you think it will be possible for this guy to do the same test, but he will grab a ball and then he will add water and gases to the outside of the ball, and he's gonna spin the ball, and everything is gonna stay attached to the ball.
I will not be able to do that. It's not possible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we agree. Yeah, we agree, bro.
In the
That's
video, I
impossible.
posted.
He said
Why-
it's
There's our common
impossible.
ground.
Why is the water not level?
Oh, we found common ground, brother. Good job.
Yeah, that's a common ground, actually. Yeah, right. So the free
Can
laws
I
of
ask you?
motion.
Can I ask a question? You are saying that why is water is not level. Can I ask a question because you think why water is not curving?
In the video I posted.
You video posted. Okay, where is that video? Can you tell me which minute?
I will post it again.
Okay.
Hey, why isn't this water making a complete circle and curving in a complete sphere?
Are you asking me? Should I explain it? So, the reason why the water in this container is not flat is because a force is acting on it. Do you know what this force is called?
Are you saying the horizon is curved?
No. Wait, Sonic. You show me the box on the table with the water curving. That you show me that?
Yes.
Can you show me fucking air curving in reality?
Air. Well,
Yeah,
obviously
where?
there's air in this box, right?
No,
And it's curved.
no, man. Can you fucking show me Earth? Not can I show you now? I will show you. So can you do me one thing? Can you go in kitchen now? Take the glass, put the water inside, and tell me what is water doing?
Yeah, it's flat.
Okay, great. Then I will tell you it's level. Go great. Then after that, go outside and tell me where it's curving.
Well, if you are talking about the sea, it's curving everywhere.
Where?
Everywhere. The sea
Where?
is.
But man, where? In Santa Barbara is not curving. In England is not curving. In Australia is not curving.
The sea, the oceans on Earth are curved everywhere.
Yeah. Where? Can you show us?
Guys,
Can we show you? Can we show you that is not curving? Do you want to see that is not curving?
No. I mean,
do you
I know
want to
this picture.
see?
I know these little pictures you share among each other, but they don't really tell much.
Okay. How Earth is big?
I was
How
asked
Yeah.
why in this container, in this rotating container, the water
Where?
curves.
Okay.
Do you
that
want to
means
hear the answer?
that video, what you showing me
Wait a minute.
now with that aquarium? Now I see that, and because I see that in that aquarium or whatever it is, Earth is spherical. You are telling me that?
No, it's not what I claim. I claim
okay.
it's not flat.
Yeah, I'm asking
Why-
you.
why-
Where is? I'm
why is it
asking.
Why is it not flat?
Man,
Why is the water in the rotating container not
Because
flat?
water is 71% of the nature of where we live. And water is flat because water is a liquid. Do you know what the properties of a liquid are?
In the video I posted again.
The
Water is not
properties
flat.
of a liquid is they take up the shape of its container,
I
have a
showed
definite
you
volume.
an
I'm still
observation
talking.
where
Excuse me,
water
I'm
is
still
not flat.
talking. Excuse me, I'm still talking.
Yes.
Takes
Okay.
up the size of its container, has a definite volume, and finds its level at rest. Why the fuck do you think they call it sea level and not sea bulge?
I'm talking about the video I posted, which is an observation of non-flat water. Okay? Do you agree with that?
Man.
Okay, just relax, guys. Let's relax. So that's the point. You have to. Okay, so we got a serious
Where is
problem
this
here.
water?
Yes. So let's relax for a second, guys, because you were talking past each other. You were inventing a question none of us asked. None of us asked you to show us water that is sloshing around because of extra forces given, extra energy given. When water's at rest, as we are, it's already flat. The ocean isn't twirling around. The ocean is stationary and flat. So we don't have the problem you do. You should be seeing water swish around like that. We don't. Thanks for playing. That was.
No, I mean, someone brought up flatness of water.
It is
and
when
someone
it's
asked me.
I know you're
someone asked me.
okay, stop.
It
Okay,
is a
stop. Okay, let's
scientific
relax. Listen,
fact
guys, I'm gonna hand it
that
back off.
water
Let
lays
me get
flat.
this across.
Guys,
So it's got to be one at a time.
Guys.
So let's get some moderation. Listen, I need a moderator because Eternal Potato just when he talks to me, then everybody talks at the same time. So you can't just talk through me, bro. Just we're gonna go back and forth.
Okay, let's just
That's the
exo
point.
finish whenever he's going.
Right.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So here's the problem. We don't experience sloshing water around a fish tank. We're talking about the ocean that when at rest, when bodies of water are at rest, like this glass of water on a table, that means it's stationary and flat. That's what we experience in reality. We're not asking questions from your imagination. We're asking you if you need help understanding reality. That's what we're trying to figure out here. We're not talking about your imagination and things spinning. We're not spinning. That's the point. So you first have to prove we're spinning, show us some evidence of the cartoon Earth curvature, and then you can have a claim. The problem is all of reality is dependent on having no curvature nor no spin. So again, all engineers and scientists, since you brought them up earlier, they agree with us. You don't have a claim. Do you have a claim of experiencing curvature or spin ever?
Look, I'm trying to establish common ground.
There is one experience.
Common
guys.
sense, man. You establish common sense with the cube and aquarium,
common ground.
rotating with the atmosphere.
I'm not talking. Right, so Jemsy, are you here, Jemsy? So I'm not talking. Am I talking to a person that has the ability to talk to me, or is he just literally going to do this every time? Because I can hand it off to somebody else if somebody else can get him to answer.
Let him reply. Potato, reply to it. So go ahead, and someone else can bring some other.
We can help him, the meniscus
Listen,
example.
guys, I'm just trying to make this conversation happen. It's just gonna be
Groovy, you're next. Groovy, you can bring something next. Okay, go ahead, Potato. Reply.
So I'm a bit tired of these distractions. I want to establish a common ground. I want to talk about the free laws of motion.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it. Okay, that's fine. That was your last chance for me. I'm going to allow the moderators and other people to talk to you. So this is my final statement. That's my point. You don't have a claim. You're literally already spiraling away from what we can show you because we have the evidence. You've never asked for evidence. You don't want any, and you don't even have a claim, just like all atheists. So thank you for proving my point. Congratulations.
If you don't want to talk with me about fundamental of physics, then just say so.
Fundamental of physics? What's the fundamentals? What are they?
The free laws of motion, for example, Newtonian mechanics.
So that goes back to something that is in motion stays in motion, right? You said something like that?
Yeah, that goes back to the two buildings, right? That fell, that you don't want to get into. Right?
Let's bring it closer. Let's bring it closer to him. You saw that table that your friend spun on with the water. Why it didn't stay in motion if it was in motion? It stopped eventually.
Oh, because of friction, because it was acted upon by a force.
So what's
the ball bearing, and the ball bearing has friction.
Has nothing in relationship to a ball. You need to show us water sticking on the outside of an object, then spinning it. Try again.
We are not talking about the globe Earth.
So what are you talking about?
The free laws of motion.
Yeah, the hell we're not. That's why.
What the fuck? What is this?
All right, guys, one second. I think Groovy wanted to say something. Let's allow Groovy that he hasn't spoken too much. Let's let him say something. You wanted to say something?
Hello, guys. This is my first time. I am French. Thank you very much for welcoming me.
Oh, wonderful, man. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about the surface tension. surface tension on liquids can make a convex or a concave form in tubes like mercury.
Yeah, but what that has with the what that has with the air? What that has with the air?
I wanted to say that it play a role in the form of water and how it interacts with nature. For example, some insects use the surface tension to make a bubble to breathe air because they don't have, the fish respiratory system. Others put their eggs in air. They use the tension as well. And surface tension, so it can explain why why the waves are acting like this. It is very waves of the sea.
Yeah, but what about curve?
So it is a
where is curve? Where is curve
okay.
in the nature?
Did
Did you ever see observation of the sea?
Yes, you can put seawater in a tube and you will see.
No, I'm asking you about Earth. Did you ever was on the beach and looking does Earth curving?
No.
No. How do you know that it's curving then?
I don't know, man. I am not.
It's not curving.
He hasn't brought the curvature. I think he was talking about surface tension. That surface tension works on a flat Earth, right? Right, Groovy? Surface tension works on a flat Earth.
Surface tension is a reality. Yes, it exists on every model. This is why you are dead when you fall very high in the sky in water.
And when you put a drop on top of a flat table, that drop kinda looks curved, right? Kinda. But
the
is
bottom
the
is
table
flat.
the table is flat and motionless, and if the table wasn't flat and motionless, what will happen to that curvy drop? It will fuck off.
What do you mean?
The
You mean
table.
in the globe model, the Earth is spinning and you will fall not on the table.
Exactly. Yeah, you got it.
I
Groovy,
see
you
what
got
you
it,
mean.
bro. Easy.
It is very interesting subject. You know, so there is trials in trains to see if you jump in trains, if you got
Jumping in a train.
stunts.
Is it a question?
What does that have to do with the ball?
Is it train open or closed system?
It is a closed system, I think.
Is it an open or closed system?
A closed system moving on a trail, for me.
Is it Earth open or closed system?
Earth is open.
That means you're
Air
comparing.
is a contained system because of the containment.
He's saying train. That means that you're comparing closed system with the open system.
We jump in so many jumping jacks.
Open the roof of the train and try to jump.
For me, I am a skeptic. I don't know if the Earth is flat or globe. I don't know. But
Hey, Groovy.
Yeah, you do.
Groovy.
You know about physics.
There is some subjects I can't understand in the flat Earth model, like eclipses, tides, the moon, etc. And the way of the planes. Some travels are very strange in the flat Earth. When
We don't
I
have model. We don't have model.
What do you mean, flat Earth model?
Yeah.
Flat Earth model is a word that's coined by the Flat Earth Society, which nobody here is. Flat Earth Society is a fraudulent society. You realize that, don't you?
I mean,
the point about that, Groovy.
some guys tried, I think, no?
Wait, 1 second. The point about that is that the Earth is not a model. You get that?
I explained myself badly. I meant to say there is models, not officials models, but just some people try to do some model. It's interesting, and I encourage them to continue so they can succeed one day. And
so you want it? So you want somebody to make a Play-Doh plastic ball with stickers on it that's hollow in the middle, and you want that to represent something that's supposed to be dirt and water and that's in air and that actually exists? You think that's really what you would call something?
It needs to be built to scale first off, and it's not to scale. If you look at a globe, you can feel the textures of the mountains and actually see the mountains. If that were actually existing, those mountains would be taller than Everest to scale.
There's no sand, there's no dirt. The thing that we call a model or a globe is just a plastic ball with smooth stickers on the outside of it, and it's hollow. It's no
It
different
has
than a beach ball.
no relation to reality.
Right, none whatsoever. So when we look outside and we see ocean, water, air, and all this, like when you talk about jumping in a train and putting drops of water on a table, like can you actually stick to what the Earth is a spinning ball supposedly out in space with no resistance in like a vacuum? So if we can go to a lab and get like a real long tube, like maybe a two-story tube, one-story tube, and make it a vacuum tube, and from the top drop something down and watch anything that you think is happening in physics for a ball or a globe or a sphere or gravity, I'd love to see it. That's where we can go. We can go to reality.
It is passionate. You see, for me, there is an official model, and it is unbelievable. It is, there is.
Man,
Right.
can
No,
I
you're
tell you?
right.
Can I,
You're
can I
right.
tell
No,
you
you're
You're right.
right.
It is
The
unbelievable.
global,
Right. It's unbelievable.
the globe, the spinning ball, really
Not
fast
demonstratable.
in a void of ice space, a dark
You
void.
think.
It's
You think
very,
so.
it's very like a fantasy.
Yes.
It's
It's
Yeah,
non-demonstrable.
exactly.
Elven stories.
You're
I can't.
exactly right.
Hey
I
guys,
can't.
he's definitely trying to put his words together. You know, he's definitely trying. Let's just wait for him to finish a sentence, and then we can reply. And he says some interesting things. So we'll go ahead. You're gonna finish your sentence. Go ahead, bro.
So,
If you can calm
I
down
think
a little bit, that would
no,
help.
you. Thank you. Uh, I think no, you understand a little bit more my position. I am skeptical. I don't know if it's true, really flat or globe, etc. I'm looking at science, and sometimes I have questions, and it is difficult to find really flat earthers.
Let me point out something for you because you said that that model, official model, is unbelievable, and you probably came to that conclusion subconsciously or whatever, however you say it, because
Subconsciously.
it goes against your perception of reality. It goes against everything you ever experience, all of your senses. And when someone presents to you this cartoon, you say unbelievable because you cannot believe it.
Yes, and your community helped me a lot because your subjects, your questions about physics, about how the world works, it made me a lot of new questions. And my I was a globist at first, and now I'm not anymore.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a little quick survey. Just a number is required. So on a scale from 0 to 10, right? 0 meaning flat plane and 10 meaning ball floating in space. Where would you fall on that scale?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Okay, that's fair. Where would you say you stood before you joined?
I think back in my life I was maybe a 9.
No, before you like joined the server.
I don't know. This is very
Did you
new.
just now join?
Yeah, this is my
Oh,
first
okay.
time, and my first time I take the I talk. First time I talk.
Well, right on. Welcome to the server.
Thank
There's a
you,
lot of
guys.
extra information down below on the little right-hand thing that lists all the rooms. All the way down towards the bottom of the list, you're going to see additional information. A lot of the information that has been scrubbed and hidden by the algorithm on the search menus, to where you have to go through pages and pages and pages of search results to find these things, have been compiled here.
Okay.
So it's a little easier to locate certain informations that's been hidden by the algorithm.
Yeah, that's good to point out. And if you're interested in the topic, make sure, since it kind of sounds like English is probably your second or third language. If you want to be involved in the conversation and learn about the topics, make sure you write down some words that you don't get, so you can look for the definitions and understand what they mean. And like Joshua said, there's a lot of resources in the server, so you can go through different topics, information that might maybe open the all the overall information of the stuff that we're talking here. And if you have any questions, you're welcome to open your mic and ask questions. Do you have any questions?
Yeah,
Anything in your mind, flat earthers?
I have one funny question for you guys.
Before we move back to Eternal Potato.
First, I wanted to thank you for welcoming me so nicely. You are very warming and kind guys. You are marvelous.
Not always.
Not always.
You're just lucky.
You are humans. You have the rights, and sometimes the dialogue is very hard with some guys, I think. So thank you for your patience, for all your sources. I will check it out very soon.
Yeah, and something that might help with the English is if you could just calm yourself down a little bit, because I can feel a little bit of anxiety, because you're not quite sure which words to use to translate instantly, So it's like, just slow down a little bit and you're just fine. I can understand you.
Thank you. Okay. I am not anxious, but I can sound anxious, yes. My voice is like that. But I
Don't
am
worry
not
about it.
anxious. I am smiling and having laughs. But I am cold and my ribs are, jiggling.
Yes, that'll do it.
That's why my voice is like this. I am not anxious at all. But thank you.
I was meaning take a deep breath, it's the
I will.
oxygen. You're like,
Okay.
anyway,
So
yeah, welcome to the server, man.
thank you very much. So my question is a little bit funny. My family is half French and half Portuguese. So in Portugal, we all heard the story of Magellan, who is a navigator, the first man
Magellan, yeah.
to cross the world from point A to point A from the west. So my question is very basic. How do you explain that Magellan is gone from Lisboa to Lisboa only by the west? You think they lied and they didn't?
No, in fact, the path that Magellan took is almost proof that you can circumnavigate east to west, no problem. But north to south, nobody has ever done that. In fact, I'm going to post a meme, or it's actually a GIF type meme type thing. It's about how a compass works on the flat Earth, because all compasses point to the north. They don't point to any other direction.
Okay.
And that would make sense if there's a large magnetic source at the North Pole that would be attracting the magnet or the needle of the compass. So as you're moving around, you're just heading west, right? just like this compass is. It's heading west. Now it's going east. Then he'll go west again. As far as he's concerned, he's traveling in a straight line because it's all relative to the position of the North Pole, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if you're moving around, north is still pointing to the North Pole. So your heading of, east or west would be on the same heading. So, I mean, do you understand how it could be done? Like,
Yes. He did a circle, but without not around a ball, but around like in a on a plane on a plane map, but he got the illusion to do the circle with when checking on the needle, but the magnetic pole fucked up the perception of the map, because he fought to he was a globist,
Yep.
The people who use circumnavigation to try to prove a ball, in their minds, what they're imagining is that he set his ship dead reckon west or east, and then traveled in a straight line and ended up back where he started, which is not the case. If you look in the chat, you can see the path he took, and no way, shape, or form did he dead reckon west or east and end up in the same spot. And what people also don't realize is that even if the world was a sphere, you cannot travel dead reckon east or west and end up in the same spot. It wouldn't happen. You can practice this by going to Google Earth and try doing 90-degree angles and then come back and see if it works. It doesn't work.
Yeah, and that's Cook's course that he took. And it's pretty similar to Magellan's, which was posted earlier.
Yes, thank you. The map of Miguel Souza and your explanation were very clear. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Time, buddy.
You have no other things to ask, so you can give the
Potato, do you know that potatoes only work on a flat Earth?
Now you're being ridiculous.
Wait, what? That's an actual fact.
I don't think so.
Okay, let me tell you this right. The Earth is flat. You put the seeds on the soil, which is in the flat Earth. Then this is a flat, level, contained, motionless ecosystem. And without the container and the designer that designed the container, there'll be no French fries.
Oh no.
Okay. I mean, how do you get to a designer?
Because the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container. There will be no gas pressure without the container.
But didn't you talk about a designer?
And the necessary antecedent to the container is a designer, a creator. There you go.
How does absolutely nothing explode and create everything?
I think that's how do you say a very large leap.
How do you get French fries without the informer that had the information in his mind to cut the fries in the first place and fry them to make the French fries? There's information required to make French fries, and without the information, without the mind, there'll be no French fries.
Okay, I mean I agree. I think.
Yeah, you agree. I know. This is not an agree or disagree genre.
Or engineering an airplane or a car. It takes intelligence to design these systems.
You're right, and it also takes the right natural theories.
And if you look at like things like the human body, the complexity of the human body alone is just fascinating and cannot happen by some accidental happenstance, by nothing exploding, creating everything.
I mean, you're probably
And then
right,
claim
but I
you
don't
can-
want
you
to
can
talk about
describe-
biology, if you don't mind. I would like to talk about the fundamentals of physics. So you
We
talked
can
about the
definitely-
design of a
Listen,
car.
listen, bro.
Well,
we
what
can
is
definitely
physics?
we can definitely go into that, but try to control what we can. Kind of like we cannot expand on this and that. No, don't do that. That will be the job for the moderators. So if you bring something up and someone takes it towards a logical conclusion, don't say, "Hey, I don't like your logical conclusion because I want to stay on the side perspective the way I'm looking at it, not toward because the conversation we try to bring it down to a logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree that when you're having a conversation, you want to be logical about it when you want to talk about something? No? Right? Logical?
Yeah, I mean, logical is of course important, but for debate, also the scope is important, right? To stay in some scope in order
So
to
if you
get somewhere.
topic and you bring in the laws that you're talking about, Newtonian laws, yes, you can bring that up. But if someone tries
You're
to
talking like it's
it's okay to do so. It's okay to do so. Don't say don't do that. Okay?
You're talking about these three laws of motion, like they are not important, like this. Just
Oh,
some
so
occurrence in
wait a
the
minute.
grid.
Now you're moving into Newtonian. I thought we were going on physics here.
Yeah, Newtonian physics, Newtonian mechanics. That's what I want to talk about. Whether you agree with Newtonian mechanics.
Well, what is physics? The study of physical things, right?
Yes, about physical
Okay.
nature. Yeah.
So a lot of what Newton was talking about was non-physical.
I don't know what he was talking about on the at large, but what he made is
well, he wrote a few
Newtonian
papers
mechanics.
that were so-called scientific papers, but a lot of what he wrote were about non-physical things and alchemy and stuff like that.
Yes, that might be true. Yes.
So, like you're talking about conservation of momentum, that kind of
Exactly,
thing,
yeah.
inertia.
Yes,
Okay.
the three laws of motion about forces and acceleration and mass. Very fundamental stuff. Every engineer learns that.
Okay.
Can I interrupt something? My wife told me she's not flat earther. She is biochemist. She don't want to go into that. Doesn't matter. But she said about that his video about that container with water that he only proved the storm and nothing else.
Storm?
Storm, like a tornado or something like that. That barium rotating and making concave water, He proved the storm and nothing else,
I'm not quite sure what that supposed to mean. So it's curved water and it's an
That's
explosion.
water curving like that in nature, in concave way.
Yeah, this is an observation, so of course it happens in nature.
This is not observation, man. This is the aquarium with people rotating.
Yeah,
Observation is when listen this, man. Do you have problems with the reality?
It's an experiment.
Do you have problems with reality? I'm asking.
No,
Do you
I
have
have
problems
no
to
problem.
go outside and say, okay, these people talking about air. That means this where I'm living. They are not speaking about some cube and there is container and inside it's water. They are speaking about air. And let's see what is going on. Sorry.
I get it. This is where I prefer to take it to. But can anyone speak to this guy on a back and forward that we can listen to a conversation about this, maybe entertain it as better as possible? Anybody want to have a conversation with him? Because he's saying, I don't want to do this, and then the other guy saying, I don't want to do that, and this is kind of annoying. Just have a conversation, guys, or something about the
I
topic.
can tell him just simple, like a human being, about drop. Nothing, nothing science, nothing.
All the time. Yeah. I get it.
If he wants to
So
live,
I I already said that I would like to talk about this Newtonian mechanics.
Because I have the feeling that he might not know completely what he's trying to talk about, and I'm not an engineer, so I wouldn't be able to.
If you don't want to talk about Newtonian mechanics, then I will leave the server. Just say so.
Yeah. Because man, we want to speak about something. What we realize that's what they are. What you believe that there is sphere. That in reality, that when we check really in reality, there is no
Right.
that thing. Only that.
Don't leave the server because this entire 30 some odd people, whatever they're in here, don't want to talk about quantum mechanics. Like most people don't understand quantum mechanics. If you think you fully understand it, you're probably fooling yourself. There will be certain people who will have that conversation with you, but this server is not about quantum mechanics.
I'm talking about quantum mechanics, but Newtonian mechanics also.
Oh my God. Okay, a question for you. How Newtonian mechanics will form curve in reality?
Oh, okay. So should I explain it?
No, how will form in reality for real, not explain it. How I can see that, how I can experience that.
I don't understand your question, I think.
How I can experience the sphere in reality.
No, hold on. Before you get aggressive with him, Newtonian physics, there's a lot of parts we can take from Newton that we all agree with. It's not that we disagree with Newton on everything that he said, okay? It's Newtonian gravity, like, that is wrong. And he disagreed with it as well.
Okay, that might be true. I don't agree with you that it's wrong. I think it's very much correct.
But why he disagree with that?
But what do you think about?
Why Isaac Newton wrote a letter and he don't want to have anything with gravity? Why?
I don't think that's
true.
This letter I mean, I'm not sure about the letter you're talking about.
But that doesn't matter even because my question was how that all the things will form the curvature in reality. How
Hold
that
on,
will
look.
happen.
Yeah, regardless of what any guy said, like regardless if a guy said anything and told you a story, in reality, what can we present in a lab? What can we present? Can you present a globe forming, gravity, anything going to the inside of mass, anything orbiting anything like on Earth in a lab? Like right now, we can go visit the address, me and you, and we can see like the little ball with water and like give us a demonstration of all these physics that Einstein, Newton, and all these people like wrote down. Like they wrote them all down. Cool. But where can we see them happening?
Unfortunately, I can do that in the lab, but I don't have to do it.
So how? No, you do have to.
Wait. No. You don't necessarily have to, but you believe that other people have already done this.
No, hold on.
No.
No. Okay, it's not important. It's not important to you that that these theories are go through the scientific method, that they're proven empirically. It's not important to you.
It's very important. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you have to do it in a lab. You can also, observe it in there.
How else can you demonstrate something to yourself?
By observing it in the field.
No. I can look at the colors of a rainbow. How is that demonstrating anything?
Well, it demonstrates that the rainbow has these colors, and
so does everything you're talking about that you make stuff up about. A rainbow's no different. So is a rainbow Saturn and all these other planets that have colors and all this other. Like what we're saying is like on the Earth, if you can't demonstrate certain things, where did they come up with it?
And until it can be demonstrated, even more importantly, like this is expounding on yours, Demek, even more importantly, until it can be demonstrated, do you understand that it's still just a belief, a theory, an idea, that it isn't necessarily the truth? Are you okay with that?
I mean, it's a theory, that's correct, but a scientific theory is more just a belief.
Yeah, scientific theory needs scientific method before to be scientific theory. Do you know that?
Yep. Yeah, it means.
Okay. Can you give me scientific theory. That means it was scientific method did for gravity.
I did not really comprehend what you are talking about. Could you repeat, please?
The formula, the equation, the calculation.
Yeah.
Experiment.
So you want to know the formulas? Oh, I don't understand.
No, I want to know scientific method for the gravity.
Okay.
Okay, tell me. Hypothesis. Observe natural phenomena.
Yeah.
Dependent variable, independent variable.
Right.
Come on.
I'm assuming that we agree on the three laws of motion. That's where I need to start. Otherwise, it's very hard.
No, laws of motion. We don't disagree with the laws of motion.
Okay.
I mean, maybe there's somebody in here who might, but for the most part, flat earthers don't disagree with Newton's laws of motion.
Okay. So let me demonstrate. So the second law of motion says force equals mass times acceleration, right?
That's not true.
The second, the statement I made is absolutely true. The second law of motion
absolutely false.
States that the force equals mass times acceleration.
That's not true. Okay, let's go to the next.
Yeah, no, that's actually that. No, hold on. Don't just say it's not true. Show him why it's not true. You know that was replaced, right? Like if you go and look at the current scientific rhetoric, that like that mass no longer. Mass no longer is believed to attract mass. Therefore,
you're grasping at straws.
In your equation,
no, we're not grasping at straws. F equals ma can be applied in certain circumstances on Earth, but as far as ball spinning around the universe, you're gonna make a lot of assumptions about Earth.
And it's not a
well, what I would say is you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, right? Like, I hate that saying, honestly, but you want to pick and choose between which gravity it is that you believe. You want both to be synonymous, even though they're contradictory to each other.
No.
No is not an answer.
Yeah, no's not a debunk of it. No, come on, man.
Let me explain. Newtonian mechanics is an approximation to this general theory of relativity.
No.
It is.
You think Newton had anything to do with relativity at all? Newton didn't know anything about relativity.
No.
Can you post citation for that?
Yeah, two magnets.
Okay, but I need to look it up.
How long are we going to let him get away with this distraction?
I'm not distracting here, okay?
I know. I will tell you again because I'm not scientist. James, you said, does anyone want to speak with you? I want to tell you one thing, only one thing. Everything what you say now about Newton, whatever, we can speak for like 4 hours. Einstein, whatever you want, but on the end, there must be curvature. It must be there.
No,
it must be.
No, it's not. Sorry.
But it's not. That's
there's
the problem.
No tilt, there's no curve. Water finds its level.
You want to discuss about Newton, about Apple.
We want to discuss the Earth and where it curves at. Hold on. Where's the address where we can go find the curve and put a flag in it, please?
You asked for a citation about Newtonian gravity.
I'm asking for the longitude and latitude.
General relativity. Someone asked about it, and I give it to you.
Yeah, you're talking about a
special theory of relativity, not general relativity.
I'm gonna take a look at it. Hold on.
In this PDF.
Helio, can somebody, I don't know, can somebody post him about superseding Newtonian gravity? Can somebody post him?
Look up Einstein's in the theory of Einstein relativity? Either way, the current rhetoric that science goes with, even though it's not taught in textbooks, is that gravity is an effect of the bending and warping of space-time. So now we have let's focus on a couple of points in that definition. So in Newtonian gravity, however, it's not an effect, it is a force. It is the cause of gravity. Okay? So These two things are already complete opposites of each other. One is a cause, one is an effect.
Not really, because not in the Newtonian view.
Then even farther. So we go with the current rhetoric, which they've already replaced what you are freaking standing very firmly on. They've already replaced this 107 years ago now, almost, with this Einsteinian gravity, where it's not a cause, it is an effect. But beyond that, it's a cause, according to Einstein, of the bending and warping of space-time. Space-time, what is that? Can you explain to me what space-time is? But you only have to do that if you believe that's true.
So you want me to explain it?
Well, if you believe that Einstein is true, look. What I'm trying to say, I'm drawing a line in the sand. Like we've now come to a crossroads. So like we're walking down the path, and you have to choose one or the other. There's no going back. So is Einstein correct or is Newton correct? Because the two are not the same.
Well, this PDF he just posted is something that is adding to what Einstein was saying. The abstract is. Am I correct about this? What you posted?
Well, what I posted is a derivation of Newtonian physics from the Einstein picture.
Yeah, it says in curved Schwarzschild spacetime, the coordinates provide a reference frame for an observer making measurements at an infinite distance from the gravitational source of the Schwarzschild spacetime. So you're promoting another thing that's as feeding off of Einstein's idea, right? This Schwarzschild guy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you have.
So you're a fan of this guy? I mean, this is from 2016.
Pardon?
It's from 2016, about 5 years ago.
This paper, yeah.
Okay. However, physical quantities measured by arbitrary observers here's what it says. However, physical quantities measured by arbitrary observers are not specified directly by these quantities, but rather are computed from the metric. It is well known that Newton's theory of gravity is an approximation to Einstein's theory when the curvature of spacetime is negligible. In this paper, we seek to deduce that in the limit of weak field approximation, Schwarzschild gravitation may be replaced with Newton's gravitation. Here we present Schwarzschild gravitation and show its reduction to classical Newtonian gravitation. So are they trying to work back toward Newton after over 100 years?
It sounds like there's two going theories, and they can't decide which one. So they pick and choose whichever one best suits their argument at the time.
Guys, it's like people in earlier times used the number 3 for pi, right? It doesn't mean it's completely wrong. It's a very bad approximation.
No. You might be able to gain certain knowledge from studies done from somebody who is wrong. Like, not everybody who is wrong was wrong about everything.
No, it doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just not accurate.
Correct?
Dude, it's just math magic. It's all done on a chalkboard. There's nothing that exists that way in reality.
You can approximate pi with the number 3.
Yeah, it's math. No shit.
Yeah. Even though it's not the number 3.
Yeah, but it's not physical. It's not physical.
But the one is a number and the other is a physical law. It's not.
Which one's physical?
If the physical law, you can also approximate.
In this Schwarzschild thing, which one is physical?
The law is completely different from any of the multitude of theories. There's like 4 different theories on gravity, but there's only one law. There's only one law of gravity. There's a big G and there's a little g. The law of gravity is that things are solid objects within the air are observed to fall at approximately a given rate, which doesn't really sound very scientific when you put it that way, does it?
It's very scientific, actually. But
no,
not scientific at all, because you don't have any
But that's actually
anything physical to study.
Pardon?
It's all mathematics. You don't have anything physical to study in this whole idea that you're talking about. There's nothing physical to study. It's all done on a chalkboard or a piece of paper or a computer. There's nothing physical to study.
Using an experiment, a physical experiment, you can validate the math.
Which physical experiment? Give us one.
For example, you take an object, a heavy object, and let it fall at various heights, and measure